Arou!
To deal with. Yeah, that's a scary deck in the room.
Estamos aqui, bom dia.
Meta share percentage at this event at 12% with another
Assistindo uns campeonatinhos aí.
using the Jellison combination as well. So a lot of players out there will be playing the archetype, and it is a strong one played by very good players. So if you come to a tournament, you've always got to have Gardevoir EX in mind. It is our world champion deck, and if we start naming all the regionals it's won, we'll be here for a while. So very powerful archetype, and one that you need to learn, and we're going to be teaching a little bit about it here, is it's that psychic embrace that can accelerate all sorts of psychic attackers, being able to put a psychic energy from your discard pile with 20 damage, which normally is a negative when you're adding damage to your Pokemon, but in this case, it opens up damage for your Adrenabrains and Monkey Dory, as well as the attacks of Screamtail and Drifloon.
As soon as we started making these graphs of Gardevoir is constantly getting new partners. We had the Jellison coming out in these Black Bolt White Flare sets, which was going into the World Championships, not very used. Most people are just playing Frillish without Jellison, but it was actually really after the World Championships we saw that start to pick up, with Frillish being able to item lock, much like Badoo or Scythe EX if you want to throw back 10 years. And then we have the Jellison, which off the ability blocks both item cards and tool cards while dishing out 160, which may seem not that great, but when you're adding up Monkey Dory, you're adding up the factor that you're blocking so many cards from your opponent, it just gets that much better.
And you can see some of its bad matchups being dark type attackers. I think that is the key here. Which dark type deck can be good enough to beat Gardevoir whilst also beating the rest of the room?
Yep.
There is many people who believe in different archetypes. Enzoroc and Charizard EX have already shown to be winners out in North America. And it's just time for another archetype like Marley's Grimsol, maybe, just on a whim, to try and win the whole tournament. Maybe we'll see a Charizard EX combination with something like Dragapult, or maybe we'll see a completely different archetype that's able to come through and beat that Gardevoir deck, as it is so key to the storyline here at the event. I know round 4 pairings have started happening, so players are trying to find their seats, and we'll be getting into that game as quickly as possible for you, as I know you want to see some Pokemon TCG action here. The players are rising to the top, 3-0 currently, and it's safe to say many of those are familiar faces, but there are still, you know, several hundreds of players who are on high records, whether it's 3-0, 2-0-1, many still in contention.
And I want to point it out again. We saw him at 2-0, Adam Denk, 3-0, Charizard Dragapult getting in there, but I want to show out a bit of the locals as well. Christian Fontenot, former regional champion, and then, well, we can't forget Julius Brunfeld, perhaps the most joyful guy in the entire room, always brings on a smile, and it's just so great to see him at these events. And he's, this season, traveling, and just continue to do that everywhere.
Yeah, and Alexander Sol, I got to play him in Frankfurt. He made to make it all the way into that top cut with Terra Box, so a great player, continuing success from early on in the season, as well as many more on 3-0. So definitely keep an eye out. We'll keep you updated with the standings throughout the tournament, and maybe you'll see your favorite players on those top tables, as well as your favorite decks. And I think that's going to be a key today. And I know our players are getting ready for the table. We're just getting everything sorted for you. And for you guys at home, make sure you get involved with what you want to see on the stream. We're always on the show here trying to show as many different decks, as many different players for you, and really want to try and show a variety. I mean, from your point of view, you've been on the stream before. This early stage, you know, the first streamed round, those players who see that note saying you're going to be on the stream, what goes through your mind? What's the feeling you have at that moment?
I think the first couple of times I've had it, I was like, oh, that now we're going up, but now it's getting real. I think you get used to it. You know, the white noise you get in the headset when you're going on stream. Yes, you need a couple minutes to get used to it, but after that, it feels like it's actually easier to lock in for some people, right? Where you're in the zone. It feels like the whole table itself is a bubble built for you, your opponent, the judges on the table, and you're just going to concentrate on playing Pokemon. And, you know, I always want to give a show when I'm on stream, right? Like, want to give a show and playing some nice decks, playing some really fast pace, and, you know, just Pokemon that, you know, feel where we can get good games out of it on stream. And regardless of, you know, mistakes can happen, yes, but we are always going to be seeing what we deem as the best of the best in the current situation.
Well, look, Jesper, it's our time to put on a show for you guys at home as our players are ready on the stage for round 4 of the Lille Pokemon Regional Championship. And there we have it, players readying up. And there is a player that I think we've seen plenty of in recent time, Piper Lepine, our world champion, top 8 player. Tell us a little bit more about Piper.
Well, we already have the obvious story about triple gimme goal and pricing, but let's keep on from that. Piper has been having such great seasons, you know, after we started these regional championships. Top 8 of Worlds this season, Toronto regional champion, Baltimore regional champion, and then to top it off, an NAIC top 8 just in the past season. Piper has been, you know, in the forefront, always playing these different decks. Have been playing a lot of Gardevoir in the past, have been playing Dragapult variants, has been playing every single deck
eu tô jogando de 3 orders nesse deck.
to, you know,
Eu
feel like
realmente
it's the
tô
best
aqui,
deck going into
sniper
event.
aqui.
Always being high up in these events, and you know, it's always a treat to get
Eu
to see
queria
her play
realmente ganhar
because,
no sniper
you
às
know,
vezes.
despite, you know, with these regional wins and stuff like that, whenever I talk to her, which I do at most events, it's always, you know,
Não é ruim a
joyful,
ideia.
joking around, and just having fun while playing the game, which is something that I really do consider as one of the
4-4-3
greater things from my
né?
players, that they're not just there to be all serious, but they're there to enjoy the game and enjoy Pokemon.
I think that is a key message there. On the other side, Alexis playing
Interessante isso.
less familiar with the stream, but
Posso tirar
someone
uma
who's going to be
harder e
now
colocar
feeling
as outras
the
coisas.
pressure of the stream game. You know,
Recuperação de
3-0,
jogo
and
aqui.
we mentioned that story of what
Vitória,
happens when you
coisa
sit
que
down
for.
and you see the note saying you're on stream now. Alexis right now will be feeling that, and it'll be interesting to see what they're playing.
Yeah, and we're sure to see a cracker of a match here. You have to remember, Mike, like these players are already 3-0. We're 1/3 of the way through today since we're playing the 8 rounds of phase 1, 1 of phase 2. So yeah, 33% of the way to go. Next 33% is on now, and you know, I'd actually say we turn up the difficulty around about 33% compared to the other matches, because yeah, when you're sitting across from someone like Piper, who, you know, is playing such great as she does typically, regardless of deck, you're going to have a challenge in front of you.
Yeah, Piper from the North
Posso
American
diminuir
region
uma
traveling
foto
over
também?
to this event. As we mentioned,
Apesar
many
que é
players will
muito
be
importante
traveling here
lançar esse
with the
jogo.
doubleheader weekend. Gdansk
Os
next
bichos
weekend
na
allows
mesa, né?
players to stick around. On the other side, Alexis, a
Não é,
local
tem
player,
4
not necessarily local to
Pakimesh
Lille, but
também.
from the same country. So this will be the big event. We
Precisa
mentioned
de
before how
talvez.
important it is to play well in your nearest regional, and we'll be trying to do so on stream now, as we got a little bit of a hint of what decks might be played right now. Piper playing the Enzorok variant, and seen already some changes from the recent successful list. On the other side, Alexis seems to be playing some of those cards from the Mega Absol EX, Mega Kangaskhan EX deck.
Yeah, and
Mega
Mega
Absol
Absol,
box.
Mega Kangaskhan blowing out of the water from Milwaukee Regionals. And yeah, a thing we don't quite see often is Enzorok. But yeah, Piper opening up the game, draw, attach, pass.
Well, both these decks have a little bit of a slower game plan, as we already see the pass back. Another attachment from Piper into the INO, as energy is key for both sides. There is no acceleration that is easy to use. You know, you've got the ends PP up and that turbo energize, both requiring trainer cards to allow them to do so. And now we will see Piper setting up with multiple Enzoro on board and a Buddy Puffin for that first deck search.
Não tem
The
um
unfortunate
item
pieces of
aqui,
Buddy
tudo
Puffin, whenever
par
you're
no
playing that
mínimo.
Darmanitan, you're not going to be able to get out
Cara,
of
pior que esse
Darmanitan
deck
because it
tá
has
uma proporção de
exactly
item
80
muito boa. Eu que
HP.
sou
You're being able to
zoado,
get something
mano.
like the Cleffa, so you can be
Eu
able to
tenho que trocar
start drawing
professor
cards.
por
But yeah,
Lillie aqui.
the whole thing about Zoroark, just like we saw with Zoroark EX, Zoroark GX back in the day, you're able to use the trade ability, discard a card from your hand and draw 2. Early game, you want to be using that Darmanitan if you can get it up and running, but you know, dishing out 170 with Reshiram and then be able to use its attack afterwards. It's just, you know, gonna get into it and getting better.
Enzorok able to trade resources away that you no longer need in exchange for 2 cards. A powerful effect, not just to draw cards, but to thin cards. And that Night Joker copying any benched Ends Pokemon attack will allow for plenty of options, especially as there is that Ends Darmanitan, as you mentioned. But the Cleffa was called by you, and it has come out and allowed for Piper to draw up to 7 cards. But with the Iono last turn, Alexis now a fresh 6 cards and more to see what's possible, and that first deck search on his side.
And something I can see already popping out of deck, that Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn being, you know, quite a good attacker in this matchup. Zoroark has an ability. You're going to be able to block that, which means that, you know, Piper has to be attacking in with it, either with something like, you know, the
Mas
Okidogi that
realmente ele
she's
não
bringing
tá tão nada,
for
tá
the
interessante.
Cornerstone
Ela
Mask
só
Ogre Pawn,
realmente
which is a
usou na
really good
barraca.
attacker heading into that, or simply straight by just using
Às vezes ela
Darmani's
só
house
usou.
Monkey Dory to weave in some damage counters.
This is what's interesting with the current format, where you see both sides have options, and that's really exciting because it means that these stronger players who are aware of their options and calculating the opponent's options can find the right route to victory. You mentioned that Cornerstone, there is an answer on Piper's side, but another Enzorog that Alexis might play against that Cornerstone could be the success to victory. So as these players play out this best of three, it'll be interesting to see how the game adapts and changes.
And one thing I don't think that Alexis is looking at, of course, Alexis is going to be looking at Cornerstone Mask Pokemon, pretty good into Zoroark. But then once a Piper goes ahead and pops down that Okidogi EX, which is able to be one-hit knockouting the Cornerstone Mask Pokemon, then Alexis is going to have a task at hand, because you see
Dá pra
that surprise
atualizar isso
factor
aqui,
that
né?
you could be
Sei que tá
bringing with the
versão
Zoroark
antiga
decks
ainda.
and drawing that many cards, you be able just to slam that in there.
And the A spec for Alexis here, the Precious Trolley, an amazing card, able to search your deck for as many basic Pokemon as you can fit on your bench.
Acho que a
and
carta
put
mais
them
nova
in
aqui é
play, allows you to
Jornadas,
fully
né?
set up on that first turn. And one of the overlooked
Ah,
ace specs in the format,
Jornadas
not
ainda.
as common as you might think considering how powerful it is, but in this deck it fits perfectly as the strategy of Monkey Dories in combination with those mega attackers all over the field is so key.
Ah,
And one thing that's
da
very
época de
nice about
Jornadas,
playing
assim.
this Mecha Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck is that you can be using
Isso aqui tá muito
Peggeront a
atrasado.
lot with its subjugating change, being able to retreat. And when you're typically we'll be seeing Latias EXS that free retreat for all basic Pokemon, but with Yveltal in combination having that free retreat, you'll be able to use subjugating chains, get Yveltal into the active position, and then you literally just have free retreat and gain yourself a Latias.
And with that Turbo Energize, Alexis putting a Fighting Energy and a Dark Energy onto that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, going to be the main focus for the strategy in game one here for Alexis. On the other side, Piper able to establish the Enzorox and start drawing cards, thanks to that Cleffer previously, drawing up to 7. So this is the interesting thing about this matchup, Jesper, is both decks are known for taking it slow at the start and building up into those late game strategies. Whether it is through revenge knockouts with the Enzorock using Enz Reshiram, or whether it is that disruptive strategy with the Yveltal. So I think we're going to be seeing a slower start here, many turns of establishing a board back and forth from both players, and it will be interesting to see how they both navigate it.
Yeah, but here Hilda getting that extra Zoroark EX, being able to use trade once more. And yeah, Piper's, happy about just sitting back a bit and going there, but the other day see it. Okidogi EX coming in, and if we look at it, we got to get a face cam on Alexis there, getting into that, because Okidogi is such a threat, being able to basically one-hit knock out these Cornerstone Mask Ogrepons.
So that poisonous musculature, the first attack for one color, search your deck for up to 2 basic dark energy cards, attach them to this Pokemon, then shuffle your deck. And if you attach energy to a Pokemon this way, this Pokemon is now poisoned. So that's why you see that poison marker there on Piper's Okidogi EX. It has an astonishing 250 HP, but with it having to be poisoned, it does end up damaging itself. So the chain crazed attack for 130 plus 130, if it's poisoned, will be the strategy going forward.
Oh, we do see the Absol getting in here, being able to do 200 damage.
Zoroark contra.
Knockout. And yeah, the target of Alexis here is just going to be get rid of it. We saw it, let's get rid of it to make sure that that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon can get in later. Then you may be thinking, well, the Absol is going to be stuck in play anyway. Yes, but Alexis does play Penny to be able to help on that a bit later. So we have to start building up a good board for Alexis. This is a good start using the Claw of
Pô,
Darkness,
esse é o
clawing away a
setupzinho
card
americano, é
from
meio
Piper's hand, and we
putz.
just have to see how Piper responds to this now.
I think there's a way that Piper can get the return knockout onto that Mega Absol. No Bravery Charm, no Lively Stadium. The Binding Mochi comes down, which adds 40 more damage to that attack. This will be doing 300 damage with that attack. 130 plus 130. Chain Craze will knock out. Mega Absol goes down. 3 prize cards for Piper. Our first knockout here in Lille.
And a mega knockout at that in the first Mega Evolutions tournament. And yeah, Alexis is just staring down the barrel of a crazy Okidogi EX. Right now, it does have 230 damage on it. Just a measly clutch is going to be able to knock that out. But it means that Alexis has to be using energy on that, which means that the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon is just going to take a little bit more time. And if Alexis thinking, well, if we pass back and forth, the poison damage going to do it. Well, I did see a Monkey Dory in Piper's hand being able to get around that. So the Monkey Dory Well, Alexis has to get rid of that
Essa primeira
now.
tá turva, hein? Durou o quê?
Crazy
2
to think
minutos,
that
3 minutos,
a
já,
deck like
já tá em
Enzoro
3
could just
prizes
fit
ali
in
já.
this Okie Dokie so naturally as an answer
Rapidão.
for the Mega Absol EX Gangscanning X deck. We mentioned in the pre-show how this has kind of been the deck out of nowhere for last event. You played it in Milwaukee, but it has got a huge target on its back at this event. And Alexis,
Uma barulheira do
despite
caralho
going
essa cadeira
3-0,
agora.
is going to have to face many of these cards like Piper has shown here that are so strong into it.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure whenever Alexis was preparing for this event, Enzoro was not on top of that bingo sheet. But here we are with it anyways, and you know, the crazy thing about Enzoro is that you can be playing, you know, a lot of cornerstones in it. You can be playing, you know, Darmanitan, which actually has not been played a lot in Zorag. Typically just been playing straight off the bat with those Reshurams. But yeah, being able to power
Dá pra matar o Iveltal.
En's Reshuram, that Monkey Dory, and now being able to take out Veltal, going up by 4 prizes.
Cirano.
And Cyrano as well, you know, look at how thin Piper's deck is.
Yeah, and that knockout from Alexis last time for 2 prize cards was quickly responded to by
O que o
Piper.
deck faz?
One of those players who's
Só
able to play incredibly quickly once the line has been established. And knowing this turn, an energy attachment, an En's Reshiram going down will allow for the return knockout on the Veltal, and that will leave Alexis with just 1 energy in play, and it is on that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. And there is the knockout. Enzorok using Night Joker to copy the En's Reshiram on the bench.
Yeah, that
and a Virtuous Flame, 170 damage to knock out the Yveltal.
Yeah, and that Virtuous Flame being able to set it up here because Alexis doesn't have any energy acceleration that could be happening on their turn, which means, yeah, we need to get that second Cornerstone Ogerpon down. But yeah, Piper being at 2 prizes, it opens up a line where if Alexis just attacks into a Zorark, then the only thing Piper actually would need is a boss's orders to be able to use powerful rage and just take out, you know, that Pekaron on the bench. Or if Penny gets played, that Fessendipity. Or if we just see 2 more bosses from Piper, well, that's just going to be 2 Monkey Dories gone.
Exactly, and with the ability to trade away resources and draw cards, I'm sure we'll see the cards needed going straight into Piper's hand as soon as possible. And all 3 trade used in quick succession there. There is energy on board, everything well established here. And this is game 1 here on the stream, and it's going by quite quickly. So at this stage, it's not just about the current result. It's about taking in information and learning what your opponent is playing. So Alexis will be establishing a game plan in his mind going forward, as this game is looking tough to come back from at this stage.
But we do get to see Piper using that Super Rock, getting back in Okidoki and 2 energies.
Próximo turno é provavelmente ela compra ele,
and
que
if
ela
Alexis
precisa.
says no to attacking, then Alexis has to stare down that Okidoki once more. And with Alexis' current board,
Então deixará ali também para pescadores traz. Alvo para pescadores traz e não pau.
Take out that Okidoki once it uses an attack.
There are a few options to take benched 1 prizes for Alexis. You know, you have
Tudo
the
energização.
ability to gust them down. And with that counter gain, you don't need to have as many energy in play when you are behind like Alexis is right now. So establishing some options, and this is why this deck has been so good. There's lots of different lines, lots of different ways you can take it on. Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan have completely different angles and strategies. One is more for draw, one of them is more for that disruption, as well as that Ogerpon that we see in the active spot. A whole variety of ways to play the deck, and Alexis right now trying to establish which is the best line in this back foot position.
Yeah, and back foot position indeed here, Mike. Are we going to be looking at, you know, potentially just going turbo energize, hoping that, you know, targeting the Monkey Dories with it is going to be enough? I don't think so. It is going to be there. But yeah, Alexis just staring down the position of, you know, that Okidoki got too much out of it, right? It was doing too much to the board, and then we just end up looking at a position of Pekaron being able to take a lot of prizes potentially here, but it's pretty easy to knock out when you're looking at Zorg, and Alexis is going to struggle because if you're able to do 1-hit knockouts to Zorg, that's nice, but if you aren't, that's where issues start to arise.
Interesting for those watching at home and checking out Piper's list as she discards her way through. That Psyduck appearing there with the damp ability to help against Dustmars, so a nice little inclusion there. And the Okidoki coming back down was recycled earlier on with the Super Rod, has been drawn back into, and at this stage, the boss's orders onto that Petron EX will be able to get it there into the active and able to swing into it with the En's Zorok Night Joker copying Virtuous Flame.
Yeah, and really smart from Piper here, just dealing the 170, because it basically just tells Alexis, one more boss's orders, and it's going to be gone. So I actually do really like, you know, picking up the Petron, because it means that Piper has successfully just said, you can't attack with this, otherwise you're just going to lose.
And with the double energy commitment to it now, if you penny that Petron EX up, it's going to allow all that energy you've accelerated into play to be removed. But it does give damage now for Alexis to move around with the Adrenabrain of the Monkey Dory. Tough position at this stage.
Yeah, the question is always going to come here, Mike. Where do you move the Adrenabrain damage to start building up these knockouts without it becoming, you know, too bad for yourself? Piper does have a Monkey Dory on their bench as well, so you can't be moving too much damage around, otherwise this is going to be thrown back in your face.
Exactly, and just a pass there. So it's all up to Piper to try and find a route to victory. Palpad going to be putting that boss's orders back in, and the previous Professor Turo scenario, and we'll be looking to try and find a way back into the boss's orders at this stage to target that.
Eu acho que consegue, tem muita
We
pouca
are one card
carta.
away here from Piper taking game 1 on the stream.
Yeah, that doesn't look too great in terms of, you know, Palpad and doing the obvious. I'm going to
Acabou,
do
né?
back boss's orders and have 3 trades that are going to be able to draw 6 cards off your deck. Not guaranteeing the boss's order is going to come now, but virtually guaranteeing that it's going to come in the future.
Yeah, and there is more than one boss's orders in Piper's deck, but it is sitting in the prize card, so that will make it quite hard to find it. And there is another one that I think maybe in the deck somewhere too. So
Dá uma raiva no deck
high
quando é
likelihood
assim,
now.
né?
But with 4 prize cards still take for Alexis, there's a lot of time available to fulfill this strategy.
So Professor Turo scenario is going to pick up that Monkey Dory, getting that reversal energy to Okidoki, which covers now as a, you know, colorless type energy. And, you know, getting Okidoki as the second attacker, being able to use potentially Piper's own Pekron EX once it comes to it, is just going to need an attachment and a Pekron. Subjugating Change is going to give that poison, which means that, you know, Piper's going to be able to take out that Cornerstone in the active position pretty easily next turn.
Choosing multiple lines for this end game, opening up many options. What lines have you seen, Alexis, that you can try and pull off at this stage? It is key with this archetype to always be on guard, because there's lots of different ways that the Mega Absol Kangaskhan deck can come back. It has disruption, it has acceleration through unusual means with that Turbo Energize and that counter gain and the energy switches, many different things that you got to think about. And so I'm sure at this stage, Alexis will be wondering what that route could be, and just confirming what the Okidogi EX does, an unfamiliar card for many of us, as it doesn't feature in many decks.
No, it hasn't been featured in many decks, and whenever that came out, we tried to build decks with it, of course. That 260 Wild Poison, that looks pretty good, but one thing you have to consider as Alexis here, how do you hit into the Zoroark and not lose to the boss's orders next turn? Piper's going to be able to draw the rest of that deck with those free trades and a top deck, right? And then you're looking at it, okay, how do I then guard up against the Okidogi? But one thing that's really nice here to be found is that Enhanced Hammer is the first piece that is possible to be able to get back some.
I'm taking away an option there by removing that reversal energy. And just trying things out at this stage. As we mentioned, there is still plenty of time in this round 4 here in Lille. And the Enhanced Hammer will remove
Tirei,
that
graças a
energy.
Deus, tá
This is
muito
why it's so
grande.
key to set up multiple routes to victory. You cannot pigeonhole down one route, because that's when things like disruption can punish you. That's where things like energy removal can, or a knockout, a key knockout. And it was Piper who had that key early knockout on the Mega Absol EX. And for Alexis, we'll just
Acabou.
be passing
Não é
straight
possível
back.
que
It
ele
is
não
now
vai
on Piper.
comprar.
Can you find the boss's orders this turn with 3 trades and a very
Não é
thin
possível,
deck?
ela não vai achar.
Starting off with that
Marca
nice stretcher
ainda.
attachment.
Ah, não, agora acabou de
And that's
qualquer
going to be a
forma.
chance now. Petron EX into play,
Acabou,
subjugating
acabou.
chain, that Okidogi EX into the active, and the knockout on the Cornerstone Mask Ogapon.
And one thing I really have to give to Piper is that it's great. You see this 3-4 turns ago. Piper sees the line. Okidogi EX, let's just take some prizes with it. And, you know, Piper just going so elegantly fast, because Piper knows we're playing 50 minutes +1, not +3 anymore. And we need these games to finish fast.
Já superou de Yugi esse
And the first
TCG?
knockout
Como
was
assim?
thanks to that
Tá
Okidogi EX,
falando
poisoning itself after
valores,
accelerating
finança?
to energy.
Cara, não
Binding
sei
motion
dizer quais é que dão,
combination
não.
with its attack, doing 300 damage with Chain Crazed into the Mega Absol EX, which is enough to knock it out. and it was a powerful knockout at that. 3 prize cards for Piper. Alexis did return the knockout with Yveltal, and it was the establishment of the boards on both sides that favored the deck that draws more cards.
Yeah, and drawing more cards gives you more power
é
to
que
be
depende
able to
muito.
finish off these
Pokémon,
games. At the end of the game was
ele
just
vai
too
muito além de
Alexis
só o
is gonna
público
come up, so it's
entusiasta,
just
né, e
point range, you're gonna
competitivo
lose.
em
In
si,
this
tá
case,
ligado?
it wasn't even a boss's order, so it's just
Pokémon é grande pra
having
caramba.
all these energies in play by the usage of
Tem a questão da premiação também, né, dos
and just,
campeonatos, que é boa.
continuing to reel in these things
Mas joga bastante. Então, tipo assim, não que eu tava insatisfeito com o Yugi, meu problema com o Yugi era o meta local, né? Era a galera que jogava aqui na local que me desanimou, senão provavelmente eu tava jogando Yu-Gi-Oh! Até ainda. Aí me desanimou e eu tava querendo voltar a jogar algum jogo de carta, né? E é que na região o Pokémon tava crescendo ano passado. Foi por isso que eu comecei Pokémon de novo. Ah, eu tô no Pokémon desde então, tá ligado? Tipo, bastante gente que tava jogando Yu-Gi-Oh! Aqui da minha cidade também migrou pro Pokémon. E até mesmo jogadores competitivos que eu acompanhava, vários migraram pra Pokémon também, tá ligado? Mas o Pokémon é bacana. Pokémon é bacana.
You have to be dealing this damage either very early to take out Suzuruas, thereby taking out the setup. And speaking of setups, you know, not too bad at pricing here.
Yeah, and the other side, Mega Absolute X almost has a similar strategy of if you swing into it, damage can be moved back with Monkey Dory.
Aí vem Autoizoruas, né?
You out for one hit,
Passa.
so both of them willing to sustain damage in those early stages. So it does create a very interesting matchup for you guys at home to watch, as it seems Alexis having the perfect turn 2 here. As long as there's an energy in hand, has that precious trolley in combination with a turbo energize, which might be in the hand here.
Isso aí, o tal que trava é chatinho pra caralho.
The precious trolley there. We'll be able to search all the Pokemon out. Just got to work out which tool to get off of Arven at this stage.
Yeah, and getting that, you know, turbo energized, it doesn't even need it. I saw that there was an energy and a turbo energize already in hand, meaning that you get the luxury to pick off that bravery charm. Going precious trolley, already digging out so many cards in your deck. You're able to dig out, you know, 9 cards of your deck with that. Arven picking 2, precious trolley picking 5, that's 7. Turbo energize picking out 9 cards. You know, the thinner your deck is, the better you're gonna draw.
And with these decks that are willing to start slow and build up, how important is it to have a strong early setup to the game plan that you're planning to do?
It's always going to be super important just to outline, this is what I want to be doing with this game. And we have to think about it on Alexis' side. Alexis did the trial and error thing here. Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon game 1, did that work out? Not really. What do we then do? Is it going Mega Kangaskhan? Potentially, because that can actually one-hit knock out these Zoroarks. Although this does require you to flip heads twice, but we'll leave that out of the equation there. Or do you go aggressive Zoroark to get rid of some of these pieces, right? It's a good question because it always would end up be playing into that powerful rage.
Yeah, exactly. Swinging into Zoroark is always scary, but there's often targets around the Zoroarks themselves that you can go for. You can see a Yveltal on the board right now, often Monkey Dories, as well as the Pheasantipty and Petronti X in the later game. But the Mega Kangaskhan X appearing this time for Alexis. It wasn't there in game 1, but a 3-prize Pokemon that allows you to draw and tank some hits. A fascinating inclusion for the archetype, and one that we'll see in full effect right now.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing that in full effect, being able to use the Petron, subjugating chains potentially. And no, forgoing that, going to go ahead and do the Turbo Energize just straight from that. Typically, you could also be doing that from the Kangaskhan, but if you want to be charging up the Kangaskhan, it has to stay in the bench.
Very true, and that attack from Kangaskhan creating some highlight moments in Milwaukee. Rapid fire combo, 200 plus 50 for each heads you flip in a row. If you get tails, the damage stops there, so sometimes you need to
eu acho que ela tá em dúvida se ela energiza se ela descarta pra dar PT up, né?
Sometimes even
Tem Tícera.
350. And we saw a fascinating moment with MewEX genome hacking rapid fire combo to knock out Mega, but it really is that run errand, the ability that people use it for. As the drawing of 2 cards is so key, and we see exactly that happening on Piper's side with Trade, discarding those unnecessary Buddy Poffins now, allowing her to draw 2 more cards. There were some cards we didn't get to see from Piper in game 1 that might become relevant in this one.
Yeah, we're mentioning the Daramaka Domanitan, not quite the matchup that we're going to be able to see that in, but more effects of usage of Monkey Dory Team Rocket's Watchtower being able to close down Mega Kangaskhan's draw is going to be pretty effective when we're talking about Iono later, being able to shut that down. Typically, that's added for, you know, these knocked out decks, but, you know, you can have the 2-in-1 when it comes to that.
Ah, não tá porque tem nebulosa, né?
And attacking, that's going
Não
to be
tá
a
envenenado porque
key piece
colocou uma
here,
nebulosa
as the
nele
first
ali.
knockout will not require any heads from their rapid fire combo. Just 200 damage will be enough. But it looks like attempting to try and take the knockout here early on. See if you can get it. Alexis will have just checked. We can't quite see whether that was a heads. We'll just be checking to see what the outcome is there. And it looks like
tails.
Just 250, maybe 200 damage we get to see at this stage. And it's an exciting moment every time we see the Mega Kangaskhan. Just 200 damage there for Alexis.
Yeah, but what Piper's going to be able to do here is going to be trade. It just needs an energy and a Reshiram, and then its knockouts is going to be dished back into that Mega Kangaskhan, and Piper going to be able to open up with those free prizes.
Sometimes early aggression into Enzorok allows you to catch them slacking as they aren't able to get the energy in play and the Ends Reshiram required.
Vai dar tudo, né? Tem que dar, não tem o que fazer.
See the Ends Reshiram. That's all the pieces that we need right here, Mike, but I don't quite see. I see Cyrano, but that only gets you EX Pokemon, not, you know, these normal Pokemon. Reshiram is in. Mike, I don't like. We do see the Pekaron.
Dá pra salvar mesmo, dá pra salvar.
Draw cards because we haven't suffered any knockouts on Piper's side. So the way that it's looking now is that, you know, Alexis is going to be able to, you know, breathe at the very least, and Piper potentially just want to be like, okay, I'm going to shove another Pokemon into the active spot and take a hit with that. Hope that Alexis is not going to be able to boss his orders with that Zoroark, because that Zoroark, you know, even though becoming like sort of a damage bank at the bench, right? But being able to just say, I'm going to have a one-hit knockout just waiting for some point.
Now we see the Yveltal coming into the active at this stage, poising itself through the subjugating chain and the energy attachment across to another Pokemon.
Jogada ruim do Zoroark, infelizmente não tive que fazer mesmo.
Damage Pokemon in play, and so if you can survive a few turns there, you will be able to get that big knockout in the future with a powerful Rage. Now it's up to Alexis. Alexis in a much stronger position here in Game 2.
Yeah, much stronger position, even though, like, it had been quite the reverse if Piper had hit the Ends Reshiram there. But starting to charge up that Cornerstone Mask Ogrepon and just going through with it with the Mega Kangaskhan. We can still draw cards with Run Errand, which in that case, you know, stuff like Pokiki or Boss's Orders are cards that we want to target you to be able to take off that threat of that damage Zoroark on the bench.
And Yveltal here has the free retreat, something that is often overlooked by many players. Why is it so important to have these free retreating Pokemon in your deck?
Whenever you're starting your turn off, as we gave the example of, you know, being able to use...
Era o peixe.
Oh, do you see Boss's
É porque o peixe arruma a mesa, né? Faz sentido também. Depois lida com aquele Zoroark ali, mas... Pode dar ruim, pode dar ruim.
I do actually really like the play here because we attached to the Cornerstone Ogrepon there the turn previously. And whenever we're doing that, it means that if the Zoroark goes up and does the one-hit KO on the Mega Kangaskhan, a Fighting Energy could be able to just make it so the Cornerstone Mask Ogrepon is going to be able to take the knockout on Zoroark, and whoop-de-doo, Alexis will be down on 2 prizes.
And all the while, that Mega Kangaskhan EX is in the active. Run Errand will be available to draw more cards. Simple turns for Alexis at this stage, but it is about finding the right resource at the right time, as the continuous rapid-fire combo of 200 damage, sometimes more, into Piper's side will allow Alexis to be in a strong position. But that secret box, one of the most powerful ace specs in the game right now.
Yeah, and
you know what,
Ends Reshiram. What does Ends Reshiram give you? It gives you a way to knock out this Mega Kangaskhan. But that's pretty short-sighted when we look at it that way. Because yes, as said, Alexis only needs a fighting type energy to be able to take out that Zoroark if that's the way that Piper decides to go. And when we're looking at it that way, then we have to think about, what do we do then? Piper can get an Okidogi just attacking in one turn. Piper would be going down to 3 prizes. And then we have to look at, how does Piper take the rest of her prize cards?
So it's looking pretty even here for both players. Piper pal padding back in the Professor Turris scenario, which was key last game to pick up Monkey Doria liability on board. That is the main use case for Enzorok, typically, is picking up a liability, but on this occasion Enzorok does have damage on it. You don't want to pick it up as it's so powerful now, using that powerful Rage, 20 times the amount of damage on it. Ends Reshiram, the key attacker that Enzorok will copy. There is that Ends Darmanitan for Piper, but this is not the matchup. It's for just trying to find those big knockouts, and it looks like an Iono there from Piper will disrupt Alexis, especially after drawing all those cards with Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, and drawing all those cards with Mega Kangaskhan, we're going to be able to see the retreat into the Zoroark, knocking out the Mega Kangaskhan, and we get to see exactly, you know,
Isso é
how it's going to
problema
unfold.
de
Does
deixar
Alexis
o
have the
Zoroark com
fighting
vida na
energy?
mesa, né?
Does, you know, I don't quite see it
Esse
yet.
é o
There's
problema.
Lily's determination.
That's going to give you 6 cards, but, you know, Mike, is 6 cards going to be enough? I rather wanted Arvin here.
I mean, that's the challenge
Yeah.
with a deck that doesn't have draw on board. And Zoroark so consistent with its trade. For Alexis, after a disruption, only seeing 4 cards, now going to see 6 with that Lily's determination. You do have things like the Serendipity EX to try and help out, but it's going to be a tough one here if that fighting energy, which there are not many of in the deck, eludes him.
Yeah, and, you know, it's just a typical...
Just one.
Yeah, and how many vessels do we have to see from Alexis as well? Because that's another way of doing it.
Just 2 vessels.
Yeah, so 3 outs of hitting a fighting energy, and the deck's still quite large. So do we see that? No fighting energy, no earthen vessel, Mike. Yeah, this doesn't look too good because this Zoroark, with just a boss on top, we can take out the Pekaron, and then suddenly Piper's down to 1 prize. What Alexis really needed this turn was to be able to take out this Zoroark, because this Zoroark initially just deals so much damage.
And now we see those trades coming through. An extra 6 cards every turn, whilst also thinning out those bad ones. Boss's orders would be key. There are 3 in Piper's deck, not been used at this stage. And so we'll be looking to try and take down that benched liability, whether it's Petrant, whether it's Monkey Dory. Still only needs to take 2 knockouts at this stage, and that's going to be the Okie Dokie, so maybe even setting up for multiple routes at this stage. So many options for Piper in this late game of Game 2.
It's always so smart for Piper just to go ahead and be like, well, if I can't do this, let me just set up for this other thing that I can do. Because whenever a Cornerstone Ogerpon then attacks next turn, then if Piper can set it up to be an energy switch knockout, potentially, we're seeing the energy switch now down to Okie Dokie, being able to attach to Okie Dokie, pretty much telegraphing that next turn. Oh,
Turo as well, and that's going to take all that damage out of play. And now Piper will be able to set up the Okie Dokie EX. That first attack, we saw it last game, Poisonous Musculature, allowing to search for 2 basic energy, and it poisons you, so you do not need the subjugating chain of Petrant EX on this occasion. Ready to swing into the Cornerstone next turn.
And we just get to see what happens whenever, you know, you lose that tempo, but Blood Moon Ursaluna getting down here. Piper has 3 prizes remaining. Blood Moon Ursaluna with 2 energies is going to be able to take out this Okie Dokie. The hard work. And then Zoroark, because the Turo was played, not going to be able to one-hit knock out that Blood Moon Ursaluna. And with Alexis playing, you know, Penny in the deck, being able to pick that back up and go into Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon and just draw out a bit more time.
Yeah, that's a great inclusion here at this stage. Blood Moon Ursaluna's Blood Moon attack. 240 damage is so powerful. It's the highest guaranteed damage output in Alexis's deck until the late stages where you've got Petrant EX, whether it's the Kangaskhan hitting higher numbers, but 240 in the current format is such a good number to be able to take out many targets. It was not designed for Okie Dokie EX, as we do not see that very often, but it is the perfect number.
Yeah, it's a perfect number in this case. Okie Dokie having 250 HP. That poison that, you know, Piper put onto themselves was giving 10 damage, and then it just fits perfectly with that Blood Moon getting in there. You know, I mean, sometimes we see things that we don't quite accounted for, but they will end up going into fruition anyway. But for this Blood Moon to work out, it has to be subjugating chains into Veltal, retreating into Blood Moon Ursaluna, playing Energy Switch, attaching to Ursaluna, which pretty much means that Alexis then on the next turn is not going to be able to, A, attack. Well, he is going to be because of the Petron being able to just pull back and force, but not going to be able to attack with Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon.
Interesting. Not able to get the Blood Moon Ursaluna attack off this turn. Instead going to be setting up in a future turn using the second Turbo Energize here. That singular fighting energy and a dark energy coming out. One on to the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the fighting going on to the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. Yveltal, the 1 prize Pokemon in the active. And it is important to note that Piper only needs to take 3 prize cards. So a 1 prize and a 2 prize would do it at this stage. But it is so important that a big knockout is possible. That is only possible with this Okie Dokie EX at this stage. So boss's orders to take out Blood Moon would be key. And we'll just watch Piper go through these final stages. Not many cards left in deck. It's going to be key.
No, and one thing I'm looking at is how Piper is going to be able to take out their prize cards, right? Yveltal for 1, and then the boss's orders at any stage onto that Petcaron with Pekaron of her own, dealing that poison damage, being able to take up a poisonous mochi.
And that Team Rocket's Watchtower, we mentioned about how it can shut down the Mega Kangaskhan EX, but it also shuts down the season skill of the Blood Moon Ursa Luna. But it will be that boss's orders onto the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. With the stadium in play, asking so many questions, Piper needs Alexis to do a lot more next turn in order to disrupt that board, as it's so stable at this stage. And it looks like now it's swung straight back into Piper's favor as this huge knockout with the boss's orders onto the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. One prize card for Piper. What can you do at this stage, Alexis?
Not to try to be pessimistic here, Mike, but it's not looking like there is the Blood Moon or Saluna being able to take the knockout here, but Piper, all she needs right here is another boss's orders. Quite the wrong one when we're comparing it to you, Mike, but look at it here. A boss's orders is a boss's orders, regardless of Giovanni or not, and that's going to be able to take the game on Piper's side next turn. And Alexis not going to be able to do much about that with free trades just hanging around the bench.
Even disruption at this stage feels impossible, and Lillie's determination is going to make that quite frankly impossible, as Iono was the only way to do so. At this stage, it's looking really tough for Alexis. Despite seeing 6 cards off that Lillie's determination, a huge card included in the mega set to open up a lot of these archetypes. We see many in Alexis's deck, whether it's the Yveltal, the Lillies, or the 2 main attackers in Mega Absol and Mega Kangaskhan, but a lot needs to be done. 4 prize cards for Alexis. This was a tough matchup for Enzorok at the previous tournament. It looked massively in favor of the Mega Absol deck, but Piper's Okie Dokie EX has shown exactly how to counter one of your toughest matchups.
And it's just the Okie Dokie EX being thrown in there. Constantly, Zork was having issues with these Cornerstone Mask Ogre pots, but no more with that Okie Dokie EX. Such, ingenuity coming from Piper, being able to say, what if I just toss this one card into my deck? And you see what it does now? It's basically just swung this matchup from a bad one to something that looks very, very good for Piper.
Incredibly favorable, an amazing inclusion, and it will be incredibly tough for Alexis to find a route to victory. It does have the energy switch, so can move that on to the Petron EX and take a knockout at this stage, as the Petron EX's attack will be doing 300 damage at this stage. Irritated Outburst for the knockout, and it's now for Piper to try and work out how to do it. We'll be using the Night Stretcher. Petron EX moves the Enzorok into the active and takes the knockout here, and Piper will be winning our first stream game here in Lille. Round 4 goes to 4-0.
And Piper Lipine coming all the way over from North America, showing us
Pokémon fraco, eles. Como assim?
Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan. One of the next where we're looking at this tournament being like, this is a new deck that people have to beat. But yeah, as we look at it, it looked like a domination attempt here from Piper. At some stages, it did look quite, dicey when it came to it. But at the end of everything, it looked like something,
Zoroark interessante até. Mas pelo visto ele tem as mesmas fragilidades do Zoroark antigo. Não muda muita coisa. Mas eu optou pelo Okidogi pra arrancar esse Wall nojento, né? Interessante a ideia de usar ele pra matar os Wall. As paredona, né? Interessante, interessante. Não é ruim, não.
And then Alexis going into game 2 thinking, I need to do something else here, right?
This is the downside of the Mega Pokemon. Giving up 3 prize
cards.
If
not
one
bad.
is knocked out, it gives your opponent so much time as they're able to take smaller knockouts to finish off the game. But every single time we saw Piper planning out an endgame strategy, there was always multiple routes, and we were always waiting to see which was the option taken in game 1.
Ah, você viu ali? Falei. Cara, literalmente ele é o segundo kart racer, né? Jogo de corrida de kart que equipara, tá ligado? Ele é um dos poucos que equiparou em vendas ao Mario Kart, mano. Não tem kart racer que vende 10 milhões no mercado, não, velho. Crash foi o único que conseguiu fazer um jogo de kart que equipara com o Mario Kart na qualidade e nas vendas, tá ligado? Por isso que eu tenho que ter muito respeito por ele. É difícil pra caralho fazer isso. Eu acho muito brabo. Eu, pessoalmente, prefiro jogar Crash Team Race a Mario Kart. Pessoalmente, eu gosto mais do Team Race. Mas Mario Kart é um jogaço, isso é inegável.
needing to use turbo energize to
Tudo bem que, por exemplo, é 10 milhões, mas quantos anos que não tem o Crash, né? Tipo, tem há muito tempo, tá ligado? Mas ainda assim, vender 10 milha é muito jogo. É que é um jogo que continuou vendendo, né? Foi passando o tempo, a galera continuou comprando, né? Esse é 2019? 2018? Eu acho que é 2018, bicho. Calma aí. 2019, você acertou. 2019. 6 anos, velho. Em 6 anos ele pegou 10 milha. 6 anos ele pegou 10 milhões. E ele não tem de PC, ele é só console. Ele não tem de PC, ele é só console. Ele vendeu 10 milhas apenas nos consoles.
Thank you so much for that, Mike. Yes, I am joined with our round 4 Victor here, Piper Lepine, all the way from Canada and fresh off a top 8 finish at Worlds as well. My first question, Piper, tell the people how you're feeling right now.
I'm really tired. I didn't sleep much last night. You know, just got into Europe a couple days ago, Thursday, I think. So very tired, but happy to be here. Happy to be doing well. Feel great about the deck. So yeah.
Okay, absolutely love to hear it. Now, I just said to you just off camera, watching that game, poetry in motion. I love Enzora. I love it when you're drawing a lot of cards and everything's going well. And you've played this deck before at Milwaukee. What's made you gravitate to this deck?
I really like having onboard draw. Just the consistency that you get from all the cards. Like, you just get whatever options you want each turn, it feels, and no other deck really, like, has the same consistency. Dragon Bolt Dusknoir has that onboard draw, but a lot of times I found myself dead drawing in the early game or whiffing, and, like, the consistency of Cyrano really helps you set up your board. And it's just, there's a lot of small little interactions that are really fun to find, a lot of weird plays. It's really skill intensive, and you just kind of get to do what you want, and it's pretty fun, yeah.
Yeah, whenever I played Enzora, as you say, one thing I like about it versus Dragapult is that you're free to just evolve everything, and then you don't have to worry, and you can just keep drawing cards. Now, I know you played really well in Milwaukee at top 128, I believe, but your deck has changed a little bit since then. Why don't you talk to us about some of the changes and why?
Yeah, so part of it was Charizard did really well at Milwaukee. It was pretty highly played, and then also won with Jackson, playing the Dusknoir, the
Às vezes eles não estão oferecendo pro mercado, porque tem a questão do produto também, tá ligado? Por exemplo, tem épocas que o produto tá em baixa, né? E aí eles não oferecem tanto. Eles dão preferência para oferecer para loja especializada, né? Às vezes é isso. Ou também pode ser o que você falou. Ah, não tá vendendo bem, nem pega, tá sobrando aí. Aí eles param de pegar, né? Há das duas situações, né?
Have a plan against like everything. I just need to have a plan against the top decks and hit those.
Exatamente, não tá um meta maluco, né? Tá um meta mais estável.
I'd say I only played about 50 games since Milwaukee, but I've been playing Zoric since after NAIC. I've been playing a ton. I played a bit in the Journey Together meta as well, but yeah, I've really been grinding it lately. It's just super fun, and I haven't really found any other deck that I enjoy, so yeah, I don't know, just playing a deck that you enjoy a lot will usually help you come to the right conclusions.
I think that's a great bit of nugget of advice for you viewers at home. Play a deck you like and good things will happen. Now, towards the end of that game too, you did a sneakily good Boss's Orders plus Team Rocket's Watchtower turn to sort of turn off the Ursaluna. I know you mentioned it a little bit before, but what else is that Team Rocket's Watchtower for?
Yeah, so it kind of collaterals into Poltnor sometimes because it's really good at shutting off that Blood Moon or Saluna, preventing them from getting those last KOs. It's great into Charizard, shutting down their Pidgeot engine. All those Noctowl decks, you shut them down. Anyone playing Dunsparce, so like Alakazam or Conkeldurr, all that kind of random stuff. It's surprisingly good into a lot of the meta, and it has been for a while. Like, we saw Liam play 2 Watchtowers to the Pittsburgh Regional Championship. I'd love to be playing 2, but it can't really find the deck space. There's a lot of little techs in there, some of which we didn't get to see, like the Darmanitan. Doesn't really shine in that matchup, but the Ogie Dogie, that's a pretty fun card, and it's really good in that matchup.
Yeah, well, it's almost like you can see my card there. I want to talk, let's talk about Okie Dogie first.
Yeah.
Because when that card came down, I was chatting to Joe Bernard backstage, and I was like, this card's really good against Cornerstone, right?
Yeah.
And you said it up straight away, and I was like, wow, this is a statement. Talk to us a little bit about Okie Dogie, what it's there for, and how much you've used it.
I've used it quite a bit because I hit a crustal earlier, so it's been pretty useful against those cornerstones. It powers itself up and gets the poison down, so it's really efficient. It's hard for them to respond with pretty quickly. But additionally, against those mega box decks, you can use the Binding Mochi, and then you're hitting 300, which is knocking out the Absols and the Kangaskhan's if they don't have a Bravery Charm. And you have plenty of stadiums if they have the Lively Stadium to get around that. So not only does it get through the cornerstone, it can just take out like anything. It's a good way to deal with the Goldengo in the early to mid game when you don't have like access to all your Darmanitan pieces. So it's just a generally useful card.
Yeah, no, when I saw it, I was like, wow, that is putting a pressure on. So yeah, talk to us about the Ends Darmanitan, because that's a card, you know, when Jones Giver first came out, everyone was trying to make it work, and it sort of faltered, maybe hitting the consistency. But I saw it was in your deck. What is that for and why?
So with the new Guardy builds being super like turbo builds, like triple candy, they're attacking really quickly. So when they're playing Drifloons, they can prize race you pretty competitively. So you need to make sure that they don't go 2-2-2. So by having the Darmanitan, you have a one prizer that can take two prizes. Since they're only playing the one curly, a lot of times they'll have a Ralts on the bench, so you can take out their attacker and the Ralts, or it just lets you take out two prizes on a turn where you want to deal with their attacker. Like if they're down a lot of Bravery Charms, now you can knock out their Drifloon and another Pokemon versus having to like go after the Guardy to get your two prizes where they get to keep their attacker. And then it just is good enough into Dengo and Ceruledge that it's fine to not be playing the Toedscruel. And it just gets a lot of small uses. Like I've used it a lot. I use it against the Crustal, like it makes that matchup non-auto loss. And yeah, it's just a generally solid card. Like Flare on Darmanitan's a really good attack. Like benching Darumaka puts a lot of pressure on your opponent against like Grimmsnarls and Poltnor because the threat of Darmanitan, and Flare's attack lets you like knock out all their little Pokemon. Like the Monkey Dories against Grimmsnarl with their Frostlass Ping, Duskulls, Budoos, Ralts, Curlias, all those things, and yeah.
Wow, I feel like we've been speaking to Piper for like a minute or two, have an absolute masterclass here on the Enzo deck. I've got one more question for you though before I let you go. Yeah. I know, Piper, you're a big inspiration to a lot of women and other people here in this game. Do you have any sort of tips and tricks for any women that might want to start getting involved more in the competitive scene?
I think just find a good group of people that you trust and hang out with them. And yeah, I don't know, I've been with the same group of people for like 8 years now, and we add more people all the time. Like it's just fun to have people to hang out at events and test with, all that. Yeah,
that sounds great. So we've got some tips for you guys at home. Play a deck you like, find a good group of friends.
Quero essa lista do seu Zoroark, hein? Quero ver como ela tá total, pra mim dar uma analisada. Tá mais perto do que eu gosto de jogar de Zoroark. Talvez eu atualize ele. Passe raiva de Zoroark mais uma vez. Interessante. Interessante as ideias. Achei bacana.
Sometimes it just has these in and out moments. Like right now, we definitely are seeing Zoroark on the in-pound read here, right? You know, having all these different options, and you know, if you missed the interview with Piper, you can go ahead whenever we're having a little bit of a break soon, that you can go back and watch that, because 100%. That was absolute such a masterclass. And that's why I love listening to Piper, because whenever she picks a deck, she just doesn't pick a deck for the deck of it, right? She picks it because it has options, it has good matchups, and has a lot of cool niche plays that it could be making to, yeah, as you saw yourself with Darmanitan. Why play that? We do it because of knocking out additional Pokemon, having on one prize to taking two prizes, being able to swing these prize trades. And yeah, I'm not going to be able to say everything that Piper said, oh, it's just on a whim here, but it was a lot, and it was fantastic.
If you can't answer a question when someone asks you, why are you playing this card with several reasons, it's probably a bit too niche, and it seemed like the question of why Ends Darmanitan had so many reasons beyond just the obvious stuff, and that's the key there, how it does across the hall, because there's so many different decks here in Lille doing well. As we've just seen round 4 on stream, there'll be plenty more action going on, and I think what's key for us is which decks do you guys at home want to see, because it's not easy for us. We've got, you know, the 12 top decks that we saw in the meta share, as well as several others out there, and we'll get a chance for you guys to make that pick.
Testei Carole ontem. A forma de contar a história é legal, me quebra um pouco a gameplay, meio clique e joga. Não, mas eu acho que a gameplay dele é mais pra ser algo que você fica apertando o botão na tela mesmo, né? É uma coisa simplificada, não é uma parada de apertar botões, né? O jeito, ele não é um Little Nightmares da vida, tá ligado? As resoluções das coisas é bem simplória, né? A Maria gosta mais de jogo assim do que de fato se fosse uma plataforma em si. Ela é meio ruim pra apertar botão, né?
I do really want to see a lot of Mecha Lucario. It's just, we're talking about such a powerful attacker with these premium power pros. Hariyama being able to get gusting and doesn't even need to use boss's orders. Lilies for 8. All these crazy pieces that it can pull together. But at the end of the day, it depends on, have you been able to make the deck consistent enough? Have you been able to, you know, go through the bat matchups that Lucario has, and typically the bat matchup has been itself while setting up.
Yeah, for sure. Consistency is key. And hopefully you guys are voting away right now and choosing that archetype that you like. And there's plenty more throughout the tournament that will be showing off. Lots of cool megas coming out and shining at this event. And there was one, it's not a mega, but it is a big old Pokemon, and that's the Okidogi EX. What an amazing inclusion in Piper's list there.
Absolute superstar after the latest round. We do get to see it here in multiple times, right? Like, we saw it being able to deal with the Cornerstone Mask Ogre Punch so efficiently, right? One hit knockout after the Pekron, dealing that poison damage. And looking at the face of it, you're like, well, if I don't just use its first attack and I don't get poisoned after that, how do I get poisoned? Oh yeah, I can get to play Pekron. Evolta have that maneuverability that the Mega Absol box does have too, and it just turns into such great fruition here. You get to see evolution of Zoroark here, and then we get to see, you know, Piper pulling out how many cards she has left in deck, and yeah, just attaching, setting up for the turn afterwards, and yeah, Rocket's Watchtower turning off that Ursaluna, as she says, and then we just get to see, you know, this being the target right
Não
here.
só o Ursaluna, né?
But like we did get to see the target.
Não só o Ursaluna, né? Mas desliga bastante coisa essa Watchtower aí.
You know, we get to cover off the bench here because we get to have the Pekaron.
Deck interessantíssima.
And it's just going to turn into such a game state where Piper goes down to 1 prize. Alex is looking at it. I have to counter Stadium to take the knockout. If I don't counter Stadium, I have to use Pekaron. And it just gets into, I want to do this. That's blocked. I want to do this. That's also kind of blocked. And I want to do this. Oh, I can't do this. So I just lose.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage you got with that Okidogi, you mentioned it quite early on there, of setting up the end Zoroark at the same time, is not just about Okidogi EX being incredible, but it's the fact that it's able to be an option in the active that they're worried about. Meanwhile, you're setting everything else up because it sets itself up on that previous turn, and you can see exactly why it was great there. It was often a secondary strategy throughout the tournament to go for 1 knockout, while the other strategies were being built up with the boss's orders and so on. And when you've got a deck that has several lines to close out a game, and you're drawing 6 cards with the end Zoroark, you're likely to find one of those options, and Piper showing exactly how to set all of those things up. A great moment you've highlighted there.
That's also where we see Alexis kind of like at the end of the game, right? Had that Iona on a hand, had Lilies in it, and just looked at it and be like, you're going to be able to see 7 cards at the top of your deck next turn anyway. I'll just go ahead and play Lily to help myself a little bit more. But you ended up seeing just the defeat in Alex's eyes, because you're just seeing, you got options for this. You've Watchtowered me. You're going to be able to knock me out with Zoroark. You're going to be able to use the Pekron to get the poison and emoji to be effective. Like, regardless of whatever that Piper did there in that turn, there would be 1, 2, 3 different ways of winning that game. In terms of just using the Zoroark to get the knockout. But yeah, I think this game would have been a lot different had we not had Okidogi in the equation, because Okidogi was the one being able to carry your way through these Cornerstone Mask Ogre pawns. And as we said, and we alluded to multiple times during this stream match, where, you know, if typically Zoroark's not had a great time into the Mega Absol box because of the Cornerstone Mask Ogre pawn, but once you have a actual response to that, just like we saw some Goldengo list happen in the past, because Goldengo actually has the same issue with Cornerstone Mask Ogre pawn using another, you know, EX type attacker. It's the same solution.
Yeah, lots of solutions people trying to solve in the Mega format here, as we are at our first European event of the Mega set. But we have seen many Scarlet and Violet sets over the last few years, and I think it's a great chance now to reflect on the best decks throughout.
Hey trainers, I'm Ross Gilbert, and with the Scarlet and Violet era having come to a close with the release of Black Bolt and White Flare, it's time to take a look at the key moments from the top decks of the Scarlet and Violet era.
Find the evolution needed. Charizard EX, the knockout.
Here we go. Look at all the pieces.
Perfect map. Isaiah takes the KO.
Starting off with our friend Charizard. It's got the phenomenal Burning Darkness attack, that gets more powerful as the game goes along, and a best friend in the guise of Pidgeot, whose quick search ability can grab any card you like from your deck. It was the deck with which Tord Reklev won the European International Championships in the 2024 season, taking down Isaiah Bradner's Lost Zone deck in the final, a player who would win their own international championship the following season. More on that in a moment. Dragapult, since its release in Twilight Masquerade, has always been fighting for the title of best deck, and between the phenomenal Phantom Dive attack doing 200 to the active Pokemon while dropping 6 damage counters, and the Stage 1 Dracloak from which it evolved having Recon Directive, an ability allowing you to draw cards and gain consistency, you can see why. It won the first regional championship of last season with Ryuki Okada taking the title in Dortmund, beating Rahul Reddy's Lugia in the final, and then it added a North American regional victory in Vancouver with Andrew Hedrick taking down Lucas Shing's Golden Go in the final. And it may never have taken an international championship title in the Masters division, but it did go toe-to-toe with Gardevoir in the World's final last season, which leads us nicely to Gardevoir, really revolving around this Psychic Embrace ability, allowing you to accelerate energy as you like, and although it's got the fairly significant downside of placing damage counters when you accelerate energy, that's okay because we've got stuff like Monkey Dory, which can, for instance, take the damage from your Pokemon and move it to your opponents. And when we're talking about Gardevoir, we could mention how Tord Reklev took second place at the European Internationals the first weekend Gardevoir was legal. We could mention Henry Chow's 3 regional wins last season with the deck. We could mention that it took both finalist spots at the North American International Championships before Isaiah Bradner took his first International Championship victory. But I think we need to focus in on the real highlight here, which was Gardevoir winning the World Championships with Riley McKay taking the title in Anaheim, beating what else but Dragapult in the final. There were many memorable decks and many memorable moments in the Scarlet and Violet era, but these stand out to me as the most impactful. But will these decks remain as impactful moving forward? Will new decks come and take their place? Stay tuned to find out.
It's just a one-hit knockout. Heavy is the crowd.
He might be the greatest of all time.
Ah, bateu o like em São Paulo. Mês que vem. Vai ter o like mês que vem em São Paulo. Grande, hein? Campeonato grande.
Whether you're a long-time fan or just getting started, there's never been a better time to jump into the Pokemon trading card game. With thousands of cards, endless deck possibilities, and an evolving competitive meta, there's always something new to experience. If you're new, following the
Cara, tá. Porque ele tem um marketing muito forte, né, velho? Ele tem um marketing muito forte. Ele reúne muita gente. Aonde você for, a sua cidade que você morar, tá ligado? Por mais que seja pequena. Eu digo isso porque a minha cidade é pequena, né? Mesmo que não for na cidade, na região, tem coisa. Você vai num supermercado, tu acha, tá ligado? Tu vai numa padaria, dependendo do lugar onde você vai, tem Buster de Pokémon, tá ligado? As coisas. Então, os caras investiram em muita área, eles foram muito inteligentes, né? Eles marketaram muito, mano. Investiram muito na marca. Então, indiferente da geração, tipo, nós que tem 30, 40, a molecada de agora conhece Pokémon também, sabe? É uma parada que é além de uma parada geracional, ela reúne todo mundo, né? Cara, na loja que eu jogo, por mais que a maioria é marmanjo, joga molecadinha de 10, 15 anos lá, tá ligado? É mó maneiro. Sentar na mesa e bater cartinha com a molecada, tá ligado? Jogar TCG com a molecada, muito foda.
To win, a player must draw all 6 prize cards by knocking out opposing Pokemon, but that's not the only way to win. With so many strategies and surprises, anything can happen in the Pokemon TCG. If you're ever unsure, just listen to our expert casters. They'll break it all down.
Cards, no ancient card yet. There's 2. The pair will be discarded now.
Here we go. This is the comeback. Take
Olha lá a menininha jogando.
cards in one turn.
Just gonna conclude that Earthen Vessel.
Plus, our on-screen graphics are there to help you follow the action every step of the way. Stick around and
Cara, a questão não é nem equiparar, velho.
Pokemon TCG.
É porque a visão e o jeito que é feita as coisas, por isso que eu acho meio besta quando a galera tenta comparar Pokémon e Digimon. O jeito que a mulher aí que jogou bem pra caralho, ganhou na outra rodada. A maneira como o Pokémon trabalhou a sua franquia desde o seu começo é muito diferente da maneira que Digimon trabalhou, cara. Digimon sempre foi uma parada que tentou ser mais... uma parada aprofundada, assim, tá ligado? Uma parada que quem entra tem que ir atrás de muita coisa, muita informação, iceberg, tá ligado? E isso já limita muita gente a sequer querer conhecer, tá ligado? Pokémon, cara, tipo, sei lá, você quer ficar entusiasta de Pokémon, pô, você abre aí os sites na net, você assiste ali o anime, se for o caso, tu já tá por dentro, tá ligado? A barreira de entrada, vamos colocar assim, né, pra consumir Pokémon é quase inexistente, né? Enquanto pra Digimon tem um monte de empecilho.
I don't know if I'd call anyone because my parents would probably be there, but yeah, they'd be watching on stream at home if they weren't, so I don't know if I need to call anyone. Okay, you gotta go cereal before milk because you have to measure the milk based on how much cereal you have. If you just pour the milk first, then you're gonna have a like completely horrible ratio.
Você tem uma mentalidade parecida com a minha, gostei de você. Exatamente. Você tem uma mentalidade parecida com a minha, gostei de você. Verdade, né? Halloween semana que vem. Inclusive, o sorteio da miniatura de Digimon vai cair exatamente no Halloween, né? Dia 31. Bravo. Sexta-feira que vem. Eu tô vendo se eu faço um sorteiozinho de alguma coisa a mais por ser Halloween, ou vejo alguma coisa diferente pra fazer. Verei até lá.
Seeing the megas in action is fantastic, but then also seeing Piper adjust her deck and having a really great strategy into this brand new archetype. That's what it's all about this weekend.
It really was, and I enjoyed just listening to her in that interview. I almost felt like I should be taking notes myself.
I know.
The amount of just information and, you know, this is for that and this line, it was just blew me away. And watching that game, I know I said it back there, I'm gonna say it again though. Poetry, that deck was just flying. You know, I need this, I'm gonna grab it. I need that, I'm gonna go grab it. How dare you leave damage counters on me? Have them back powerful rage. The deck was beautiful. And we know it.
Quero a lista dele pra ontem. Quero montar, quero atualizar. Quero a lista dele pra ontem.
Dogi EX to an asymmetrical top cut just last weekend or a couple of weekends ago in Milwaukee. So Piper cherry-picking that, adding it into her own deck list and then having an excellent...
Mas eu realmente acho a aproximação de Digimon muito distante, tá ligado? E tipo, por exemplo, o Digimon, eu vejo algo como entusiasta sendo alguém muito afundado. Ele não dá espaço, muito espaço, pra uma galera novata. Por isso que ele tem, como eu já disse, péssimas portas de entrada. Depois de um tempo você não vê criança. Sério, pesquisa sobre Digimon na atualidade e vê crianças animadas ou engajadas com Digimon. Não tem, mano. É uma parada que foi geracional pra época dele e não ganha público novo, tá ligado? De uma nova geração, assim, vamos colocar, sabe? É muito difícil, ele tem dificuldade de fazer isso.
But beyond that, Shay, it's still a bunch of our stage 2s on top.
It really is. This metagame is so interesting. Like, what, 1 or 2 percentage points separating second place through to, like, what, for 5th and 6th? It just basically means that there is no sort of decks that are super forward. You know, Gardevoir was there at 12%, but there's only like, what, 3 or 4% between that and second place. Charizard EX back into the mix, you know, just took down the last regional. That's a card that, you know, probably Charizard's thinking, guys, you know, I'm still pretty good as well. 330 hit points, 180 goes up as the game goes on. Pidgeot says, whatever card you want, Joe, go and grab it. That's not gone anywhere either. So are you surprised that it's jumped all the way to second place, or?
Well, I mean, it was fairly popular in Milwaukee as well as a choice, and I do think it gained a lot from this expansion. Just sort of...
Sim, o Pokémon é uma fórmula, né? O Pokémon é uma fórmula que é constante, tá ligado? Aquela fórmula constante funciona, indiferente da geração. Os caras entendem isso, né? Mas a parada do Ash, os caras já tinham dito, o Ash ele vai parar de ser utilizado quando ele ganhar uma liga. Tipo, real uma liga mesmo. Aí é o fim dele, porque ele vai cumprir o sonho dele, né? E ele fez isso, né? Ele literal realmente fez isso, ele ganhou, pronto, acabou.
Really getting involved with that Lily, but it looks like here we have our Master Swiss rankings going into round 5, and all of these players are currently undefeated. Joe, anyone jumping out at you here?
Well, already a lot jump off the page to me. Daniel Magda, player who's actually using that Cynthia's Garchomp archetype to a 4-row record right now. Julius Brumfeld currently our 2nd seed, piloting Gardevoir EX once again. I've seen them on the top tables piloting this deck. Seeing Christian Hodas in there at 14th as well. A lot of top talent already doing really well on the top tables.
Yeah, we absolutely love to see it. And a few names there that, you know, aren't too familiar. But that's what I love about these regional championships at events, is that, you know, stories are being told for hundreds of players here. There'll be loads of players here. This will be their first big event. You know, there'll be hundreds of players here who get their first day 2, or phase 2, I should say. Hundreds of players, well, hundreds of players. A few people will get their first top cut. Might get a first-time regional champion as well. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, really spicy stuff, and still great variety out there. I think the meta representation is a really good representation in terms of what's also at the top tables. It's not like everything is just drifting all towards the top and it's all Gardevoir or all Dragapult or this, that, and the other. It feels like there really is a tussle right now for the top archetype. You could really justify 5 or 6 decks, which is why we see such a diverse field.
Yeah, you really could. You know, Sarah Ledge, for example, has been really popular. You know, still probably wants its standout finish. You know, Golden Go with the new Rocks edition. Hasn't quite that big signature finish. That's still knocking on the door saying, excuse me, I'm here as well. Golden Go wants to make it rain. It's all going on, and as you do say, there is still everything's still jostling. There is no, you know, all the, you know, Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Absol like in Milwaukee have just taken the event over. Cynthia's Garchomp still knocking about as well. As you can tell, I'm very excited.
It's a tough pick for any player out there, but we've also given it our best go, having our caster predictions for this weekend. What are going to be our top plays? Shay making no secret of the fact that he is going to be punching through with a new Mega Lucario EX. What is it about this card that you like so much?
What I like about it, well, it's quite simple. You see that second attack, that number, 270.
Yeah.
Right? And then we've got those fighting premium pros, 300. 330, 360. And you know what's good about 330 and 360, Joe? That says whatever's in my opponent's active is getting escorted to the discard pile. So as soon as I saw this Mega...
Tem. Voltou agora. É que assim, a realidade é que o TCG, ele acompanha muito os produtos e as temáticas que estão acontecendo no momento, tá ligado? Até pra arrastar quem já tá assistindo alguma coisa ou pegando alguma coisa. Por exemplo, lançou ZA esse mês, né? O ZA voltou Mega Evolução. Por causa das paradas lá, né? Que tem da região que é onde iniciou a Mega Evolução, né? Que é a região de Kalos. No TCG, essa coleção que nós estamos agora voltou para o TCG as Megas Evoluções. Tanto que eu tô jogando de Mega Venusauro. Nessa temporada vão ter o deck do Mega Venusauro. Então o TCG meio que puxa coisas que estão, né, na época, tá ligado? Seja jogo, seja anime, né? Tipo, não tinha Mega Evolução mais, já tinha lá de antigamente, aí tinha saído, né, rotacionado Mega Evolução, e agora voltou de novo nessa coleção que lançou recente, que é o formato atual, né?
Gardevoir, Dragapult. It's a lot of the meta game here, you know, and it's not just in a standard Mega Lucario deck. Terra Box has been known to play, and that's a deck that's been bubbling below the surface as well. So they were my cards predictions and one.
Yeah, that's one of the decks that's sort of just outside our Phase 1 top choices, but still an archetype that's got great prestige and some great results behind it as well throughout the last few tournaments. And in Mega Evolution, it may only need 1 or 2 adjustments, just throwing in 1 Lily's Determination, and then you've got an updated build of the Terra Toolbox. So it's still going to be really ripe for competing in these top tables, because ultimately the Wellspring Ogerpon still initiates a race perfectly. Pikachu can still dish out a huge amount of damage. There's type coverage Pokemon in there. As you said, Gravity Mountain, a good tech inclusion this weekend. If you're expecting a bunch of those stage 2s, and hey, they're all over a meta game, which means that Terra Toolbox could be having a good run.
It really could be, so keep your eye out for that. And there's something else I want you to keep your eye on here now, because we've had our community choice, and I think players are ready at the table, so we can head down to them real soon. And I cannot wait, viewers, I cannot stress this enough. When I heard what deck won this community choice, I was doing cartwheels backstage. I was very excited. You picked the right deck. Thank you very much. We're going to have some Mega Lucario.
Tanto que eu até pegar uma pastinha aqui, até os produtos vêm no conceito da temporada. Tem uma mini pastinha lá. É uma pastinha de uma folha só. Mas dá pra guardar a carta, ó. Mega Evolução, ó lá. Tem o Mega Lucario e a Mega Gardevoir na frente, tá vendo? E a parte da trás é o Mega Absol e a Mega Mewile. Ah, é bonitinho, ó lá, a pastinha. Ó, uma mini pasta, tá vendo? Pra guardar certinho. Ó, maneiro.
Coming in here, both of our players on 3-1 records right now. Let's see some prize cards. Well, we know, Shay, you're going to be completely...
Não, por isso que eu falei, os caras pensam muito, filho. Os caras é muito esperto. E é por isso que eu falo, quando os caras colocam Pokémon, é hype. O povo compra sem pensar, irmão. Os caras marquetam tudo. Os caras marquetam até colante, tá ligado? Os caras é muito esperto na realidade, né? Os caras sabem fazer.
Carlo is playing a Greninja EX archetype. A fantastic card, a very scary
o cara tá de Greninja. Esse Greninja também é popular, essa build aí. Greninja Dust.
So that's what we're going to keep our eyes out for here. Carlo, as you say, is playing the Pidgeot EX or that quick search ability, letting you grab whatever card you like. Now, there are some downsides to Greninja. You have to discard energy with Ignition, just attach them straight away. So that's going to be during Carlo's game.
Será que é só o Lucario mesmo ou o seu LED? Que tem bastante gente agora usando só o Rock Lunatone. Pode ser um Cero LED também, mas acho que é o Lucario. Mega Lucario, provavelmente. Inclusive, essa próxima coleção já saiu, né, os spoilers das cartas, né? O que vai sair nela? Vai vir Mega Charizard. Vai vender pra caralho. Inclusive, esse Mega Charizard vai ser bem forte.
That's one of the crucial things here. You don't only have Quick Search to fall back on, you also have the Shinobi Blade Attack, which is ideally setting up these big Mirage Barrage strategies with lots of spread damage in addition sometimes to Curse Blast. You can be wiping all sorts of board states.
Yeah, and it works out really nicely with these new Megas, Mega Absol having 280 hit points. You give it a little Shinobi Blade, give it a Mirage Barrage, and that right there.
Poucos o caralho. A primeira gente, tem muita gente fã dela que fala que só ela presta até hoje, bicho. Não é pouca gente, não, é bastante. O que mais se tem é saudosista da região de canto, tá ligado? Pokémon que presta é só os 151, o resto é lixo. Ou no máximo até os de Jotô ali, né? No máximo do máximo até os de Jotô.
That's not bad, we'll take that. However, it's all about that Mega Brave, 2 energy, 270 damage. Now viewers, you're thinking, well, Shay, why are you so excited about 270 damage? I mean, that's all right, but, you know, Mega Absol has 280, for example. Well, you have the big bad Premium Power Pro, which, you know, long-term viewers think about Electro Powers or Fusion, the tablet back in the day. You do an extra 30, your fire types, an extra 30 for each one you play this turn. Quite quickly, that 270 can get out.
Então, mas é que, tipo assim, aí vem a grande questão, bicho. Você já não é tão entusiasta de Pokémon, tá ligado? E você jogou meio que, não vou dizendo foda-se, mas a experiência foi tipo, não foi marcante, não foi memorável, não foi igual jogar na infância que cada Pokémon que você via, você ficava ali frisado olhando ele, tá ligado? Essa parada de memorizar o Pokémon e ele ficar marcante, mentalizado, é viver o jogo, basicamente, tá ligado? É ir jogando de boinha, tá ligado? É ir jogando até várias vezes, né? E aí você vai pegando. Eu digo isso porque, por exemplo, teve jogos que na época que eu joguei que eu também não lembrava dos Pokémon. Agora que eu tô jogando TCG de novo e tô rejogando os jogos, cara, você fala de às vezes um Pokémon aleatório de uma região aí, eu lembro, tá ligado? Eu vou lembrar do nome dele. Por quê? A constância de estar jogando vai fazer você memorizar eles, tá ligado? E, cara, vamos ser sinceros, nós vemos Pokémons da primeira geração desde que eles existem, desde os anos 90, pô, seria difícil não se lembrar deles, né? São os Pokémons mais velhos que se tem, tá ligado?
I think the good news for
Os mais antigos, né?
a knockout in that opening turn. As soon as you see the Soul Rock, you almost expect it. So there already was the backup Froakie. Let's see how strong this hand is. There's already the ace-spec, the Grand Tree in Carlo's hand here. That gives opportunities for all sorts.
Mas é foda, sem ser um entusiasta que tá ali sempre jogando, né? Ou, sei lá, consumir Pokémon direto, é difícil lembrar de todos, tá ligado? Ou de alguns específicos, assim. Tem mais de 1000 Pokémon já, tá ligado?
You can go Pidgeot, and then one piece also gets you towards that Greninja EX. So already seeing this ace back in the hand before.
Tem o Greninja Terra bonitinho ali.
Opener here. It's very likely that Carlo should be able to sculpt a way to get a comeback knockout and immediately establish some very chunky Stage 2 Pokemon.
Tell you what, if that Grand Tree hangs about, no, that's grabbing Greninja, grabbing Pidgeot, grab those Dusknoirs as well. So you can go.
Ele resolveu falhar, né? No Poffins mesmo?
That could get a little bit out of hand. Harry doesn't play.
Ele falhou no Poffins de propósito. Ele vai fazer um Greninja de graça?
Very scary. Here we are going to see it though. Search your deck for a stage 1 Pokemon have also on your basics. And if you like, you can go straight into the stage 2 as well. You know, it's an ace bet that we have seen. Not the most powerful, but what I would say, when it's being used, it can be devastating. So there we go. Froakie straight into that.
O Greninja ela é legal, sim. Ela acelera todos os bichos. É tudo estágio 2, né? É interessante, sim, jogar de árvore. De cristal também é bom, mas da árvore eu acho melhor.
And Shay, if this Iono is right, the game could end this turn.
Ainda dá uma Kisser ainda.
Rare Candy and a way to find Dustoir. It could be game over. Both of these vulnerable basic Pokemon could be knocked out.
É que tem que ser doce raro e Dusknoir, né?
Oh boy, here we go.
Rare Candy.
Rare Candy. Ultra Ball.
We just missed the water energy.
Oh.
Ah, faltou energia pra bater, né?
Can we do it? We're a piece away. We can Rare Candy to Pidgeot on.
Faltou energia de água, né? Aquela prisma não faz, né? Cara, ele pode meter o louco e simplesmente tentar catar uma energia no Pride, né? Existe um mundo? Existe um mundo. É, eu pensei.
Carlo will take a prize card. Is it a water energy? Oh, Carlo, show us. Oh, we're just having a little. I think, was it a Pidgeot? Oh no.
Não tem.
No, it wasn't going to be a water energy.
Não tem.
You can still evolve this.
Yeah.
And you could.
Cara, mas foi perigoso, hein? Ele quase chegou. Ele quase dompou o cara. Faltou só a energia de água.
From your own attack from the Shinobi Blade.
Ele quase dompou o cara.
Thinking, well, I didn't quite win this turn, but my opponent hasn't got Railu down, so I'm not really expecting much to come back. There we are going to see Lunar Cycle after the Night Stretcher to bring back Soul Rock. 1, 2, and 3.
And Lunatone has helped out a lot.
Cara, voltou bonito ali também, né? Tinha tudo na mão depois da Xera, velho. Olha isso.
Basics. It's really important when that Greninja EX can threaten so much. And let's not forget the Grand Tree still
Acho que
in play.
A energia passa no máximo aí.
Either for Harry here. That means Color could have a second bite of the cherry with this amazing ace.
Arma mesa, né?
Most other ace specs are strictly a one-use situation.
Yeah.
In this case, if it sticks around, you can reuse that stadium.
And when you're stage 2 deck, getting multiple uses of Grand Tree, it's like a get out of jail free card, quite honestly. And it's a stadium that Harry can't realistically use.
No.
to any effect, realistically. Got the Nest Ball out for a second. Railu. Again, this is a really Shinobi Blade. Oh no, Mirage Barrage. You know, breakfast really, though. It's a bit scary.
We could evolve up into... We could use the Grand Tree to evolve up into a Mega Lucario, could we not? Or is it not possible if they've come into play that turn? Oh yeah, they can't if it's coming to play.
Mas tem o Mega Lucario na mão. O Mega Lucario não é problema agora, boa.
Okay.
Problema de usar campo esse spec é isso, tira muito fácil, né? Tem que abusar enquanto você tem a chance.
Yeah, you have to think that will be the search from Ultra Ball, then have access to both quick search and then likely going back into the deck using that Greninja to search the deck once again. So this archetype, once it gets into this state, can have so much access to exactly what it wants. And
vai jogar outra Ultra Ball fora, que não tá muito boa a mão, né? Querendo ou não, a mão não tá das melhores. Tem que ser Pidgeot mesmo?
Multiple stage 2 builds to really have all sorts of cherry picking from the likes of Hilda, the likes of Chorus's tenacity, which gives you access to the Grand Tree in situations. There's a few one-off tools. There's some really crucial energy going on in here.
Ah não, o Pidgeot já tava, né?
Navigate, but it all starts with this quick search.
Pidgeot já tava,
Pidgeot comes out, as you say, in your stage 2 deck, that's discarding energy and all that, you know.
É verdade, né? Ele deu o Dusk, estourou, já jogou o Pidgeotto na mesa, né? Antes de bater não, né? Porque ele não tinha como bater. Antes de passar. Pegou a Hilda. A Hilda ele vai atrás da energia de água e de provavelmente um Frog. É isso mesmo. Frog. Botou a água ali. Vai dar um knockout no Lunatone e buscar uma carta. X-Share. Matou o Lunatone, pegou Pride e vai buscar uma carta.
The Mega Lucario has 340.
Yep.
So it's a huge mammoth Pokemon to try and get through. Even with Mirage Barrage setting up damage and whatnot, there could be a way for Harry to have submitted these couple prize cards early and then still find his way to power through with these megas, especially with...
Ele usa Shake? Ah não, ele usa sim, tem um Shake ali, eu vi o Shake. Não, ele usa Shake para aumentar o dano.
And start bouncing between them, so it's been a really good opener from Carlo. But Harry is not far away from bouncing straight back with a Mega Brave that could potentially knock out the active, especially with that Gravity Mountain in play.
Yeah, that's lit. You took the word clean out of my mouth there. Like, Harry, you said you could do an Aura Jab and try and set up. Or you could just be like, well, Gravity Mountain brings that hit points down. So all I need now is one of my Premium Power Pro, and that's going to be a big KO there. Does confidently promote the Railu with the energy. Okay, so we need energy.
Se esse cara fizer Mega Lucario e jogar um Shake, mais uma energia, ele já tá bem zoadinho. Ele pegou outro, será? Auto Greninja? Provável. A partida entre os queridinhos de suas temporadas, né? Greninja e Lucario.
And then we can attach him
Ultra Ball.
Discard pile. Let's see what this Ultra Ball. I guess we could grab Pheasantipity if he plays it.
No, it
doesn't look like he does.
No, it's a build that... This is one of the issues of Mega Evolutions. They give up 3 prize cards, so you always have to think about your game plan. And very frequently, especially if you go in early with the likes of Solrock, you're often expecting to give up a single prize. So then if you have Pheasantipity EX in the deck as well, that gives your opponent an easy boss's orders target, and then they only have to get through 1 Mega during the game.
Foi o que eu pensei. O Mega Lucario é deck que não precisa de Pesan também. É mais uma fragilidade do que uma ajuda pro deck. Ele não precisa de Pheasantipity.
Yeah, it look like he's on the energy to attach up the Aura Jab, but...
I'd personally love to take the 1 here,
I mean, you remove EXP share if you get off the Frogadier as well. I don't think you ever hit into the Pidgeot.
I suppose if your hand is so...
Ele vai bater 130 e energizar atrás.
Maybe next turn I can finish.
Ele deu uma chance pro Greninja jogar.
Perhaps that's the one thing Harry's thinking about here. By trying to set up that guarantee.
Deixa eu jogar.
But action passes over to Carlo now, who may have expected this Greninja to be knocked out. Now has been granted an extra turn to attack with it. And you've got to think he's going to start putting some damage into these Mega Evolution Pokemon. When your opponent's sat on 1 card hand, you feel like you
Toma
really
Lillie ali, aquela Lillie ali ajuda.
Punch in while you can. And I really want to establish some more Duskull here. That's the key thing I would look for if I'm Carlo.
Poffin vai trazer Dusk. Acho que tem mal Dusk só no deck, não? Ou acabou os Dusk? Acabou os Dusk. Mano, ele já tinha falhado uma Poffin, isso que eu achei bizarro. Ele já tinha falhado uma pop já, né?
Interesting. Holding on to the water.
Os caras do Greninja tá jogando meio esquisito.
To find an ignition this turn instead. It could be found from this Lillie's determination. A new supporter card, basically a new face of the game, Shade.
Não que aquela pop ia fazer uma grande diferença, ela ser embaralhada no deck de novo, né?
And draw 6 cards. However, if they still have all 6 of their prize cards remaining, they draw 8 instead. So it's always good throughout the game, but in the early game, it's extra special.
Sim.
Yeah, I mean, long-term viewers, remember Cynthia? This is Cynthia, but objectively better.
Vê um shake ali, o shake ali é legal.
Did we see? Oh yeah, and Greninja is a fighting type, so you can use premium.
O problema ali é que só dá 200 de dano, né? Só.
Quick search. So it looks like we didn't find the ignition from the Lillie, and simply because we didn't attach a water on the previous hand, you have to think this was always part of the plan.
Essa daí já não rola muito não, rola. Rola?
So, if we're gonna eye up
entendi o que ele quer fazer.
Where do you think this is going?
Eu entendi o que ele quer fazer. Já vi onde ele vai chegar. Interessante, porque se ele fizer isso, ele chega perto de ganhar, mano. Ele mata uma Makuhita, dá dano no Mega Lucario, depois ele trabalha em matar aquele Lucario com o Shake e ganha o jogo, né?
Perhaps that's one of the only other things I would think about on that turn. But we're gonna have to take a look here and see. A bit of a pause in the action right now. But from what it looked like, Carlo was putting himself into a pretty good position with this ignition energy play.
Fez errado ali, chamaram o juiz. Onde ele errou, será? Não presta atenção ali, eu não sei erro. Onde foi que ele errou? O que deu de problema ali que precisou chamar o juiz?
And that just really opens up all the different possibilities. You know, I quite like the idea of damaging the bench one, as you say, being like, well, that's the one you clearly want to Mega Brave with. Now it's got damage on it, so if you do, easier KO. And if you don't, as you say, you're now touring 2 energy, costly. We already know that, but you've missed energy already. You're not abundant in it. So, yeah, I definitely feel like it's very awkward right now. The initial energy, though, it's a card that's very powerful. We haven't really seen it too often now, have we?
No, haven't seen much use of the card. It is a huge burst of energy, but only because you lose that energy after the use of it. It's like for one and done deals. And in this case, Greninja's a perfect use because you're already having to discard energy for your attack cost. So you don't feel the downside of ignition energy, it's only really upside. And then there are some archetypes that have, for example, single prize attackers that require 3 colorless energy. That's a big deal. That's very costly to try and get going. Especially with single prizes that you expect to get knocked out anyway, you may as well just start slapping more ignitions on turn by turn and getting the full value of those 3 colorless energy. So quite a specific energy card, but really useful for the stuff that can take advantage of it.
Yeah, and then in combination with that Hilda, can go and grab it. So if you're an evolution deck, well, I guess you would have to be using ignition. It's just perfect because it grabs your pieces, stage 1, stage 2s. Ignition energy says, and here, have 3 energy this turn. Go ahead, do what you like, go nuts. Big fan of it. We haven't seen it too much, but in this scenario where you have this card energy, as Joe says, hoo-wee, that is gaming right there. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan for sure. And I tell you what, if you told me going in a lead up to this event, Joe, if someone sat you down and said, Joe, the first game you'll be casting will be Greninja versus Mega Lucario, what would you have said?
You're lying. You're lying! There's no way they'd both be on such strong records early on. Yes, I respect both archetypes, certainly, and we have seen them on those top tables, but I'd be very surprised to see them going all the way deep into the tournament. But we're seeing new innovation all the time, and so far, both players have got relatively well set up. When you start to see the Grand Tree sprouting all of these stage 2s, it can really look devastating. And when we're out here saying it, like, when I'm hearing myself say, you can search your deck for any card twice a turn.
Eles têm OLED destravado lá agora.
And really crucial piece advantage as well, where you're sculpting
OLED.
So you can see how it gets so scary.
Gente, recebi uma caixa. Eita, o que é mais sem querer?
Evolution as a set, we got 2 Premium Power Pro decks going on.
I know.
We got 2 of them. I know the other one would be Garchomp, who set Cynthia's Garchomp. Wow. And when we've had this kind of effect before, like Electro Power and Power Tablet, it's normally been quite good. Do you expect Premium Power Pro to be as impactful?
100%. I think fighting gains so much from Mega Evolution. Also that fighting gong being such a big consistency piece that allows you to...
Lojinha tá pegando bastante switch destravado lá.
Have a cheeky account of energy, knowing that you retain a huge amount of
to
find energy throughout the entire game. And then also your opening hands always look...
Muita gente migrando pro 2, né? Também. Por isso que eles têm com frequência.
Garchomp's a great user. I love using it in the Lucario deck, of course. But then also non-fighting decks are still using this. Like, it's even in Ceruledge at the moment. The fighting gong allowing you to just filter more energy and again use that Lunatone Soul Rock package. I've been trying to import this Lunatone Soul Rock package into all sorts of decks and just trying to see what I can make work, because that's so much card draw from a single prize engine.
And it also, that fighting also opens the door for that Hariyama.
Yeah.
A lot more useful as well. We haven't really talked about it too much, but being able to essentially play 2 supporters in a turn is very strong. And main I'm thinking about, some Mega Lucario lists I've seen are playing a reversal. You can attack with it. It does 210 damage. That's a great number. Pheasant Dippity, you know, escorts that to the discard pile. Does do 70 damage to itself, but, you know, it's a little panic, late game option. It could be worse.
Yeah, especially when it's picking off those bench Pokemon that always sat on the board anyway. You're saying, come up here, I'll smack you with that Wild Press. And it's not just that reversal energy. You can also power it up with the Aura Drab from the Lucario, of course, as well. So you can get into the mix in all sorts of situations. And I think that's part of the reason why I really like the Lucario deck, is that you can pose as a 3-prize build in certain board states, then suddenly you're 1 turn away from being a completely 1-prize board. And if you're up trading with that Hariyama, you put your opponent in this really strange position where they kind of have to deal with a Hariyama, but then they see a Riolu on the bench and you know what that could turn into, so you have to, you're worried about all sorts of things on their board.
It could get scarily out of hand, that Riolu coming out there. So yeah, big fan of the fighting support. It reminds me of Jimmy Karina from back in the day, that fighting gong, you know, in the same ballpark as an item card, lets you get cheeky with your deck building. And shout out to the Soul Rock Lunatone engine. You know, the biggest abuser of it isn't even fighting type, as you say. We've got a bit of,
Meu Deus, tão ruim, muito ruim mesmo dos caras lá, porque não voltaram ainda, velho.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. But back to this game, Greninja though, I tell you what, that's not really something, I mean, viewers, I just love when new sets come out. I'm there looking through all the sets, thinking, okay, how does this gain? How does this do? Greninja didn't really sneak up. I mean, it snuck up on me. Have you given Greninja much thought at all?
Well, I'm trying to look through the list, and it's literally 1 copy of the Premium Power Pro, and then the Lilies are the only new addition to the deck. But
okay.
We have been singing the praises of how Grimmsnarl loves playing Lily, Charizard loves playing Lily, which in many ways is very similarly built to this Greninja deck. So every stage 2 is elevated by having this new support.
Aquele 100% que aparece do lado do jogo. Não necessariamente é só zerar o jogo, né? Você tá falando do PS5? Cara, depende do jogo. A maioria do jogo é até os créditos. Tem alguns jogos que aquele 100% é realmente você abrir, tipo, o melhor final ou coisa assim, tá ligado? Tipo Silent Hill. Silent Hill F lá, você só pega o 100% se você final o final verdadeiro. Tá ligado? Senão ele não dá o 100% ali. E é só com jogo de PS5 que tem aquela porcentagem, né? Se jogar jogo de PS4 ele não calcula, até porque não tinha isso, né? Na época do Play 4. Porque eu tava com 85% no Expedition, entrei ontem pra brincar, matei o boss final de novo e fiz outro final. Aí ele mudou pra 100. Ah lá! É o caso dos finais, foi o que eu falei. É o caso dos finais.
Or you just ignore it and go for the monkey dories if they're going for a slower approach on the bench. I think it's got a lot here for that new archetype as well, so it could be more subtle metagaming than we're giving it credit for.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, just before we came on, I was like, what fighting type attackers aren't weak to Psychic? Well, here's one. There's Greninja, that's not weak to Psychic, so definitely one to keep an eye on. And that's one thing I love about, you know, new set time, is that, you know, this is where creativity seems to be at its highest. People are just thinking, I've tested this, it seems good, let's roll with it. You know, as the formats develop, you know, top decks become quite clear and obvious, and, you know, the fun decks, you could say, tend to lower out a little bit. But at the start, come on. Greninja versus Mega Lucario. Love to see it. And what do you think is going for our players' heads, Joe? You know, if you're playing a sort of bit more off-the-wall deck, you know, not represented, you know, in our graphics, and you're doing well, what do you do? Do you think you approach a tournament differently when you're playing a deck that's a bit more off the grid versus something that's a little bit more cookie cutter?
Yeah, I think that's always an aspect that you have to consider coming into any new format. You've got to think that someone's tested something you haven't yet, or uncovered something, or just thought about an archetype that they've had to put away for a few weeks thinking it wasn't consistent enough, and then get the opportunity to bring it out again in a new tournament. So you're almost expecting, you can't really take advantage of known counts within decks unless they're really established archetypes. When you see new archetypes like this, you really have to tread carefully and think they could be playing 62, 63 different cards that I'm thinking in my mind, and I'm trying to figure out the deck list as I go, and you really don't want to be caught off guard. So you might play much more cautiously against these archetypes, thinking that it could be within their deck list, so I have to play around this random card that may not even be in there. That's one of the secret strengths of going off meta or rogue, or just picking up the brand new thing, because people will have will have had less reps in, and specifically less so against your exact list.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. Like, as for example, you know, Harry, I don't think we spoke about it yet, but his A-spec of choice, a lot of these Mega Lucario decks love the max belt. You can just turn that,
é que o Expedition, apesar de eu não ter visto exatamente, todo mundo fala. Não existe final perfeito. Todo final vai deixar você realmente com peso na consciência de uma escolha porque tem impacto. Eu acho importante isso, tipo, nem todo jogo precisa ter final Disney. Se a proposta própria do Expedition, você já se prepara para não ter um final Disney, né?
One of the factors, Shay, throughout the weekend is our spooky theme we got going on. You may know we're in some costumes.
Yeah, we are.
And we are looking at some ghosts out on the table with the Duskawar in full force already.
Okay.
So I think we're going to do some ghost type and some spooky fun here, where we're going to be guessing stuff. And here we go. Gengar in the mix.
Come into the format soon, my friend.
He's coming.
He's coming.
We already tested him out online.
Yeah,
he's definitely coming.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Love me a bit of this, you know, fun quiz. Here we go.
Here we go, Shay. Are we working together on this?
Yeah. Let's work together. I'll be this one then. Possesses potential's victim's shadows in an effort to steal away the victim's luck. Goodness. If your shadow begins to laugh, you must take hold of a protective charm post-haste. Shadow, you're not laughing, are you, down there? I ain't got no toothpaste in me. I have to go back to the hotel.
This is potential victim's shadows in an effort to steal away victim's
Okay. That's sinister.
If they laugh is interesting as well.
If your shadow,
I hear the laughing thing, and now I am thinking of Haunter and Gengar because they definitely try, like the anime, they're definitely trying to close the faces and do the tongue out and stuff like that. But taking a life is so strong.
Gengar is a strong geezer.
We're gonna have to make a guess here, Shay. What do you think? Like initially, I thought like Marshadow because you're hiding in the shadows. Yeah. Then I'm now thinking with the laughter, I'm thinking like a Haunter.
I'm thinking Haunter. Should
we lock in Haunter?
Let's lock in a Haunter. Come on.
Oh, you so close. So close. Well, we were on the right lines. I'm glad that we latched onto some key information and got pretty close with that one. Let's try again.
Gengar's brutal.
Your life out
Scary guys. Yeah, Shadow, you better not start laughing down there. I'm scared. Okay.
Here we go. It lays traps, hoping to steal the Here we go again. Steal the lives of those it catches. If you stand in front of its mouth, you'll hear your loved one's voice calling out to you. It lays traps.
It lays traps? And you don't want to stand next to its mouth either?
The voice as well.
Okay, otherwise you hear your loved one's calling out at you. So you're gonna go forward, but you're right, Mom's like you, and then you're in trouble apparently.
I'm trying to think of a ghost type or a dark type that uses
a big mouth
voice a lot.
Yeah.
This is a tough one.
A Gothitelle? I don't think Gothitelle sing. Oh, it's gonna be super obvious.
Gothitelle might not be a bad shout.
You reckon?
I mean, it's a psychic type, but it is a bit. I mean,
it's not yet a ghost, is it? Really? I don't think Gothitelle's stealing lives. I mean, I'm not sure.
I'm finding this one much more tough. So if you have any, laying the traps is so interesting as well.
Who lays traps? Maybe like a Miss Magius, perhaps? Does that sing?
You stand in front of its mouth. I'm thinking like
who's got a big mouth?
Noir or.
That is a terrific shout because its belly's like
big mouth. Let's go Dust Noir.
Yeah, Dust Noir. Great shout there from Joe. Come on.
Oh, it's the Mega! It's Gigantamax Gengar! Right, okay.
The production staff are laughing at us back here. You're going to go Gengar into Gigantamax. It's not even the...
Right.
Who's not even Mega Gengar. Gigantamax Gengar. Outrageous.
How are you falling for that? You're hearing a voice out of that mouth and you're thinking,
how are you just going to stumble into that, by the way? The size of a... Oh, Mum, you're in there, are you? No. Big Gengar.
Right, that was harsh. I feel like that was harsh. Let's try again.
The production staff are laughing at us right now.
I know.
It can pass through other dimensions and appear anywhere. It caused a stir one time when it stuck just one leg out of a wall. I've read this. I know this one. Oh, well, on like a trivia before.
Other dimensions sounds very Giratina or very Hooper. Sticking a leg out is a bit weird, though.
You know what's funny, right? I'm sure I've read this one, and I could have sworn it was Gengar. I don't know if they picked Gengar again.
They wouldn't.
Just to try. I'm tempted to try and call their bluff, you know?
Right. The payoff is so high.
Yeah. I'm taking a risk. I'm sending Gengar. I've got my eyes locked to production staff. Show me a Gengar.
Wait. What if it's... Yes, it's Mecha. It's Mecha Gengar.
Does that count?
Where's the legs on that?
That doesn't count. Oh, come on.
Where's the legs on that? See, I almost stopped you. I was like, wait, they're going to go Mega this time. But then I was like, there's no legs on it.
All right, chat, let us know. Do we get a point for that one? I've seen what they were going for, and I caught it, but then a little bit of a technicality. Chat, let us know. Do we get the point for that one? I think we should, but it's in your hands. It's in your hands.
We're definitely getting tricked out here this Halloween. It's, yeah.
Okay.
We see what you're up to. Let's try again. They couldn't do it a fourth time, surely.
Yeah, how many forms does Gengar got?
Hiding in people's shadows at night. It absorbs their heat. The chill it causes makes the victims shake.
Yeah, Frostlass, perhaps? Does that
Frostlass?
Heat? I guess it's an ice type, actually. So.
I think it wants to absorb heat. That would that'll be awkward for it.
Could that be a bit of a...
It's still hiding in the shadow. I mean, I'm worried now. I'm questioning everything.
Yeah. Do Gengar again?
Making them shake. Hiding in shadows, it still sounds very...
Could you imagine? Could it be Ghastly? Do you reckon they're
Ghastly?
They're trying to...
I like Ghastly because of the chill aspect.
Trying to keep
Stop looking at their eyes.
Stuff, but I'm not getting anything.
They're not giving us hints. I do like Ghastly, though.
You're going Ghastly?
I like Ghastly.
Okay.
Let's go Ghastly.
Let's go Ghastly. Come on, show us the Ghastly!
This is absurd.
This is unreal.
You get some Pokedex entries? Yeah, I'll get them for one.
Yeah.
One is all we wanted, right? Just loads of those. This is harsh.
Gengar. Gengar's... well, tell you what, Gengar's got all over the shop. He's taking your heat, he's taking your shadow, he's taking your life, he's taking everything.
In every way.
Pretending to be your loved ones as well.
Pô, os caras com uma cagada muito grande mesmo na partida, né? Não voltou até agora, velho.
Entries throughout the weekend. And have more variety for the next one. That was brutal. We tried our best though. The hint was there from the start.
Yeah,
we should have known.
There's the main
honestly.
man himself.
Oh dear.
Gengar, goodness.
Let's have a look at some social posts then. See what else is going on out there. How everyone else is enjoying this festive weekend. Having a lot of fun, getting in costumes, and hearing more of your stories throughout the weekend as well.
Yeah, let's do that. Use #PlayPokemon. Find me your favorite Gengar Pokedex. Apparently, that's what we're doing right now. But yeah, I love reacting to the post actually. So if you're at the venue, if you're at home, get on your social media of choice. #PlayPokemon. Every chance your post will get featured for us on on stream. Now, I did see these two tweets. Here we go. So we've got Freya and Pumpka Amy. If you recognize them, they're part of our casting team. And they both, I think round 1 or round 2, Pat.
Round 1.
Round 1, they both got conked. That's Conkelda. Gutsy Swing. It's a big number when it comes out, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is.
Big number.
And what's even more serendipitous is that Amy's actually also playing Conkeldurr themselves. So it was a Conkeldurr mirror round 1, Amy on the losing side of things, and then Freya, another one of our casters, also on the losing side of Conk. So it was a bit of a story going on in Frankfurt. There was some Conkeldurr on the top tables, and it seems to have once again propped up in this tournament.
Could you imagine bringing Conk to a regional, 2000
Não.
and your opponent plays over a timber as I figure.
Tem alguns que tem uma cara mesmo. Meio de mal também. Esse aqui, por exemplo, ó, mó cara de vilão também, ó.
So just as a quick reminder, we're still waiting on some judge discussion going on the tables right now. That's
Malamar.
For right now, but I do
Tem alguns nessa vibe. Tem alguns Pokémons nessa vibe que parece Pokémon realmente ruim, né? Cara ruim, cara feio e tal, tá ligado?
You already think Conkeldurr can deal with a huge chunk of damage, but it also opted to have the likes of Gravity Mountain. It sometimes played Kieran in the list or Black Belt, so you could reach into Gardevoir. Now if Conk can even
Tem aí alguns nessa vibe
his
assim.
weakest matchups now possibly fixed.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Sometimes, a lot of the times in these formats, you get these sort of high-rolly, one-prizey decks, like Baby Bucephalon springs to mind here, Claw, where they start off with a little bit of meme status.
Cabelo eu acho bonitinho. Você tem gostos peculiares, né, bicho?
Actually, might be alright. And I remember
até em Pokémon.
I was thinking, you know what? A lot of people give this Conk deck a hard time, but I think it got to 8-0, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it got on stream.
Não, a galera gosta desse Malamar aí que eu mostrei. Achei um Pokémon da hora. Inclusive, no ZA tem uma mega evolução dele agora.
Doesn't need energy, it's just swinging. And I'm thinking, oh, what do I do here? If you start getting back up like Girder and stuff, it could be, it could be fun. So like you say, 250
Ah lá.
base damage, pre and power pro.
Aí ele fica meio esquisitão. Ele cresce os bracinhos do lado ali, ela tá vendo?
From the side up promo coming into the list as well. I think some of those weaker matchups of Conk were justifiably why it wasn't a popular
Meio que
choice.
cresce os bracinhos do lado ali.
Against the Dragapults, if you can now
Pior que esse na modelagem em 3D eu achei esquisito, tá ligado?
Instead, it looks really, really powerful. So who knows? We could be seeing more.
Ele realmente fica parecendo um alien, né?
I'm sure Amy and Freya don't want to be seen anymore.
Imagem com qualidade de merda do
We
caralho.
might be. Let us know down there in the chat if you're in the sea. Any Concord players? And let me know. Let me know. I'm a fan of yours if you are. I love that.
Aqui, ó, na arte em si até que é mais da hora.
She sleeved it up for a tournament and then backed out a night before.
Oh.
I was playing Conqueror at a regional.
A regional?
Oh,
wow.
It had a lot less support. I remember playing some really questionable cards in it. But I do really love the engine and especially the ignition energy. Such a big reason why the deck functions. And unlike other like fringe decks, this is one of the archetypes that draws some of the most amount of cards in the game.
Yep.
Just via this Hilda and a chain of the Dunsparce and ignition energy, the enriching energy. So you get to see a huge swathe of cards. You have the space because you don't have to play energy cards. That's really what sets the Conqueror deck apart. You just play the enriching and sometimes a number of jet energy. So you do capitalize on having massive damage output and you're starting to patch up those weaker matchups as well as you go.
Yeah, and you know, what was I going to say? And it gets Lillie as well for the early game.
It does.
Flood your board. Interesting. Yeah, I'm a fan. I mean, I don't need a lot to be a fan of a card, to be honest with you.
Especially when there's a number that big. You're already searching for those high damage output Pokemon.
I always say, you know what, I want low effort gaming for myself. I want to just, like I said, sit back. What was that? Mega Brave, a Gutsy Hammer, okay. And you're getting KO'd. Love that. With a guard of our players like, you know, Earth and Vegetable, discard, evolve. And I just want to be like Mega Brave. So yeah.
Don't get your dice out. Don't bother.
Yeah, that's what I
You will not be needing them today.
If my opponent's putting dice on, I'm not doing my job properly.
That's what we're about. Fantastic.
So what do you think you would have played, Joe, if you were playing this event?
It's a great question. I mean, all of my testing this week has been with the Absol Kangaskhan deck, just to get my head around the archetype as much as possible. But I do think it's a tough tournament for the deck. Whenever you see an archetype get over 50% conversion from day 1 to day 2, there's a huge host of them in both top cuts, in both regions. Everyone is turning their head, especially when towards the mastermind behind the archetype. You have to think that it's going to be popular, and immediately everyone else's testing is, if they're not playing the deck, how do I now improve my matchup into it? So we're going to see cornerstone techs, we're going to see more weakness coverage. Wasn't expecting much Greninja and Conkeldurr, I'll be the first to admit that, but there's going to be people trying to target Kangaskhan, there's going to be people trying to target the grass weakness of Absol. So it really feels like, even though we were given this brand new deck just a couple of weeks ago, you've had to be on the front foot and be proactive at changing your own list, expecting the changes from opponents. So I probably would have defaulted to it just from testing, but I probably wouldn't have strayed far enough away from Todd's list to have a really good run. I think I would have fallen prey to some of my opponent's techs.
And it looks like we're going back to the table as game one has concluded with Carlo taking that. We'll get confirmation of that. So Harry Miller, as it stands now, is currently 1 game back with that Mega Lucario Greninja taking game 1 as both players are shuffling up for game 2.
So a win early on for the Greninja deck. Honestly, it did feel like Carlo was in a pretty decent spot in that game. There was just a 1-card hand from Harry. There was no guarantees that Greninja was getting KO'd on the previous turn regardless. So it seems like a fair result here in this 1-0. But we're getting into that game number 2 with plenty of time still on the clock, especially for an aggressive archetype like this Lucario can be. Let's see some prize cards.
And the jamming talent might be a one-of actually for Carlo. We'll get a confirmation. I think the Voodoo might be a one-of as well, but nothing terribly impactful. But here is game 2 here at Lille, round 5. And it looks like Carlo is starting us off buddy poffin. So it looks like, Carlo's going to start with a buddy poffin. And let's see how this turn continues.
Meu Deus do céu, foi loss mesmo? Ah, mas o cara tinha ganhado já. Eu pensei, o cara do Greninja ali já tava muito na frente.
That Solrock Lunatone is something you have to respect. If you're really respecting early aggression, you could go double Froakie as well. This is just the Gust Pidgey, so there's no worries about getting through it, especially when the Solrock can hit through resistance, which is really important to bear in mind. So
deve ter dado merda pro cara que tava de Lucario ali.
So you want to have some
Ele tomou loss.
But the buddy pop in, a pretty perfect start when you're going first.
Can't argue with that. It's interesting. A lot of the decks want to go second these days, right? So You know, if you want to go second and you force your opponent to go first, thinking, oh, hopefully they did draw a little bit. They open up Buddy Buddy Poppin' though, and it's like, oh, goodness. One interesting thing about Buddy Buddy Poppin' though, that is something you cannot play as a Mega Lucario player. Wario has 80 hit points, and your rocks obviously have like 110.
Yeah.
So you're not making use of Buddy Buddy Poppin'.
Carlo just having a final debate over which basic should join the Pidgey. Of course, even Riolu can take knockouts with enough Premium Power Pro.
He really can.
The accelerating stab attack just does 30. So it would take a few, thanks to the resistance on the Pidgey, but it could still get through a Pokemon. But Carlo is going for a whole host, one of each of his basics, with the Duskull found now. Might just end the turn. Oh, is going to be potentially protecting the Pidgey. It's going to be the energy onto the Froakie here. A whole heap of supporters in hand for the following turn.
Expecting the Riolu perhaps is thinking.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting. I'm going to go for the switch into Duskull. Does that have a fighting resistance?
It does still resist, yeah. So it's just as chunky as the Pidgey. The action is passing over. Of course, we can try and move this Pokemon out of the active, not just by retreating, but we could try and Curse Blast our way out of the active into our Froakie if it's not knocked out. But straight away, we see the unmistakable ding-dong of the Fighting Gong coming in.
Absolutely love it. And it's an interesting card there, being eyed up. The Mega Signal, Joe.
Yeah.
Don't see it all the time. We have quite a few Mega Evolution decks out, but we don't really see the Mega Signal. What do you think that is?
Well, it's just a one-of in this deck thanks to the Arven package, and it means you don't have to have a painful discard from your Ultra Ball to get into your Mega Lucario. I think for the likes of the Absol Kangaskhan deck, because they're already basics, you just rely on your classic Nest Ball and Ultra Ball suite anyway. But the Mega Signal definitely can chip in, especially in an archetype like this where you're already playing that high Arven count. Why not give yourself the access to this card? Rather than playing, for example, a third copy of the Lucario, you can just search it out the deck with this item instead.
Vai, que o Gongo tá ali, filhão? Tá doido?
Or a basic fighting energy. Here comes the Arven. I'm going to grab Nest Ball plus Air Balloon combination. Nest Ball going to conclude for that Lunatone. Air Balloon getting attached to the active. And then a shuffle up. Interesting. Now we know that Harry does play Secret Box to the max belt. You're a bit more free to attach the Air Balloon to your Riolus and Lucarios and not be sad about it. Can actually help get around the Mega Brave stipulation of not being able to attack next turn as well. So interesting.
Esse cara não arruma a mesa bem, velho. Tem um jeito de jogar esquisito. Vai dar confusão na cabeça das pessoas.
Harry, you better find up a basic energy, my friend.
Peeking at the 3.
Oh no. Harry.
No energy.
Harry. Oh, we got the Night Stretcher.
Night Stretcher was the backup.
I was about to say, Harry, you risky fella, you. But he had it all along. Okay, just getting that free cards for the fun of it. So we are going to see the Cosmic Beam. Ooh, cheeky. Now this means whatever you promote, Carlo, it's getting sent to the discard pile.
Carlo, you saw...
Alguém sai perdido. Quem é o pergunta?
But now might have to just give it up.
Has to be Pidgey, surely.
Eu entregaria o Pidgey. Eu entregaria o Pidgey.
You can discard it from your bench, then your opponent has to swap their active.
Ixi, ele entregou o Froakie.
That's the Froakie hitting the active. That's going to be the Cosmic Beam KO. Interesting decisions from Carlo. Does that mean Carlo is just going to try and Curse Blast KO to Riolu and say back over to you? Is that what you think he's thinking of here?
Well, I think it really is down to the hand that Carlo is looking at. Because he's got a bunch of Hilda, I think, in the hand. And maybe wants to just evolve into Pidgeotto, whereas thinking that the Frogadier would be too vulnerable to slow evolve into and still be picked off.
Okay. Yeah.
So instead, just saying, I'm a while away from Greninja, regardless of there being a Froakie on my board. Let me slow build towards the Pidgeot that's at least in my hand right now.
Yeah.
But it is a sign of relief for Harry, thinking that he has plenty of time with no pressure coming onto his side.
Interesting decision, but okay, you know. We are going to see the Hilda. Grab an Evolution and an Energy card. Fantastic card from the White Flare expansion, I believe. Really nice.
I think we have to just slow evolve into some stage 1s here.
Yep.
We're holding on to a bunch of stage 2s, but no access to rare candy right now. Instead, it's going to be just the Pidgeotto. Again, still has that crucial resistance that could help out. Not so much into the Soul Rock. Actually, you know what? It's not helping out a huge amount when Soul Rock's able to just just power its way through anyway. But
Premium Power Pro.
Working with what we got here, Shay.
So we're going to see the Ultra Ball. That's going to get rid of another Hilda and the Dust. We're going to reestablish.
Meu Deus, uma outra ball pra Froakie é muito ruim, velho.
Start firing off some attacks at some point. It's like debating, yep, going to send those to the discard pile. Not a lot of stuff in the hand. We can't need that.
Deus do céu, é realmente muito ruim.
We really need that to happen.
Then we do see the retreat back into Duskull. Now, this is quite scary. If Harry can just... imagine if there was a Makuhita developed. That would be... bring that straight back over here. There's the energy, though. Lunar Cycle over to Harry's turn.
Big 3 cards. Can we find the secret box or the bosses?
Cara, mal tá conseguindo montar a mesa agora.
There's the secret box off the top.
Ask and you shall receive, Joe Bernard. But there is the fighting gong first.
Agora ele vai montar a mesa inteira agora.
What's scary about this deck, you know? A lot of people thinking Mega Lucario, Mega Brave, doing big damage. Solrock puts in a lot of heavy lifting. Look at the pressure we're applying. That 1 energy Solrock.
And once again, now that you've picked up the secret box, and you have to feel like that Pidgeotto is a crucial threat to take out. Your opponent's re-established a Froakie, yes, but they've spent their entire turn just rebuilding the stage 1, and they valued it more than a Froakie on the previous turn. So I would love to see boss's orders on this Pidgeotto. There's already the Vitality Band in the hand.
Yep.
So you wouldn't even have to secret box to find any Premium Power Pro. You can keep those around for later. And you can see the last card that Harry wants to remove is this Vitality Band. That plus 10 damage is enough for Solrock to push through the stage 1 Pidgeotto here.
And I love it when my own deck building choices get vindicated. This is a card I was looking at for my own deck thinking, no, look, there's a lot of times where this Vitality Band is going to put in a lot of heavy lifting. And here we are going to see it here. But Secret Box coming up first, that powerful A-Spec. You do have to discard 3
sei lá, eu mantinha esse turno na mão, né? Tudo bem. Porque o Greninja geralmente não pesca o dano tão rápido, né? Ele precisa do Dusk pra fechar o dano.
Then you grab 1 card. Let's let you grab 3.
And we're looking for the boss's orders, but it's actually in the prize cards, Shay.
Only plays 1 copy.
It's just the 1 copy of boss's orders because we rely so heavily on the Heave-Ho catcher.
The Heave-Ho catch.
So perhaps, again, a Night Stretcher, could that be one of your best choices here? So once again, use the Iron Bundle. Yeah,
vai querer trocar a mão,
straight
né?
back. Lily's Determination can refresh the hand as well. There's an Ultra Ball in the hand now also. Does that mean we're still getting our Mega into the mix just to start throwing some more energy around our board?
Don't mind it. I don't mind it if your opponent's faltering. Let me get my heavy hitter. Let me establish some energy and say, right, wherever you evolve, I'm discarding it. It's that simple. And it looks like there we are. Option to pick the full art one as well. Love that.
Of course.
Must say, chat, that's my favorite Mega Evolution. Once we got the other Pokemon in the background, big fan. Here's the Night Stretcher. Here comes back the Iron Bundle. Hyper Blow.
Vou obrigar ele a trocar de novo.
I imagine. And then, if you are Carlo, what do you think you're going to be using here? Oh, well, we got all sorts of stuff going on first.
Grab the Lily first.
Lily's
going to be drawing up to 6 cards with this one, with 1 prize card already taken from Harry. Early on with that Solrock. Seeing the fresh 6 before using the Artisan, because I really like this choice from Harry.
Yep.
Gives him the option to draw into either Makuhita or Riolu, and then you can Artisan for the second piece of that puzzle. You'll also open up a bench space because you're certainly going to use the Iron Bundle this turn. That was part of your secret box plan.
Yep.
And you'd much rather take out a Froakie or a Pidgeotto, no matter what your opponent gives you. But we did shuffle in the Vitality Band, Shay.
Oh, yeah.
There's a risk that from these 6 cards, we don't find a damage modifier.
There's a
big... find a Premium Power Pro, I think.
Got them both.
Drew back in.
Ask and you shall receive, apparently. There we go. 2 times in the same one. There's the high blow activation.
Ele vai ter que... Caralho, ele tá entregando um stroke, velho. Eu entendo que ele quer chegar no Pidgeot pra poder fazer jogadas, mas esse Pidgeot vai morrer no cara batendo o segundo ataque, mano. E ele não vai ter atacante pra voltar. Tudo bem que a diferença entre entregar um ou outro é do igual, mas... Sei lá. Se você entrega o atacante, você fica cada vez mais atrás.
For drawing those cards, but that Solrock really putting on the pressure early for such low commitment is huge. And in this case, now we can retreat, and Lucario can get its Aura Jab in, also powering up some of these other
That's
the crucial difference here. We can start looking to weave in our backup Lucario as well. And that's what we've opted for in this case. 2 energy onto the bench.
Eu não precisava botar Artazon aqui, eu não sabia que ia vir na Lillie também, né? Tem essa questão. Agora já tem a boss na mão para lidar com o Pidgeot. Já tem, né?
Now, if you're Carlo, this is an interesting spot here, Joe, because you are very far away, I think, from what you want to do. What do you think he's trying to piece together here?
Well, certainly has to rebuild some Froakie. The first issue is that there's one of the prize cards, and 2 have been knocked out on the first couple turns of the game. So
eu acho que tá tudo nocauteado, né? Ele não tem mais como colocar um Froakie na mesa. Então tudo lá no prize ou tá nocauteado. Acabou.
Acabou.
Se fudeu.
Far from ideal.
It could be eyeing up a Chorus Tenacity, perhaps.
Mano, ele se
Maybe.
fudeu lindo aí.
Energy card and a stadium. I mean, that does grab Grand Tree. Don't really
Vai
see
ter que
that
jogar Super Vara lá ele.
We did see the quick search.
It was the Chorus Tenacity.
Oh, it was the Chorus Tenacity. Okay.
Super Vara ou Maca, né? Pode ser Maca também. Existe a Maca. Meu Deus, ele tá voltando jogada, filho. Isso é campeonato oficial, amigo. Cuidado aí, que senão o cara vai dar check-up no sexto, vai tomar ainda no cu ainda. Fica voltando play, pô. Perigosíssimo isso.
This is another slow turn.
O cara tá desesperado, o cara tá jogando de maneira burra. Não vou reclamar, ontem eu também joguei quase assim. Ontem eu joguei muito mal, velho. Mas eu tava jogando um campeonatinho de Várzea na cidade, né? Ele tá jogando um campeonato regional, né? É foda.
So it is tough to get through from the Lucario side of things. Instead, we're still going to go into a Duskull here instead. Because we really are all in on this quick search right now. We can't risk it.
Cara, eu duvido que ele vai voltar, velho. Tá muito ruim pra ele voltar. É só o cara dar uma boss naquele bicho ali e ficar de boa, tá ligado? O problema é recuar realmente uma corrida, mas uma corrida é 1 de recuo ou 2? Acho que é 1, né? Na verdade, dá pra pôr balão nele, né? Se tiver balão na mão. Mas não vai ter balão, eu acho. Esqueço que o Lucario joga de balão. Tem balão não, né? Sem balão. No balloons here. Vai ter da Lillie ou passar. Se vier balão, ele joga. Se vier balão, ele mata.
Makuhita from the active. Duskull staring down the active again. But can Carlo buy the turn? He desperately needs to try and close way back into this game. Currently 1 game up here in our Swiss round 5 feature match here at the Lille Regional Championships. There's the cup. All right, let's see. Do we see straight away? You know what I'm going to say for the third time this game? Asking you shall receive. He's done it again. He's only gone and done it again.
Aquilo é Switch?
Flying through this game number 2. Is able to find the
Mega Lucario. É uma Switch mesmo. É que a Switch é antiga, mas é uma Switch. Ah, já era, se fudeu. Agora no nocaute, vambora.
You know, one sort of thing I like about Harry's deck there.
Só tem uma energia aí, filho. Eu não tô jogando com o deck, eu sei que só tem uma.
Getting him straight into the action. And it will just be the aura jab attack here, you have to think.
Might just be asking, you know, what does that do? It's definitely going to carry the Duskull, I can tell you that for free. Yeah.
Yeah, easy knockout on this Duskull. There's more energy thrown into the discard pile with the Lunatone this turn as well, so even more acceleration coming in.
Yeah, and the more energy that gets around, it just starts to get out of hand realistically.
Meu Deus, de novo! Cara, esses dois daí estão errando muito, velho. Deus do céu. De novo. Já voltou? Beleza. Menos mal. Achei que tinha dado ruim ali.
Yeah, powering up the Makuhita as well for 1 energy.
Don't mind it.
That means Harry just 3 prize cards down now.
Cara, o jogo tá muito ganho pro lado do Lucario nesse jogo, velho. Tá muito fácil de ganhar. Mesmo que o cara cague um Greninja aí, ele tá muito fodido já. Tá muito atrás, velho. Ele não vai poder usar os Dusk ali, senão ele vai dar muita vantagem. Ele vai ter que usar, se ele for usar de forma inteligente, pra não dar mais vantagem ainda pro Lucario ali.
So you can't really afford to give up another single prize knockout too easily. You might have to sit with a Pidgeot in the active here.
Interesting. Jamming target off the air.
Torre interessante.
Now worth noting, Lucario did go for the aura jab, so it is free to attack next turn.
Yeah.
Had he went for Mega Brave, that could have actually been a bit awkward, but Lily's determination. But you're right, you know, you can't really offer up easy prize cards now because Harry will have no qualms of just evolving, Hero Catch, get around whatever you try to promote. So you might, I don't know, are you suggesting we just leave Pidgeot?
Ah, porque 8? Ah, ele ainda tá no começo do jogo, verdade.
I feel like we might be in
Pra mim já tava num ponto que já vão pra 6.
with an INO, but that wasn't available.
Counter catcher.
Counter catch again. Try and bring up a Makuhita.
Try the Gambit again.
Yeah, that would be another great solution.
Air balloon is still thinking, right, you managed to move it. Try it again.
We still have that quick search available for Carlo. So it is try and buy that turn in any way you can.
Oh, the Chora is in the discard pile for Harry. Just seen it as he was filtering through.
There are 2 copies in there, but
there's 2 copies.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you almost use them as boss's orders in this list. Yeah. You pick up and put down your heave hose.
Yeah. We even with home. Hariyama.
Let's quick search here. Are we looking for another piece of a Froakie here, just in case things go awry once again?
I have to try and get a second Froakie down, surely.
They're just submitting so many prizes. Yeah, there's going to be another Froakie coming out. Could have thought of getting another piece for the following turn. Try and get you closer to an easy Candy Greninja. Maybe you're relying on Grand Tree next turn as your quick search option.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, I think if it's me, though, it's got to be another...
Yeah, it was a Buddy pop in, so we will be searching out a second Froakie here. It could also be Budew. Oh no, that's in the prize card, so we can't use Itchy Pollen here to be even more protected. Instead, we just have to rely on the bulk of Pidgeot. Unless we're going to retreat into Dusclops, but I still think that's always submitting a prize card for you at some point.
Yeah.
I think you're really just hoping that you can sponge a turn here. You can see the deliberation from Carlo, head in hands right now.
Yeah, this is a tough situation. But as you say, you can't give up another easy one. You basically say, if you leave a 1 prize zone, you're actually basically saying, if you can move Makuhita, you take a prize card. But we are going to see a retreat, okay? I mean, I think that with Dusclops makes the most sense. It's still got a fire resistance and the highest hit points, I guess. But it is over to Harry now. Premium Power Pro, Ultra Ball, Fighting Gong, Ultra Ball, thin the deck.
Yeah.
This could grab your heavy armor, hold it in hands.
Yeah.
Don't have to use it yet, of course.
And then we'll be drawing cards from Lunar Cycle.
Yep.
To try and get us towards, I believe there's just the 1 Turret scenario remaining in the deck.
I mean, that's a decent-sized deck if I had to guess. Maybe about 15, 17 cards, perhaps. Fighting Gong, thin it again.
Yeah, not high odds to find this Professor Turo at all.
Not at all. But the way Harry's been playing this game, Joe, you know what I mean?
You've been asking.
Yeah, and he's been getting.
Receiving.
He's been getting, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, Harry, this will be good for you, fella. Go grab it. He just goes and gets it. So, you know what would be right good right here, Harry? Professor Turo. How's about that one? Any more? I don't think there's any more thinning is winning from the hand here. So
no, I don't think so.
Here we go. Lunar
Big 3
Cycle.
cards.
Here we go. 3 cards. We're looking Professor Churro scenario. Ryalu, Arven. Oh, Hariyama, okay.
Finally, a breath, some space.
Se ele tiver outra switch, ele consegue, mas acho que já é uma switch só, né?
From Harry, with the pressure from these fighting types. This is the first turn.
Precisaria de uma
off the
switch.
gas a little bit. The Arven would have been a really good option. But there's a jamming tower in play, and there's a prized air balloon. So that's still not a big issue.
Well, where was the Choro? Oh, no, it was
right in the middle.
Oh, yeah, no chance.
Cut away.
E só tem o Gatorade,
Stacking the
só.
premium power first. And right, at some point, I know you're going to start using your Greninja. When you do, bish, bash, bosh.
Yeah.
That's what he's trying to get. That's what he's trying to say here.
Yeah,
So,
we haven't spent any of our premium power pros yet.
Yeah.
We haven't spent our Gravity Mountain either. There's lots of ways we can take those final 2 as soon as Carlos starts launching attacks with an EX Pokemon.
Oh, we're going to see the Evo catch.
Oh, interesting.
Going to bring up the...
Oh, wait, we can use double premium power pro here.
Goodness, the corkscrew punch. Wowzers, 10 damage.
Tá bom, ele quis dar nocaute ainda.
Harry said, all right, you're going to try and leave Makuhita in the active one.
Eu guardaria um shake pra poder matar o Pidgeot e acabar o jogo, mas tudo bem. Achei meio besta, mas vai lá. Entendo ele querer correr atrás do Ace aí, mas não achei muito válido, não.
Well, you gotta feel like quick search Grand Tree is step 1. It might be that the only Frogadier might be in the hand. That would be really awkward.
Oh no, that would be awkward.
You could Iono and then still use the Grand Tree afterwards, but you risk drawing into some extra pieces. There's only a 2 Frogadier and 2 Greninja EX. So you could accidentally draw into those pieces and not be able to evolve fully.
Yeah, so viewers, in case you're wondering what we're on about there, Grand Tree, you have to search for the Stage 1 from the deck and the Stage 2 from the deck. So if you only have 1 copy of Stage 1 available and it's in your hand, Grand Tree will automatically fail, for the Pokemon you're trying to use at least.
Let's have a look. Double Greninja already in the deck. Is the Frogadier there as well? Night Stretcher being a choice. So yeah, it doesn't look like we can Grand Tree. Oh, Frogadiers in the hand. Yeah, that is the thing that's most awkward here. Looks like the other one's in the discard pile.
We've already seen super odds.
Yeah, so you can't rod them back in, then tree them back out. So you have to do the Iono and hope. Hope that you don't draw into your Greninja EX from your own Iono to 6 cards. You have 2 copies that you have to dodge. So it's not high odds, but it does add some jeopardy to the choice.
Yeah, it's one of them.
Now we've spent our quick search. We're going for another slow turn here, Shay.
Oh.
We've spent quick search for Night Stretcher. We haven't yet spent our supporter for the turn. We're going into Frogadier.
What does that attack do? 20 and is it switch?
Yeah, the numbing wall.
Oh, paralyze on a coin flip. Okay, we are going to see a Curse Blast, 5 damage counters. That's going to give up a prize card, though, no?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
So Harry's down to 1, so you're trying to make the Iono as powerful as possible.
Okay. I didn't see the Iono. Okay. What to say, Carlo?
This is what Carlo's trying to do. He really needs to buy as much time as possible, because this is going to be a really tricky comeback.
Oh,
he did require
air balloon after prize cards. Has been Iono'd away, but that air balloon is live. Jamming Tower's still there as well, so, you know, there are some counters to the counter. Professor Churro.
We're getting right
look
down
at Harry is itching to play. Look at him. He's like, go on, do it. Whatever you do. Look at the camera. I can see you. Oh, okay. What have we got down here, though, for Kylo?
Grand Tree, still risky to put into play. You've already evolved this turn.
Like the interesting wrinkle
so I think we're going for the paralysis here.
Okay, so 20 damage, coin flip, paralysis. Paralysis means, oh, we're just going to show the Predator already. Basically saying, if you paralyze me, it doesn't matter. I can pick up that and attack with anything I like. There is the fist bump. Game 2 here, Swiss Round 5 feature match has concluded. Harry Miller has evened up this series, and we're going to the game 3. Professor Churro coming at the perfect scenario.
It felt like that happened throughout the game, honestly. We were saying a piece here or there would allow Harry to still have a really strong turn, and Harry really putting an exhibition on how Lucario functions. We got to see all aspects of the deck in action there. We got to see the early pressure from these Soul Rocks coming into this game number 2, in addition to getting some additional stage 1s into play, weaving in Mega Lucario EX as a dangerous attacker, and accelerating to backup threats at the same time. Whereas Carlo was having an awkward struggle. I think it really came down to his very first turn pop-in decision to grab that early Duskull rather than a backup Pidgey or backup Froakie. That would have given him so much more wiggle room to get into his stage 2s a little bit faster. It meant that in this game, he had to submit prize after prize, especially with Iron Bundle being pivotal. Also, this Hippo Catcher was another huge turn for Harry here. And great choice to use the Makuhita's 10 damage attack, pumping it up with double premium power for the KO here. That shows that Harry is really well versed with this list.
He really is. And what's really interesting about the Mega Lucario that we've just seen there is that you might be thinking, you know, it just hits super hard. He technically didn't use Mega Brave once.
No.
Didn't use Mega Brave. We saw Makuhita getting in the mix. We saw a lot of Aura Jab for sure. We saw Solrock getting involved. Just showing, as you say, just almost like a toolbox of attackers, all for different times and places. We get Hariyama can attack as well. We've seen some people even use reversal energy to get there. However, though, if you're Carlo, which is going through your head right now?
Well, let's try and get multiple Froakie down. I know that's step 1. Let's try and weave in my quick search, but also we're going to have to try and be a bit more disruptive. There was only one turn, I think, where we had of Iono. It just so happened that Harry was able to get out of that hand, even though it was a 1-card hand. That was quite low odds, to be fair. Kind of could have mounted this unlikely comeback in that situation if the paralysis went your way and you were able to stop Harry finding the pieces for a number of turns. And it would have required a lot of different intricate math from lots of use of Greninja and probably multiple uses of Iono to put your opponent back down to lower hand sizes. But I feel like he can still try and accept KOs on some of his EXs as long as he's able to threaten multiple Pokemon at once, especially trying to neutralize those Makuhita, I think is a big deal for him as he uses his Mirage Barrage throughout the game.
Just trying to see, we did see Gravity Mountain prized. There's only put 1 copy of them. But it looks like our game 3 is getting started. Harry Miller's kicking us off. Fighting Gong being played. 9 minutes left. Something worth noting, I feel, that now, something to be said for playing the decks that have a high damage output, time tends to be a bit more in your favor.
Yep, you've got to race through those prize cards, so having an aggressive basic that can attack, having a stage 1 that can deal ridiculous damage, does give you a bit of an edge in this. Stage 2s take a little while longer to set up, And also in this case, the Greninja isn't a high damage output archetype. It's trying to set up knockouts.
Pra eles não empatar vai ter que ser uma vídeo longo, tá? Difícil ainda,
Because you're
vou
putting damage into
empatar.
play whilst also feeding your opponent prize cards. So there is still a chance in these just slightly less than 9 minutes that we're still going to see a conclusion to this game.
Worth noting for Carlo, did lead 2 Pidgey. So we've already got more copies out. Step 1, release the Lunar Cycle. Harry has led the Lunar Tone. Not the ideal when you want to lead. To see the Ultra Ball being eyed up, perhaps. Could this be grabbing Rilo just to develop your threat? That Mega Signal is getting discarded. I love that full art, by the way.
Yeah, I think in this instance, the Iron Bundle is far less valuable. When you see 2 of the same basic, you know that that's not going to be useful for a while. So let's stash that in the discard pile for future night stretchers, potentially. Whilst we do find that Riolu as expected. Get our stage 1 in the mix. I don't think there was any additional fighting energy in the hand. Was there a night stretcher to maybe retreat this Lunatone? If that's not the case, you're kind of locked into just an Aura Jab or just a Solrock next turn, and then you also need to find an Air Balloon. So maybe a little bit awkward if we don't have an energy this turn. We do have the Night Stretcher.
Night Stretcher, yeah.
So I wouldn't mind it on either basic here, just so we are representing more pressure. And the pass over to Carlo, who opted to go second in this game number 3. Picks up an Arven.
Wow.
Also has access to Lily here, and a good amount of ball search.
Double rare candy as well.
With a double candy in hand, it makes me think the Arven has to be the best choice here.
Yeah, 100% surely.
Keep those candies for next turn, absolutely.
There is the Arven, an absolute backbone of our standard format. Ever since it was put in a Scarlet Violet base, a supporter card letting you grab an item and a tool card. I couldn't believe it when I first saw it, Joe. I thought it has to say "or," surely. No, you have to grab both. And then when those technical machines came out,
oh my goodness.
Oh, now we're off to the races. Turbo Energize, Evolution, Devolution, all C play. Arven helps smooth that all over.
A staple in so many archetypes. The flexibility of that tool is one of the backbones of it. It allows us to have great mobility, good early game search, potential damage modifiers, potential hit point buff, and all those TMs also have a variety of uses in early game situations for setup via energy or via evolution. So many archetypes could consider Arven and then build their deck around it accordingly to make the most out of this crucial support card.
Yeah, absolutely love it. And one thing I love about Arven as well, how it opens the door for you to be providing your A-specs more reliable, being a secret box, max belt. It just finds them whenever you need them. Looks like Buddy Buddy Poffin is going to be the item target. Door card here being eyed up here. Energy EXP share, I should say, has been taken. An interesting tool. We haven't really seen too much in our modern format as it's been reprinted, but it is a tool card, and when your active Pokemon is knocked out, you can move a basic energy from that Pokemon to the Pokemon has EXP share. Really interesting in the Greninja deck, because that Mirage Barrage attack requires that one water energy, and then you're going to be attaching ignitions every turn if you want to keep doing it. So you can just preserve that one water energy, in theory, saving you that energy attachment.
And it looks like Carlo just debating on that last Ultra Ball, but I do really like holding it with double rare candy in hand.
Yeah.
Next turn you can Ultra Ball Pidgeot into the rare candy, then Pidgeot can find the Greninja, rare candy again, you got double stage 2s, and then you're still able to end your turn searching an extra card. So Carlo is sat on an absolute monster coming into Harry's second turn in the game here. He's trying to figure out how he can get, well, possibly first the Mega Lucario into the mix, and then we're going to try and find a way to move this Lunatone.
And it's interesting, having that EXP share means, you know, I mean, there isn't, well, I guess you could play Boss's Orders and try and pick off the Froakie early on, or perhaps use a Makuhita, Hariyama if it was developed. But the EXP share means you're going to preserve that water energy, so you can't completely remove the Mirage Barrage threat next turn. Ultra Ball is going to conclude for that Mega Lucario, though.
Yeah, I think we have a big, is it an Ino after this? Yeah, it looks like an Ino for a fresh hand. We do need to find, ideally, a couple of fighting energy.
Yeah.
Because we want to Lunar Cycle, maintain a large hand size. It also puts more energy in the discard pile, which synergizes so nicely with Lucario. Even though we see Solrock Lunatone as a package in so many decks, it feels tailor-made for this archetype. Because of that Aura Jab acceleration as well. And what a great hand to see here.
You're into 2 basic energy, and the Nest Ball is worth noting. 4 minutes left on this game. We do have new time rules, viewers, as well. Once time gets called, each player will have 1 turn with a maximum timer of 10 minutes to conclude. And if the game doesn't conclude in that time, well, the game doesn't stand. That's it. Happy days. So if that was to happen, this would end in a 1-1 tie. However, I'm sure both players would love to try and get a win here. So hopefully that doesn't happen.
Yeah, Harry will certainly be initiating the prize race this turn. Has the Lunar Cycle and an energy to retreat if need be, knowing that he can recycle that energy so quickly with Aura Jab. There's some backup Makuhita as well, so we can start representing some Gust from his stage 1s on future turns. Really nice turn here from Harry, getting into the mix early with this Lucario. With a backup Riolu as well, you can start
Caraca,
multiple
o
attacks
errado,
once
ele já tá
again.
querendo abrir o
And
rolê
he's
ali. Pra
right
quê,
in
filho?
range
Quer
with
que não, vai
these
embora.
Premium Power Pros to even deal with these stage 2s that Carlo will be
Dash.
representing next turn.
Yeah, and that's what's scary about playing against Mega Lucario. It's like, well, you know, if you're playing like a Charizard or a Dragapult, you think, well, I can put this up now, you're not going to clear it in one hit. Mega Lucario says, hold on, don't get too confident.
Yeah.
I can.
I will.
Yeah. So Carlo's probably not used to having his Greninja EX potentially get one-shot too much in this tournament, but we do see the Aura Jab KO. Looks like Fighting Energy was taking out the prize cards, is over to Carlo now, who still has, Iono got Iono'd away, didn't it? Sorry, the rare candy. So how did the Iono treat him? Oh, we're going to see the
It's a
paralysis
Lillie
again.
8, I think. We need to try and find these rare candies. At least this is a big shuffle, and ultimately we're shuffling those candies that were put to the bottom back right into that mash. So we have a good chance of getting back into these stage 2s. Crucially, did evolve the active Frogadier already, so it's not like we're looking for a Greninja EX attack here, unless we then pay retreat and go into the Froakie on the bench. That's not really making the most use out of your energy. Let's see this 8 cards. I see some Ultra Ball, but I don't see any rare candy in that mix.
No.
So it looks like another slow route towards a Pidgeot and a Greninja. No sign of the Ace Spec either, the Grand Tree, unfortunately. So it might once again be a paralysis play with Frogadier as we build more stage 1s. There was the Pheasantipity there, but Pheasantipity is a really vulnerable, fighting weak multi-prize Pokemon that Harry would love to pick off. So instead, it looks like Carlo's holding off on that and just using the Ultra Ball for now and trying to get this paralysis play off. The coins already
O problema é o primeiro ataque do Lucario matar o Fezan, né? Dar um caos no Fezan e já matar. Ah, mas foda-se, ele ia fazer o quê? Bater 20? Ah não, ele paralisa, né? Ele poderia paralisar.
Yeah, makes so much sense. Take out that key engine piece. Keep accelerating your energy with Lucario, but keep churning through the prize cards. Yeah, I love the energy attachment to the active. Now you're threatening Mega Brave in addition to the Aura Jab, and even Makuhita could be getting into the mix in future. And it was a really fast turn there, Shay. Less than 30-second turn. You've taken a prize card and you're giving yourself a chance in this game.
Tá jogando rápido porque quer tentar ganhar, né? Mas não vai dar. Vai dar empate isso aí. Nenhum dos dois vai conseguir ganhar. Como alguém que não joga mais de 10 anos, eu tô só o meme do Gohan. Né? É difícil acompanhar, né? Depois de estar muito tempo fora. Isso que Pokémon não muda. Por isso que eu falei que depois que você tá muito tempo fora é meio complicado. Até se adequar de volta, parece que você tá um alien no jogo mesmo. Não, e o pior é que Pokémon literalmente não mudou, tá ligado? Tipo, é a mesma coisa. Anexa energia, evolui, ter o ativo que é o que tá lá lutando e os do banco. Tá? Mesma coisa. Tem as nomenclaturas e os estilos de Pokémon novo, né? Que é os X. Tudo bem que naquela época já tinha X. O X voltou, né? Tinha saído uma temporada e depois voltou de novo. Aí agora as Mega Evolução voltou também. Só que a Mega Evolução funciona um pouco diferente agora. Os X funcionam do mesmo jeito, a Mega Evolução ainda é um pouco diferente.
Got nowhere near it, yeah.
There's the ignition energy attachment. So that Greninja now technically has 4 energy attached to him.
Yeah, holding on to the jamming tower. Just going to go for...
Oh, keep an eye on the
clock. We go 120 onto 2 Pokemon here. Going to take out Riolu for certain.
Nossa, bate em 2 na mesa, né? Descartando 2 energias, né? Você bate em 2 na mesa, é verdade.
But yeah, time has been called. We'll get confirmation if that is, super accurate. But in theory, both players will have 1 turn now. So with 4 prize cards left, really see how this game could conclude. However, for Premium Power Pro, it's a good start.
Não tem outro shake na mão, será? Será que tem? Acabou. É um turno só. Acabou.
Perhaps see some Premium Power Pros. Big KO with the Mega Brave.
Ooh, Mega Brave. That's a lot of damage.
Então, o legal de Pokémon é que ele é um jogo de legado. Por exemplo, tem Tem os treinadores novos, né? Obviamente. Mas geralmente eles fazem alguma coisa que um treinador antigo já fazia. Ou eles são meio que um rework desse treinador, né? Tem treinador que busca item, tem treinador que busca energia, tem treinador que embaralha a mão, né? Agora, um que sempre vai estar em todo formato para a mesma coisa é professor. Carta mãe compra 7. Esse sempre vai ter. Professor, sempre tem reprint, sempre tem no formato, tá ligado?
We'll get confirmation of that, but I did see the fist bump as we were in those turns of time. I think
empataram.
So it is going to be that situation where Carlo couldn't take those final prize cards required from Harry, even with the action of Curse Blast and whatnot, not able to get over the line there. So a tie
A
between
Pokébola faz a mesma coisa, né? Poção faz a mesma coisa. Então, você mais tem que se atualizar realmente com o que tá jogando, né? Os Pokémons novos, porque Pokémon sempre relança novo, né? Pokémons novos. As interações novas entre as cartas, né? Mas depois que você volta, Pokémon é muito de boa. Do momento que você volta a jogar. Eu mesmo também tava uns 10 anos sem jogar. Voltei ano passado, né? Rapidinho peguei o jeito.
Yeah, going into our game number 2, it was really great pressure from Harry as Carlo was only able to find one of each of his evolving Pokemon at a time.
O Heitor só lenhando.
Getting him with his Lucario as well.
Coitada da Action Figure.
Lower damage prizes, which then allowed him to keep his Premium Power Pro around to even get Makuhita into the mix for a KO.
I absolutely loved it. I couldn't believe this. And then getting the Iron to 1 could have matured the last turn, to be honest. But then came up there and said, you know what? This is the time. Now in game 3, you know, had we had more time, it's been really fun to see how this would have panned out, quite honestly, because I feel as if both players were kind of getting involved in the mix. We did see the big, bad, scary Mega Wave eventually. But yeah, this was poetry. This Aura Jab right now, getting his energy in play. Loved it.
It looked like, yeah, again, Harry was putting himself into that great board position. To be fair, this time around, it seemed a lot closer with Carlo. This turn, especially, having the knockout on that backup Riolu, in addition to one of the draw engine parts, the Soul Rock in that instance. Harry did come back straight away with a KO on his final turn of the game onto a Greninja.
Yep.
But that's still only 2 prize cards to take, and then Carlo finding himself in a situation where he's not able to take those final 4 prize cards, even with the help of a Curse Blast here or there. His deck simply didn't have enough damage output to overcome that big Mega Evolution Pokemon.
Yeah, no, so much fun to watch though, wasn't it? Ninja. I mean, to be honest, viewers, I heard Mega Lucario, I was a happy camper. And then when I looked at the deck, I looked over on that laptop there, and I saw Greninja. Yes, I was like, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
And that was fun. I had a lot of fun watching that, Joe. And how do you think both players are feeling progressing forward now from this record?
Yeah, it's still a really strong record. They're still, you know, churning through that phase 1 of the competition with only 1 loss taken and 1 tie now in the mix, which is allowed to help you still progress through to that phase 2 of competition. And they still have off-the-wall decks. This is one of those rounds where you just say, I'm playing off meta, I hit an off meta deck, we had a good tussle, we ended up with a tie and the points are shared. I think you kind of just take that one because you're hoping to target other matchups in the field instead to have an easier time of things.
No, I think that sounds accurate to me. I'll be very happy with that result. Now, viewers, Mega Lucario, you might be watching that thinking, why are more people playing this deck? What's his worst matchup, Joe?
Gardy?
And you know who's done really well with Gardevoir recently?
Everyone?
Winning the World Championships, Riley McKay. So we're going to have a little catch-up with him, and then we'll be coming back to our Regional Championship here in Lille with our next round coming soon. So promise me, you won't go anywhere.
Riley McKay has punched his ticket into Championship Sunday.
He is proving everyone wrong.
1 prize remains, and it is eternal.
He has done it.
Well, it hasn't sunk in completely. It still feels amazing, though. Absolutely unreal. My name is Riley McKay, and I'm from Toronto, Ontario, in Canada. My favorite starter Pokemon is probably Scorbunny. I got this like stuffed bunny when I was a day old, and I still have him, and he reminds me of that bunny, I guess. Back in the day, there was like this league in Burlington. It's like the specific town that I live in. Rowan Stavino had just won Worlds, and I found out about like competitive play in the World Championships and everything through that. My first top cut in seniors, Memphis 2018. I started off like 5-0. I beat some really good players, and that was like the first time I realized that I could actually compete at a high level. Over the years, I've gotten better and then managed to make it to Worlds. If you want to do really well, pick your deck in advance and then play a lot of games with it, and like not make any last minute decisions on it. Put in testing and forethought into them. I think that's like the best way to build your deck. And also watch high level games. My deck functions around 2 cards, Gardevoir EX and Monkey Dory. You just have a lot of different attackers. You have a lot of like different ways you can move damage, and a lot of control over the board state in general. In finals, it was very nerve-wracking. Like even at NAIC, it wasn't a stadium. So being in the stadium, like surrounded on all sides, there's lights everywhere. You can't avoid looking at the crowd. My opponent was playing Dragapult Dusknoir. That deck is very good at stopping other decks from setting up. When my opponent stalled my Gardevoir EX in the active, and I needed an energy to retreat it, then I top decked an energy, and then he brought it right back up.
If Riley doesn't have a way to retrieve his Pokemon, he can take a triple knockout.
That was really scary for me. And then I top decked Iono, and I drew 4 cards, and the last one was the energy I needed to win. That was probably the most memorable part for me. I didn't know I was going to win.
It's over!
That is history made! Riley McKay is taking things down here at the Masters Finals.
Something I've learned playing Pokemon is that, like, even if something doesn't go your way, you make a bad play, you draw bad, you lose a set that you should have won, or just in life, if something bad happens, you have to move forward, even if it's difficult, and just make the best of your present situation and do everything you can in the moment. My #1 goal in general was just to get a top cut. I've come really close to getting top 8 at Masters Regionals before, but I never got there. At NAIC, one of the early rounds, I was losing kind of bad, and I was like, it just never works out. Maybe I'm never gonna get top cut at anything, and I kept going. Managing to get like, not 1, but 2 is just absolutely insane. I guess I really just love the game and all the people who play it, so I've never quit.
Pior que isso que ele tá falando, é bravo mesmo, velho. Tem que ter mental, tá ligado? Porque nem toda vez você vai jogar bem pra caralho, né? Tem vezes que vai jogar mal, e se você deixar aquela vez que você jogou mal te abater, tu caga o campeonato inteiro, cara. Tu tem que ter resiliência. É difícil jogar 100% o campeonato inteiro, ainda mais sendo um campeonato grande.
I met people
É
in
foda.
Ireland who is very important to me, and they play Pokemon, and they told me to join us to play Pokemon. I was, okay, I can try out, and I got excited to play again and again, and here we are. My favorite Pokemon competitive deck probably is Ho-Oh-Kiawe and Green Blacephalons, because I love fire decks. They are so aggressive, they are so strong, they one-hit KO everything. They can just win mostly of decks in the formats. I really wish that one day I can be a Pokemon TCG champion. Any kind of regional, international, or world championship champion title will be very cool to get it. I'm looking Brent Tonison because I really like to see he's traveling the whole world to play regional championships, and I really wish I can do the same one day.
Well, things are really heating up here in Lille as round 5 has come to a close, and myself, Mike, and Jesper are going to be taking you through round 6 action as we start to see the top players rising in the Swiss, and it's this stage of the tournament where those 5-0 players are looking to secure their day 2, but even more than that, climb as high as possible.
Yeah, maybe you're doing good in phase 1, but that doesn't even mean you're doing really great looking at the overall perspective of the tournament. We're still going to have hundreds and hundreds of players into the phase 2. So what is phase 1 is all about? Yes, we want to make sure we make phase 2, but then afterwards we want to be having a good enough record to make it into that top cut at the end of phase 2.
100%, and seeing some of those players, just Julius there we got to meet in the break there. He is 5-0 currently, and many more familiar faces. Piper, who we saw in our round 4 feature match, is currently 5-0, as well as many top players. So let's have a look and see who is currently looking in those top positions right here.
And as you said yourself, Julius Brunfeld 5-0, but we can't forget João Pedro Medeiros from Brazil doing this double header as well.
Brasil, tem brasileiro ali. Ah, o João Pedro Medeiros, ó. Tem um BR ali no top, filho. 5-0-0, pô. Vai, Brasil! Pior que tem BR que joga bem o competitivo de Pokémon de fato. Tem BR que joga bem. Quando ele consegue jogar esses campeonatos pra fora... Ah, o sexto ali, ó, é BR mesmo, verdade.
But now we're going to be seeing the real tight matches, right? These 5-0s gearing up to beat each other, and at the end of the day, we're only going to have one, maybe a couple of 8-0 players, and the match is just going to get that much more tight now. It feels like at some points of a tournament, the first 4 or 5 rounds, there's just a bit of warm up, right, and get the juices flowing. And then we're going to be seeing the real matches where everything's going to come down to these very tight micro decisions, these very tight ends of the matchup, where, as we saw last time, maybe that these players are, you know, turning some situations that we think wasn't possible.
For sure, and we'll see which of those players can make it. Over 2,000 masters here at Lille, the largest it's ever been in France, and it's
mais de 2.000 pessoas jogando.
There are so many different decks here in Lille that are performing well, and I think it's fair to say that the deck going into this tournament that everyone was excited about was
Sim, isso é muito legal, hein?
combined with Mega Kangaskhan EX. Yes, but you played it.
As cidades, quando elas têm um grupo assim, é muito maneiro, tá ligado?
It's almost got a target on its back.
Quando elas têm um grupo realmente pra trocar ideia sobre, a galera se ajudar, o jogo cresce muito, cara. Por isso que eu acho muito legal quando tem no YouTube, na internet, né, canais didáticos que incentivam a galera a jogar e aprender, ao invés de ficar só o cara mostrando o quão picudo ele é no jogo e ficar falando merda, tá ligado? Dando trash talk em comunidade, né? Que infelizmente é uma boa parte, assim. Os que eu acompanho é tudo conteúdo didático. Eu até entendo fazer canal com meme, assim, estilo que o Randa acompanha, mas é aquela parada, tu vai ficar afunilado numa comunidade full de meme só e aprender do jogo de fato, conhecer o jogo de fato, tu não vai conhecer. Tá ligado? Tu vai ver só o lado piada do jogo, né? Então tem que ficar consciente, tipo, o jogo não se resume a isso, tá ligado? É só que aquele canal, o foco dele é satirizar o jogo, né? Memear o jogo.
But it was unable to beat it in those important moments. Talk us through what you see here, Jesper.
Yeah, what I saw was also the feeling I had in Milwaukee.
Esse Mega Absol ficou popularzinho, mas sei lá. Por mais que ele tenha uma win rate maior.
Jackson did end up beating Tord Redcliffe in the top 8. Jackson piloting the
que essa matchup em específica é melhor pro Absol mesmo.
Can take a one-hit knockout onto Cornerstone Ogerpon with Dusknoir or Dusclops included, which is one of these, you know, sort of silver bullets when it comes to the matchup, right? But it all depends on what does Charizard bring in the deck. Is it able to counteract the Cornerstone, or is Cornerstone just going to be able to run
Mega Absol, bicho bonito, cara. Acho
looking at the matchup, it's really interesting to see how
fica bonitão.
But there's one bit of data on there that I think is really fascinating. If you look in the bottom left there, and you can see day 1 share at the 2 regional events happening last weekend, there were 87 players with the deck. It turned into 52 players in day 2. I don't think we've ever seen a deck convert that well, and it is credit to those who were able to find it out early, and also those who are piloting it being such great
Importante é estar no grupo,
kind of
pô.
conversion rate just shows you that maybe these stats
Importante é estar no grupo.
purely based on the fact that these players are so strong. But now looking at how it went into Gardevoir, I think a lot of people thought this was more favorable.
Ficar meio even essa matchup, né?
But it's not. Playing the matchup, I was lucky enough to play against both matchups in Milwaukee.
Que bom. É sempre bom, cara. Quando tem uma pessoa assim que gosta mesmo do bagulho, que estimula você a jogar, é legal. Porque o TCG é justamente bacana por causa da questão comunidade, velho. Tipo, o TCG pode ser do caralho, pode ser bom de jogar, pode ser equilibrado, ter bastante variedades de play e tal. Mas se você não tem com quem jogar, ou a comunidade que está jogando ali ela é chata, tóxica e tal, estraga o jogo totalmente, tá ligado? Não adianta, querendo ou não, esse tipo de jogo, a comunidade ser sadia, ter uma comunidade legal jogando, é muito importante. Tá ligado?
Charizard, even though when you look at the face of a card, you're looking at the bottom left and you're like, it's got weakness, but not good enough.
Yeah, exactly. And it was even in day 2 for those two decks, but how did it fare for the Dragapult Dust Noir, which is a slightly different...
Realmente o Dragapult stop. Porque se ele pingar 60, é o 60 exato que ele toma na volta pra morrer pro Absol, né? Não é bom, tá ligado? O Dragapult dá uma sofrida mesmo.
It went out damp in that matchup. You get the Psyduck out, the Dust Noir is almost put out of play. You attach a mist energy to it, Dragapult can't touch it on the bench. So we end up with a position where Dragapult's initially just dealing 260 a turn, but then Monkey Dory pushing that damage counters over, and the hard work you have to put into creating a Dragapult, the extra 2 energies, just double Monkey Dory, terminal period, and boom, it's off the floor. Or even just sponging some hits with Kanga's gone, being able to draw cards every single turn, and then, oh, you hit into it, I'll penny it.
Yeah, amazing matchup. We got to see that on the stream multiple times, and it was a fascinating one to watch. Thanks to that Psyduck, the little duck that could...
Verdade, o Psyduck ali dá uma parada no Dragadusk legal. Dragadusk ou Draganor, né?
Mega Pokemon are the key new addition. Lillie's Determination, an amazing card to increase consistency. But do you include Psyduck or not is a question lots of people are going to be asking, because Dragapult Dust Noir in our previous European event in Frankfurt was the most popular deck. And with the format not changing too much, that Psyduck has really been a big factor to pushing that archetype out of contention.
We had it back in the day with Mew VMAX. We had Mychina, we had Drapion, and we have Spirit Tomb to block it. Still, Mew VMAX saw a lot of success, even with these cards in format. It does feel like Dusknoir has kind of these hate cards on it, now with Psyduck, just as Mew VMAX had back in the day. But all these free cards I mentioned with the Mychina, with the Drapion, with the Spirit Tomb, all of them went up and down in play depending on success. So you just had to hit and play Mew VMAX on the down period of that.
Yeah, exactly. Find the right moment. Many decks at this event will be trying to find that right moment. We saw Piper earlier with Zoroark EX, and that's very much a deck that found its right moment in the first regional in North America, over with Liam Halliburton winning with it. And that was a deck that...
Cara, quer fazer milagre com uma parada que tá dando merda, né? Mano, sei lá qual que é a da Microsoft, ela tá metendo louco numas coisas que... Mano...
This is an important stage of the tournament, as 5 wins and any more points on top of that, you'll be making your way into phase 2 of the competition. Today we have 8 rounds of phase 1, followed by the first round of phase 2 at the end of the day. So you'll be having 6 streamed rounds of the possible 9 here on the broadcast. We'll be taking you through all the action. Yes, for myself, Shay, and Joe. I've got to ask you before we carry on, you know, what's your opinion on the outfits we've got today? You know, as the neutral bystander, we've got 2 Giovannis and an Alder with Joe and Shay. I'm sure you guys at home got to catch them out earlier on. What's your personal favorite?
I love Joe. I love Aldo. I love the way that Joe carries out, and he actually gets to avoid wearing a blazer on stream by just wearing Aldo's poncho. I do like what Joe has brought on today, but if I have to also pick between Giovannis, that's the thing I have to do. You went for the OG Giovanni, yes?
Yes.
But on the contrary to you, Shay actually caught Persian.
He did, and he got the Persian in the pocket. And speaking of Pokemon, spooky Pokemon, Persian sometimes associated with the spooky season, but as this is our event before Halloween, he thought it would be a great opportunity for us to check out some spooky Pokemon stories. And we will be checking out...
É o regional do TCG? Sim.
Get along with us as we try and work out which of the Pokemon, the over 1,000 Pokemon, is represented by this
Então,
Pokédex
os
entry.
caras só enfiando no cu e ele tendo que, tipo, sorrir e acenar, né?
We're going to try our best this time. Its shell is overflowing with its heightened otherworldly energy. The ectoplasm serves as protection to the Pokemon's core spirit. Wow, there's some big words in there. I think, yeah, start things off. You guys in chat better be getting involved. Have you got any first thoughts looking at that, Jesper?
I have the thought that with a lot of these big boy words, it's going to be a newer Pokemon.
Well, you reckon they're the lexicon of the Pokedex entries has got better as the years have gone on?
Yeah, I reckon so.
Ectoplasm makes me feel ghost type.
Yeah, ectoplasm equals ghost, almost, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's going to be a shell. Like,
Eu acho que não é fantasma, não. Ectoplasma não é o Renúcleus lá?
Like a Gorgeist.
That's a good one.
Or a Pumpkaboo, because the pumpkin's kind of the shell.
Yeah, you're right. Actually,
I don't know.
Yeah, but I think it Gorgeist actually gives off that vibe, yeah. And then it qualifies technically as a newer Pokemon. So...
Yeah. Should we go with Gorgeist?
Yes, go on.
Que o buster de premiação que eles dão em campeonato quando você participa. Isso aqui é garantido, indiferente se você ganhar ou não, pode você participar. Normalmente eu não abro porque a Maria gosta de abrir, né? Ah, não abriu ainda.
It's all gone out of it because the ectoplasm's overflowing. That's exactly what it was saying in the description, right? Our next one here, as we find out, this friendly Pokemon doesn't like being alone. Pay it even the slightest bit of attention and it will follow you forever. Oh, so a very friendly Pokemon. It feels a bit like a Mimikyu. Because that's Mimikyu puts on the Pikachu disguise to try and make friends.
Oh yeah, and like try to be Pikachu because Pikachu is nice, and then you can follow along with you.
Esse dá pra tentar ser Mimikyu mesmo.
Should we just lock in Mimikyu straight away and not think about any other Pokemon? We're going with Mimikyu. It's not Mimikyu, it's
Grivard. Faz sentido.
It's Grivard. It's literally on your shirt.
Faz sentido, faz sentido.
No. I think that's all we've got time
following
for.
Me.
That's all we've got time for here, Jesper, as we're going to wrap up the spooky Pokemon segment.
Ah, tinha que ter o app?
We're going to head down towards our round 6 here. I can't believe they've bamboozled us with the Pokemon you're literally...
A ICF deve ser uma experiência interessante de ir, nem que não seja para... Nem que for não pra jogar, mas só de ir, tá ligado? Pela galera lá, a comunidade toda lá, deve ser maneiro.
A player who's been traveling a lot indeed, but a player who has such a great list of accomplishment. Top 4 at Stockholm Regionals just last season. 2 LAIC top 16s. At Worlds top 128, and you'll be thinking top 128, that isn't that great, but you have to remember, Worlds is the elite, the pinnacle of the world's best players, right? And such a joyous guy, as I mentioned earlier. But like, if you want to look at Julius, you always see that really big smile and that friendliness. But going on to Alberto Conti, does he even need
Well, I was going to say Julius is due a win, and I think before him...
Olha lá, o regional do mesmo lugar do ano passado, ele pegou top 8. Desse ano ele pegou top 4. Aí é outro regional. Aí ele é brabo.
Amazing 2025 season, and looking to try and make it another great one here in 2026.
Esse Alberto Conte aí é meio popular mesmo no cenário. O cara é bom, o cara é bom.
But then again, when we're looking at players like Alberto, like Julius, we're going to have such a fire of a match. But Alberto, known for playing Dragapult, Julius is typically playing whatever is run to mill, but like this season has been concentrating a lot of his efforts into Gardevoir. I remember I traveled with him.
E pra mim não, irmão, joga suas cartas aí. Caralho, bicho.
As they put their prize cards out, it looks like you might have...
Deixa o cara ser feliz, deixa o cara se divertir no hobby dele. Nem todo mundo que joga competitivo tem que ficar com cara de bunda por 50 minutos. Vamos lá. Budil, já tá com a semente da maldade. Já começou mal, já tá com a sementinha da maldade ali. Joga de Dragapult. É a match clássica, Gardevoir vs Dragapult. É o clássico. Ah, não, mas Blue Eyes no Gênesis é o padrão, né? Eu até queria jogar um deckzinho no Gênesis, mas aqui na região o Gênesis ainda tá muito cru. Aí investir pra montar um deck de Gênesis só pra jogar com a galera que é 3, 4 pessoas não vale a pena pra mim. Eu que tô jogando Pokémon já, não vale a pena. Mas achei interessantíssimo o Gênesis. Achei bastante interessante. Pô, abrir primeira mão de caixa é brabo, hein? E no primeiro abriu de caixa já, potente. Bem potente.
You're getting rid of them into the discard pile, whereas with Lillie's determination, you're shuffling them back in. So you have to remember that you want to be able to get the highest yield of whatever before you get to play.
It comes down to that base strategy of Gardevoir EX, Psychic Embrace.
Não, deck eu tenho, porque o Gênesis, na realidade, é muito bom para quem já joga Farfã. Porque ele deixa a opção de você pegar o Farfã e tunar ele com cartas banidas, né, do formato Advanced, porque não tem banida, né, na realidade. E você jogar, mano, jogar o formato ali legal, tá ligado? Dá até uma tunada no deck. Mas eu tenho algumas dessas, inclusive, né? Eu gosto de colecionar carta banida, então eu tenho Pot of Greed, tinha as coisinhas ali. Mas sei lá, tipo, como eu falei, eu não tenho a parada certinha, tô bem desatualizado ali nas cartas, né? Parei de investir há muito tempo. Então, tipo, sei lá, não animei. Tipo, animei jogar, mas aqui, que nem eu falei, a comunidade tá meio morta. E não animou pro Gênesis, então não valia a pena investir pra voltar a jogar Gênesis. Ah, o meu também. Mano, o último deck que eu montei, e tipo, eu atualizei ele com o que saiu na época, não atualizei mais, era Melf, velho. Melf é deck antigo. O último deck que eu montei mesmo pra jogar era Melf. Depois disso eu não comprei mais nada relacionado a TCG, assim, pra montar deck mesmo. Tô bem pra trás. Bem pra trás também.
Lovely sequencing we see here from Alberto, and truly a master of playing Dragon Ball. Has been playing Dragon Balls basically forever. Had it in his
Lillie pra 8.
Whenever he won Gidan's regionals last season, right? So what we're looking at here is Alberto setting up, and yeah, 2 body puffins. Wow.
Yeah, got everything he needs here to set up. It's more about next turn he's going to be thinking about.
Dark World, cara, o estrutural vindo do Dark World foi maneiro. Estrutural do Dark World foi legal.
There's ones that play with the Dust Noir, which is challenging when there is the Psyduck about, but there are variants that play without. But it really is that
quando o corpo tá acostumado, velho, é foda. Cara, agora que eu troquei de casa, é bizarro. Lá na casa que eu tava ainda por horário meio cagado. Mano, eu mudei pra cá. Todo dia. Todo santo dia. Eu tô acordando 6 da manhã. Todo dia. Sem despertador nem nada. Eu pisco assim, eu olho, eu penso, deve ser 6 horas, olha, celular 6 da manhã. Mano, meu relógio biológico nessa casa aqui tá absurdo. Eu não consigo dormir mais. Eu não consigo dormir mais, velho. E olha que ontem eu fui dormir tarde até. Ontem fui dormir era mais de meia-noite também. 6 da manhã. Tava piscando, já tava levantando. Desde eu mudei. Todos os dias. Tô acordando cedinho. Eu acho que o único dia que eu madruguei foi o dia da mudança. Pós a mudança, né, no caso. Foi o dia da mudança ali depois. Aí eu madruguei que era fim de semana. Depois disso, velho, a semana inteira, desde segunda, 6 da manhã eu tô acordando. Hoje também. 6 da manhã eu tô acordando.
The perfect first turn, and we'll be denying items for Julius. There's now going to be, like you said, asking the question of can Julius...
Esse estrutural do Branded tá brabo, viu? É uma opção da hora também, até pra jogar Gênesis mesmo, né? Por mais que o Branded toma no cu no formato Gênesis, dá pra brincar legal com ele ali ainda. No Gênesis ali já dá pra brincar legal com ele. Mas o Blue Eyes é o melhor. Porque o Blue Eyes tem tudo liberado, velho. E não tem quase nada que custa muito ponto, tá ligado? Do Blue Eyes na lista. Você monta um Blue Eyes fechadinho e joga muito bem no Gênesis com ele.
We have to remember that, you know, with the retreat going into Monkey Dory, we can get double Curlia into play this turn. Already has a Curlia in hand and going for the Iono. With this Curlia being evolved, Julius can actually make sure that the team evolution is going to get a Gardevoir out, already placing him at the forefront, and then he can start concentrating on getting more energies into discard pile,
Sim, sim. Cara, tudo que eu tinha. Tipo, eu tinha muita coisa parada aqui. Eu tinha mini sets. Mini sets de Yu-Gi-Oh! Tipo, eu tenho umas sobras aqui de Luna Light. Que não dá pra montar um deck, mas dá pra ajudar alguém que tá começando a montar um deck, porque tem bastante coisa, sabe? Aí eu anunciava, tipo, sei lá, 15 conto na MIP, vendia, velho, uma semana. Eu me livrei de todos os meus mini sets desse jeito, vendi todos, não tem mais nenhum. Aí eu comecei a anunciar minhas cartas cara e lote de carta na MIP também, de Pokémon, do que eu tinha. Vendi tudo. O que não era a coleção da Maria, vendi tudo. Sem ser o deck que eu tenho mesmo. Eu não tenho mais nada sobrando de Yu-Gi nem de Pokémon. Passei tudo. O que eu tenho desses TCGs é de coleção ou é staples, que eu não vendo, que eu sei que eu posso reutilizar para montar outro deck. Mas, tipo, coisa sobrando, eu normalmente não tenho mais. Às vezes eu fico um pouquinho, porque eu jogo Pokémon, abro o Buster de premiação, aí sai as coisas, né? Mas, mano, não dura um mês. Um mês eu já tô mandando embora. Eu não fico mais com carta sobrando. Ou eu vendo na minha cidade ou eu vendo na MIP. A MIP é legal pra vender. Se colocar um preço bacana lá, sai muito rápido. Pra que o maluco olhou o deck inteiro e embaralhou 3 vezes sem tirar uma carta? Porque ele tava checando o deck. É meio slow play também, Scarpa. Às vezes o cara faz um slow play. Mas tem vezes que você dá um efeito pra buscar uma carta ou pra colocar uma carta na mesa. E ele é opcional você fazer. Às vezes não compensa fazer. Aí você só checa o deck pra ver se as cartas estão no deck, não no prize, né? Porque às vezes você vai querer buscar ela em um determinado momento e aí tem que ter certeza se ela tá mesmo no deck, pra você não cometer engano. Então é por isso que às vezes os caras checam umas 3 vezes do deck pra ter certeza. Mas tem vezes que o cara faz isso por slow play também. Sim. Sim.
Have at least 2 psychic energies. That's going to be one being put onto the Scream Tail. Then we can use the slap to knock out Badu at the very least, which is going to happen. Slap, knockout, take a prize, and still put such an amount of pressure onto Alberto. If Alberto decides to attack with Dragon Bolt, it opens up the massive amounts of items that Julius has been building up in their hand. And then, you know,
aí às vezes o que sobra também, assim, de Buster, eu até dou em sorteio aqui no canal também, que nem... Semana que vem no Halloween eu vou sortear mais uma miniaturazinha, né, dos Digimon lá, que eu já sorteei 3. Vou sortear mais uma. E 2, na verdade, né? Sortear a terceira. E aí vai mais um setzinho, tipo, quase um mini Buster de 12 cartas de Digimon que eu tenho aqui sobrando também. Eu já dei 12 cartinhas pro sorteio passado, vou dar nesse também, junto com a miniatura. Então, aí eu desentulho essas cartinhas, mando embora também.
And so Alberto, the strategy is coming through here. The Badu has delayed enough time. It's really just how much can this turn really accelerate him into a strong position.
It really does depend on whether or not Alberto's literally going to be able to explode all the evolutions down on board. Wants 2 extra cloaks. We want some backup. We want to be able to get these Dusclops into play to actually put pressure on Julius. Gonna get that Badu again, and it basically just means that it's gonna be a retreat from Direct Cloak, reattachment from the hand, and going back into Ichipon. Because every single time, even though Slap's gonna take the knockout,
não, eu acho que vai dar knockout.
I need more in play to be able to deal with it. Still getting that Badu down, could still go for the Phantom Dive, but here the Phantom Dive would only get a knockout on the Scream Tail, going for Lillie, but getting a knockout on just Scream Tail is not going to help out. But the issue is just, if Julius gets a Darkness Energy, then getting that Scream Tail up to 30 means that we can just use Adrenaline Brain to knock out the Badu, and then whatever Alberto tosses in the active is going to take more damage.
Exactly, and all of these decisions will be decided after the Lillie's determination. 8 cards for Alberto, as it hasn't taken a single prize card. I see some Dracloaks in that hand, and these
caralho, ele comprou 2 Ultra. 2 Ultra. Bom, hein? Tem Dracloak ali pra ele ciclar mais carta.
You know, while you have those 2 Duskull on the bench, there's so many options available for Alberto to try and go ahead quick here. But with both Gardevoir in play,
o outro Dracloak cicla mais 2.
Outra
Ultra, tô com 3 Ultra na mão.
Yeah, had Julius not hit the second God of War, a board wipe
Ultra
situation that
Ball.
could be happening.
Descarta duas. Descartou o Brock, descartou um Dragapult. Vai pegar mais uma. Ele vai pra Dusclops. Vai. Foi pra Dusclops.
And what Julius is looking at now is that if you get to remove these Dusclops, these Dustnor, those are the pieces that would let Alberto...
Cara, eu acho que se ele estoura ele, ele consegue levar tanto o Munkidori quanto o Screentail, e isso é uma boa jogada, né? Eu imagino que é isso que ele vai fazer. Ah, não, ele recuou mesmo. Ok. Ele só vai locar o cara mesmo. É que o cara não pode bater também, né? Parando pra pensar nesse ponto. O cara ainda não tá numa situação que ele possa atacar.
So he's going to have to rely now on the item lock and the tool lock from Jamming Tower and Budu to win a few more turns back so he can set up that super powerful, aggressive board.
And right here we're looking at Julius trying to decipher what he wants to
Vai armar a mesa, né?
Screamtail could potentially like take out the Dusclops. I'm not hitting that at all because it just takes away so much power from Alberto's board. Also, Julius doesn't know whether or not
Energia na
he's
guard
played in Alberto's deck, but even though with that, if we get to take out the Dusclops, we get to take away all the explosiveness off of Alberto's board, which definitely in that case would play into Julius' advantage.
Could be a huge opportunity to remove that Dusclops.
Knockout from the Dusclops.
The best play sometimes is the obvious play for these top players.
Ué, ele não pegou o Pride?
Target those Dusclops and Dustnoirs on the bench. Screamtail will be the MVP at the start of this game for Julius as Gardevoirs purely supporting from the back bench as we see the roaring screams taking massive knockouts.
There is a way for Julius to win next turn actually. If Alberto goes and uses Phantom Dive, what Julius can do is get a second, 2 Monkey Dories in play. Had we had a Darkness Energy in play, there could have been a situation where Phantom Dive could be taking free prizes plus Monkey Dory moving 32 Bidou.
Livre script pra 3.
Duskull on the bench is actually being able to get evolved. Otherwise, yes, we could see Phantom Dive taking out the Duskull and then Monkey Dory taking out the Bidou.
Yeah, an amazing recognition.
Counter Catcher, guard na frente.
Combination can be, but
energia no Dragapult. E será...
And that means that God of Warrior X could very well get stuck in the active spot. And Iono from Alberto, 6 cards for him, 4 for his opponent Julius. And this is really the key to Dragapult, is using all of your tools and tricks to try and sneak ahead, whether it's item lock, whether it's tool lock,
olha,
whether it's disruption. At this stage, disruption seems to be the route.
Esse deck cicla muito, bicho. Isso é louco. É muita carta, velho. Muita carta. Pra caralho. Vai pegar outro das Clops. Das Clops de novo. Agora ele vai ter que agrar, né?
And here we go, the first big attack from Alberto.
200 e mata o Screamtail, provavelmente. E vai distribuir mais um pouquinho na mesa.
Because that would give energy up to Julius. So now is going to look to set up a board as 200 damage on the active, plus the 10 from before. And where will these 6 damage counters go? Just making those decisions. Looks to be a little bit on the monkey.
Ah, não, ele preferiu pôr no macaco mesmo.
And all of it on the monkey. There's going to be 7 damage counters there.
Ah, é que ele não tem energia pra recuar a guard, né?
One attachment, but we'll need to find a way to discard a second psychic energy this turn.
Ele não tem como recuar a guard.
The Ultra Ball Psychic, Vessel plus Ultra Ball.
Cara, nessa situação aí, o cara já tem 4 prizes. Se o cara não voltar nada, ele já tem 4 prizes pra pegar. Ele cata 4 prizes e é muito forte já. Depois ele só precisa bater no 1000 e acabar o jogo, né? Se nada rolar, é isso que acontece. Mamou, vai ter que passar. Mamou, é energia Dark no... Ah, não, ele colocou a psíquica já, não tem nem o que fazer. Ele vai ter que passar. Mamou bonito. Ele vai tomar 4 prizes agora. Na volta, se der alguma coisa ali, uma order no 1000, ele ganha. Difícil, hein? Duro.
Curse Blast deactive. Take 2 prize.
Passou, né?
Then if
É,
you
mas não tem o que fazer.
then the Phantom Dive would take 2 more
Duro,
prize,
hein?
4. Then Screamtail has 40 more
A
HP.
vida não é um morango, já dizia, né, o sábio. Nossa, ainda tem energia ali ainda, né, o superior. Ah, tem uma order ali, pô. Ele tem todas as peças pra ganhar, se fuder. Se ele não tomar interação, ele ganhou. Não é possível, não tem como. Se ele não tomar interação ali, ele nem precisava desse Dusk, na realidade, mas é bom tá só pra consertar. Porque esse Dusk já tira a guard, né? Pera aí. Eu acho que nesse aí ele pesca 4, né? Não pesca 4? Eu acho que dá pra pescar 4 prize nessa brink aí, velho. Só que aí ele dá o atacante pro Screamtail, né? Mas ele tá muito na frente. Ele pega 4 prize de qualquer jeito esse turno. Eu não sei se ele consegue pegar 6, mas 4 ele pega.
You know, that's actually all we need. There's a counter catcher to be able to take up that Mew. And then we ask the question, is it then worth it to knock out both and Iona at the same time? Not quite sure. And one thing that Alberto does really good here is actually count out.
Ele tá contando ali se ele chega nas coisas, velho. Potente, potente. Dusknoir. Snell superior. Catcher no Mew. Pensei isso também. Porque esse Mew já tá morto, né? This Mew is dead. Ah, ele vai pegar 5 prize, viado.
Ultra Ball or Halucha, Mike. Ultra Ball or Halucha, and then we have the game. Such beautiful math.
Mas não tem mesa. Como que ele consegue pôr Halucha? Ah, não, não tem sim, tem sim, tem sim. Ele vai explodir, né? Desculpa. Pega 2. Será que tem a Lucha? Tem, acabou, acabou. 6 prize num turno. Bate, distribui, distribui e ele mata. Matou, 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 matou. Ele pegou 6 prize num turno. Caralho, absurdo, hein? Esse é o Dragapult quando faz o combo full. Não, eu vi que ele tava caminhando pra isso, eu só não tinha certeza se ia dar. A hora que ele não pescou prize no outro turno, ele ficou arrumando mesmo play. Ele vai tentar pegar 6, provavelmente, né? O Mew ali era a fragilidade pra ele pegar 6 prize, né? O Mew deixou ali o ponto aberto pra poder pegar as 6 prize. Eu achei meio bizarro colocar aquele Mew na mesa, sendo sincero. A única utilidade que eu via para aquele Mew crescer ali era se colocasse o Clefairy da Lillie para ele poder copiar o ataque do Dragapult, bater 400 no Dragapult e ainda pingar 60 atrás. Aí matava o Budil e ainda distribuía 30 em alguém. Era a única maneira válida ali que eu via do Mew brilhar, mas não foi o que aconteceu, né? Achei que o Mew na mesa ali mais fudeu ele do que ajudou. Nessa situação ele perdeu por causa do Mew. Mas o cara ciclou bonitinho também, né? Fez certinho pra pegar os 6 prizes. Pesado, pesado. Jogou pra caralho. Foi exato, olha lá. 30-30 pra fechar o dano. E os 200 na frente matavam o Mew que tem 190, né? Era isso mesmo. Amassado. Amasso.
Everything was on point from Alberto in this matchup. Even with Julius saying that, okay, I need to be knocking out this Dusclops. The turn where Julius was stuck in the active with that God of War, well, you know what happened? We got a new Dusclops into play. And then ended up being Dusknoir. You can see just how much one singular Dusknoir does in a matchup like this where there's 200 damage stuck on that Gardevoir, being able to clean that up afterwards. And yeah, like, it felt like Alberto saw this from the very get-go.
Yeah.
Going 200 on the Gardevoir, really just thinking all of this Buju damage, all of this Phantom Dive damage was placed just perfectly.
And without the Monkey Dory having Dark Energy on it, it all just worked in favor because as soon as you start moving 30 a turn away from Julius's side, that play was not possible because it was literally damage perfect. There wasn't any damage to spare across the whole play. So Alberto set up the disruption from the off and recognized the comeback potential. Oh, some interesting prize cards here.
Really great prize for either side. Double Bravery Charm prize for Lewis, but more importantly, Dust Snore. Double Dreepy prize for Alberto. And
Os dois prizes vão meio zoado. Os dois prizes vão meio zoado.
Coming through for the final 20 damage needed, but on this occasion, the entry effect will not be possible as it starts in the active.
Dá pra jogar assim inteligente, mas os dois drip ali prizeados ferra a vida.
You know, rolling out these Pokemon to see exactly what he has prized and maybe looking at it a bit with disbelief. Where are all my Dragon Pokemon at? Yes, you have most of your Dracloak line. Yes, you have all of your Dragapult line. But we need the small guy first. Where's Dreepy?
And not being able to start with the Budu in the action.
Tá no prize, amigo. Tá no prize. Tá no prize. Tu prizou.
Alberto played. You know, without him to
Está no prize. Tem dois no prize.
There has to be able to retreat, so either a Latias has to come down or an energy has to be committed. And the near upper energy is certainly not the energy you want to be committing as your retreat. And as we mentioned before, no rare candy in Alberto's list. So going to have to take it slow here.
Yeah, there's not going to be the amount of explosiveness that Alberto can maybe be using to take an early advantage if Julius stumbles just a tiny bit on his first turn. No. It means that we need to go the natural way, going through stage 1 into stage 2, attaching a new upper because we potentially need to be attaching the Lucha to retreat next turn.
Agora vem a Clefairy da Lillie na mão do cara já.
Huge. Had to go first last game, but this time we'll be able to use those items on the same turn. The supporters are available here on turn 1. Earthen Vessel already putting in a shift, discarding an energy, and that was the difference maker last time. No energy was discarded from the off. And it was manual attachments throughout. We had to see a slap from Screamtail. It was that dire for Julius. But Earthen Vessel, a card that as soon as it came out, increased the consistency of energy search across the board.
Yeah, typically we were seeing energy search, just searching out one energy, and that was still quite good. But then we saw Earthen Vessel being able to grab 2 energies and discounting another card. And that, you know, snowballed in Gardevoir because you were able to use Earthen Vessel for Psychic Energy. What did you search out? 2 Psychic Energy, because then you can just discard them with Ultra Ball when you got your Gardevoir anyway. That's 3 Psychic Energies already being able to be accelerated at that stage. And now, yeah, Julius being able to get Darkness, Psychic, have played 2 Earthen Vessels, discarding 2 Psychic Energies in this case, being able to get the Darkness Energy onto Monkey Dory, and already looking just at that, a little bit of a better setup, but we do need to see some rolls.
And that hand doesn't look like there's going to be a route in it, so pretty poor start in hindsight. Julius getting the energy that he missed last time, but now missing the routes that was so easy to set up in the previous game. So these early turns can be challenging. Normally, we've got Lily's Determination available, but on this occasion, Julius, no supporter.
Yeah, we didn't have Lily's Determination. We had Lily's Clefairy, and that's unfortunately not good enough. Benching that Lily's Clefairy with the Braver Charm. No supporter on turn 1, and Alberto, despite saying not the best of starts, now getting into a position where Alberto think, wait a second, I'm so far ahead.
And discarding the INO straight away. Does not want to be playing that after seeing Ulysses' turn, and is now going to be able to get that Dracloak in play with Recon Directive.
Yeah, I'm getting that set up, getting those 2 additional cards. Alberto's being able to take his mighty time, being able to even see Lily's Determination, exactly the supporter card that Julius wanted on his turn previously. Even sitting with the Brock. With the Brock, you can get something like Latias plus Biju to make sure that, well, you maybe draw on Nespa. That's not going to turn into rolls. Secret Box, typically the savior of every setup, not going to happen, and we do see the Brocks exactly.
Começar de Raúcho foi ruim mesmo, mas...
Yes, so we're going to have to put a stop on you site right now. You're literally calling everything the moment it's about to happen as the Latias and Budu come straight down, and Itchy Pollen, which was so important to delaying the strategy of Julius last time, will come in straight away. Skyliner from Latias allowing that free retreat. And now it seems like Alberto is in a very powerful position, and Julius will be relying so heavily on every top deck he sees.
Yeah, but that top deck being Festivity is not going to help out. Do have some energies, and we could maybe see a Rune Heilmon special here happening with just natural attachment to the Clefairy and hoping that could carry the game away. But
ele tá pensando se ele bate 60?
Already new upper energy down.
Sério? Ele quer matar o Budio? Fair enough até, mas...
Two energy attachments to
Ele
attack.
tá pensando se bate ou se prepara a Clefairy.
Into the Budu, but actually Julius looking to try and set up the Lily's Clefairy.
Preparou a Clefairy, achou melhor.
To knock out a Dragapult should it come in play.
Yeah, and it just means that Alberto would need to pull a combo. Well, Alberto wants to be sitting and using Badu for as long as possible to set up the most mighty board that he can. That's obvious for us.
Eu acho que eu olharia minha mão e dependeria da mão. Se eu tivesse item pra usar ou precisasse chegar em carta, eu tiraria esse Budil aí, sim. Tentaria tirar esse Budil, por mais que eu pudesse tomá-lo de novo, né?
That bravery charm on the Lilies Clefairy not available. Julius, after having one of the craziest comebacks played against him from Alberto in game 1, 6 prize turn out of nowhere, is now going to be looking at the toughest start possible and not really get anything going here. No Ralts, no supporters, very little going on.
And with this buddy popping, you can go ahead and get Duskull. Next turn, you can actually even be staring at Alberto finishing up the game unless Julius benches another Pokemon. When you evolve this into a Dusclops, you can use the Curse Blast onto the Monkey Dory, dealing 50 damage. With the Jamming Tower in play, there's no Bravery Charm. And then you can go ahead, Counter Catcher, Boss, Phantom Dive, knocking out Clefairy, and then placing the last 6 damage counters, which is exactly what Monkey Dory would have left in that case.
Foresight from Jesper again. I think this is one of those examples of why you do.
O problema é que o Monkey Dory tá transferindo dano, né? Se você faz isso, tem que fazer tudo num turno só. Tem que ser exato mesmo o que vai acontecer, né?
Struggling to get going anyway without the Badu, without the jamming tower, which I don't even think are affecting his hand right now. And the more
Alberto gets, dá pra fazer.
That hand gets, as every card he puts in his hand is one he's chosen to be there. And it looks like another turn of Itchy Pollen. The top deck now for Julius to get out of it has to be strong. It's an Ultra Ball, which cannot be used.
Aí se fudeu, irmão. Desculpa. Vai ter que nocautear o Budi e rezar. Realmente.
Is it all too late?
I think it's all too late with exactly that top deck. Typically, you know, if you want to succeed in a Pokemon trading card game, what is the most important?
Screamtail. Agora pelo menos ele não perde, mas ainda dói.
Not being able to do. Getting that Ultra Ball, typically, picture perfect to get. But then you look at it, oh, there's no items.
Well, able to bench that Screamtail, so can't be board wiped next turn per se, but will be in a strong position to start going ahead in this game. Still no Ralts in play for Julius, and that just means everything is going Alberto's way at this stage. The counter catcher now in hand, even more so, able to really gust down any targets on the bench.
Now we just need to see Dragapult EX surfacing. We already have that counter catcher. If we're able to succeed,
não veio. Ah, não, ele tá na mão ali. Acabei de ver o Dragapult ali, já tá na mão já. Ah, então ele tá feito. Só ele arrumar. Ele não ganha por causa que vai ter o Screamtail sozinho, mas mesmo assim, dá pra arregaçar muito aí nessa brincadeira, pô.
And there's that Dragapult with the energy attachment.
Dragapult, Draga Johnson, Nelly, puxou pra cima. Ainda vai dar Lillie ainda. Aí doeu. O cara vai perder, mano. Esse cara de guard aí tá fudido já. Tá muito fudido. Não vejo volta pra ele, não. Muito difícil.
Is going to be like, okay, I'll put another Dragon Ball into play, then I'll retreat off 1 energy that isn't the Neo up energy.
It's these tiny little margins that differentiate the top
200. Ué, ele não quis explodir? Ah, não, ele não quis explodir ainda não. Ah, faz sentido, porque aí ele encerra no próximo turno, né? Ele arruma a mesa e encerra no próximo turno. Faz sentido.
Is the only option here.
Tá bem na frente.
And as you mentioned, Alberto saw ahead to that and is prepared.
We do have the Ralts being grabbed off the prize cards last time for Julius. We do have Festivity being.
Até porque se ele segura um turno pra poder dar aquele Dusk no ar depois, ele garante a vitória. Ele garante ainda melhor a vitória se o cara não colocar nada em mesa. Ah, colocou um pesão.
Julius actually has to bench almost triple Ralts to be able to make sure that not all of them are going to be KO'd. And then we might be asking the question, that probably would be too much.
Yeah, there's a lot for Julius to think about at this stage. When you're looking at a Dragapult fully set up, there's so much damage that can come into play all at once, whether it's from that Dust Noir line or whether it's from the Dragapult itself sprinkling damage about. The Monkey Dory able to move some damage about with that Adrenabrain, but it's not going to be on the same levels of what Alberto is able to produce next turn. It's important to note, though, he only has 1 Dust Noir, and that is in his prize cards. So we'll be limited to just Dusclops at this stage.
Yeah, and just limited Dusclops might sound bad, but then again, Julius going for Artisan, trying to get all these setup Pokemon to play, but I'm going to be asking the question. I'm being maybe a tad pessimistic with this, Mike, but the way I'm looking at it is that, yes, you need at least double vaults down, but that will be targeted down instantaneously from Alberto. So getting to pull this back, it's...
I don't see that.
Yeah, I mean, you're right to see this being a
melhor atacante dele para essa situação, que era Clefairy, já morreu.
How much Dragapult could do in one turn. And on this occasion, without even the Gardevoirs in play, they're so much more vulnerable in their base form of Ralts or Curlier. So this is going to be an awful lot for Julius to even do to try and stabilize the board. I think you're right. There would have to be 3 Ralts in play, but even then, you're giving Alberto a turn to try and swing and take as much out as possible and get as close to winning the game as is feasible.
And potentially even with benching, you know, triple Ralts, you could be seeing a turn where Alberto can draw, you know, the last 4 prizes all in one go. You'd be seeing you potentially, you know, Dust Snore plus Dusclops plus Halucha would be able to take out, you know, Fesendipity, the 2 Raltses, and then, you know, it'd all be over anyway. So if Alberto can fetch out the right cards, like Boss, Halucha, Dust Snore, Dusclops, then we're still looking at whatever Julius does this turn that doesn't have anything to do with major disruption. It's going to end up in naught.
And I think he knows right now that he's going to have to pull out a Wonder Line to try and even get ahead. And I think this is something everyone watching at home has probably told themselves, that Gardevoir is incredibly favored in the matchup, which is definitely favored. But when you're watching Alberto navigate it here, you can tell there is many a line that the Dragapult players can take to try and win the game. And on this occasion, Julius is trying to find everything possible.
Ele só quer diminuir a mão, sério mesmo?
We'll be relying heavily on this mind bend.
Mano, você tá colocando outra liability na mesa de novo, isso é muito perigoso.
You do have to remember that, you know, exactly with the promoting of the right Dragapult, Alberto has not left himself vulnerable to this, exactly. And yeah, restart, drawing some cards up. But, you know, these 3 cards still need to get summoned. There's an Iono at the last card. So maybe able to disrupt this massive hand of Alberto's, but then again...
A mão dele tá legal mesmo. Não vai mentir não, mas ele tá com uma board ferrada ele também já.
Is able to carry a little bit, and if that just gives 1 turn, then we may be able to see that comeback of Julius.
Yeah, and Alberto didn't evolve the Dracloak on the bench up last turn, so we'll need to find some pieces to guarantee a strong turn next turn. Potentially might even just need a singular energy, which is in hand, so there's certainly interesting lines for us to focus on as we go into the next turn. Cards to be drawn as well. And this is what we love about the TCG right now. 2 of our strongest European players battling it out back and forth. Just when you think one player is really racing ahead, the other able to find an interesting route back in. As Adrenabrain will be used here to move 3 damage. Where do you think that's going to go, Foresight, Jesper?
I would say Dracloak. In this case, you would either put it under Cloak or Duskull, because the Duskull will be evolving into 90 HP Pokemon anyway, but in this case, it's hard to put the right spot, because everywhere you put it, it would feel like it doesn't even matter. And it's all up to what Alberto gets into their hand anyways this turn to make sure that this game is not going to go too far away. Alberto does play Monkey Dory of his own, so you can get that down after having used the Dusclops. That's already a way to, you know, reuse that damage you were put in, but yeah, Dracloak.
Alberto, in theory, could win this turn. Has been disrupted, so a lot to ask of him at this stage. But it would be possible, having that Mew EX on board now, and both the Ralts in range, 2 Dusclops available. There's always these crazy routes to victory, and we'll be looking to do that retreat straight away into the Dusclops, which allows for the singular energy in hand to reset that Dragapult's confusion. A great use case of that Curse Blast.
And Curse Blasting, and you see the Luminous Energy, being able to retreat and essentially use that as a way to reset the confusion. Yes, you Curse Blast, you give a prize to Julius, put 5 damage counters on that Ralts, being able to reattach a Luminous Energy, which Alberto already has in hand. And I'm looking at, it's either a Turo that's in hand, or, oh, there's a Boss. We can get rid of both Ralts!
Wow, that's a pretty spicy turn. Able to take out both.
Eu ia falar isso, fudeu.
Not trying to force anything crazy.
Knockout nos 2 rounds.
The Gardevoir line, denying it from ever coming into play. And you mentioned at the beginning of this best of 3.
4 não fez dano. Ah, 1 não fez dano na realidade. 1 não fez dano. Ah lá, falei? 1 fez dano, resolve. Eu fiz a mesma matemática com o cara. Próximo turno dele, ele tem vitória em qualquer um ali.
Julius going to be able to move 30 damage counters. That's not going to take out the...
Isso se ele não der boss no 1000, né?
But if the Haluch is getting taken out,
Isso se ele não der boss no meu.
because then the Night Stretcher is going to be live.
Muito difícil, não tem agora atacante, velho.
You can see the
O único atacante é esse Monkidori aí, velho.
Maybe needs to get 3 rolls down. That is exactly
Deu
right,
Bahia
but
agora.
also needs to draw cards, and that's why EliasXD came down. So the turn from Elias made sense, but with Dragapult, there's always so many powerful cards that can be drawn off of a 4-card, 5-card hand, plus the Recon Directive. And exactly that happened. Alberto only needed an energy and a boss's orders to pull that turn off.
Exactly, and you know, boss's orders fantastic, and it was fantastic foresight from Alberto to see, hey, I can just retreat, use the luminous energy, and then reset myself with Curse Blast. Something we would only see in the thoughts of the best players that we have, thinking about these tiny ways to, even though they have an advantage, play this exactly as to what they want to.
Well, I'm sure Elias is now having to re-establish something in his mind, but he's going to have to find an unusual, unorthodox route here. Does have that ability to mind bend once again, so he might even just pull off the same strategy, this time with a stronger Iono if it's possible. But would be quite nice to try and move some damage across with another Adrenabrain, so plenty to think about. Perhaps putting that 3 damage in play from Alberto, so there's now 2 series of 3 damage counters available, which could take out that Dust Skull. That could potentially have been a small error there, but honestly, everything about it, at this stage, it looks like Elias is going to have to pull off a miracle.
It does look like it, but it certainly is possible. Although, I do see in Julius Sanders Ralts plus Bravery Charm. That could protect it off the bench. That will leave it out of the way of Dustclops plus Phantom Dive knockout range. That's great, but what you're looking at is if Alberto just finds a boss's orders, or a way to Gust, which only in this case would be boss's orders, that Mew could get knocked out. Unfortunately, with Alberto not playing Red Candy, we're not going to be able to Phantom Dive knock out that. But we do see that with Mew getting Bravery Charm, so we can just use the Adrenabrain from the Fastendipity and get that out of range. But if we don't put it to the Ralts, it means that we can just still deny Gardevoir. And then Yuli's going to end up playing Monkidori with support.
Yeah, this is fascinating to watch. Oh, there's a secret box and an Iono. You know, Alberto with 2 prize cards remaining could be heavily disrupted at this stage. And you can see some confidence in Elias. And this is the beauty of the current deck we're watching in play, Gardevoir, the best deck in format. It finds a way, even when its back's against the wall, there are options available. And with both Monkidori on board, we'll be able to move lots of damage. And now with that secret box, we'll be able to set up so much here in this endgame.
You know, Mike, this board would have looked perfect if there just was a Gardevoir EX in play. If there was just a Gardevoir EX in play this very turn, you could easily have made that combat with Iono. But yeah, we're looking at it from the side of things where it isn't. And we need to mind bend this turn. And the worst part about it is that you have 1 Monkidori. You can't even stop the knockout on Fastendipity, because if you don't do that, there's going to be place 60 damage onto the Scream Tail and knock out a Monkidori in the active if we go mind bend and then get to reset it once again.
Wow. And I'm sure everyone at home is wondering what Julius's mind has come up with here. Having a great season so far, traveling over to North America for many events, and is currently 5-0 here in Lille of round 6. Unfortunately for him, he's on the back foot here of round 6, so he's looking like he might struggle to make a comeback here, because it would have to be 2 game wins, let alone just tying. Looks to be a real challenge for him. On the other side, Alberto, our Gdansk regional champion last year, looking to try and make a 2nd regional victory, and is doing so in great fashion on the feature match as the technical machine evolution comes down and the Iono that was so very needed this turn put into play.
It has to bear fruit this turn, the Iono. It really does have to bear all the fruit and give nothing to Alberto for this to happen. But then again, you know, this is one of the, you know, most popular lines that Gardevoir go for, is that you go Iono, Mind Bend, cross your fingers, say, let's make this work.
And with only 1 Dragapult EX in play, that Mind Bend will be effective at denying an attack potentially next turn. There is always the chance of a coin flip and a heads coming through. And I'd love to see what those 2 cards are for Alberto, because that would really show us what's going to happen next. What does Alberto need next turn to be able to really start swinging and taking this next turn?
I see already Dragapult off the side of Alberto, which means that if Alberto gets a boss's orders, that will be game over on the Fastendipity. So that would be number one of what we need. The Duskull is gone, which means that on the other hand, we could also get Turo plus Dragon Ball DX, meaning that we can take out the Ralts on the bench. And now we do need that because the boss is not going to be enough. So we need a Professor Turo scenario plus a Dragon Ball DX, being able to reset that Halucha to put 10 damage counters on the Ralts and take out both.
Well, what's that? Is that Lily's Determination?
It is.
So potentially able to get some more cards, but that Drac Cloak will be used first, maybe, to get that Recon Directive. And the Dragon
Cara, ele deu top draw do Mali, vai se fuder. Ô, mano, o top draw dele foi bom, hein? Ele não ganha agora, mas puta que pariu, velho. Ele ganharia se ele conseguisse 10 de dano naquele round. Faltaria um Halucha pra isso. Só que o Halucha ainda tá na mesa.
So yes, we've been counting Julius out the entirety of this game. But you know what? Slowly and steadily, if this mind bend actually works out, if it actually pulls back a turn, then Alberto could win.
Amazing, crazy scenario we're seeing here. Imagine your final prize card being taken after getting your first rare candy. I think, what was that off of the Recon Directive? That could have been huge. He's going to be artisoning now at this stage.
Ai, tem jogo. Ganhou. Ele ganhou. Eu não tinha visto o Mukidori no deck. Eu tinha esquecido o Mukidori. Acabou, não, nem precisa. Era só pescar 2 prizes. Já tinha ganho ali.
Could have just replaced the 30 damage counters onto the Ralts, taking out Monkidori and Ralts. But hey, we got the boss anyway. We don't need that. And we're looking at that, Alberto, in an unfavored matchup, takes it.
Dominou, cara.
Amazing scenario. Hand in hand off the Iono, having Dragapult plus Luminous Artisan in play. How unfortunate for Julius to try Iono disrupt, and Alberto found it the whole way. But it was in that game 1 where we saw the craziest of comebacks.
Yeah, we see the Iono here putting down.
Cara, estudou muita matchup de guard, velho. Muito mesmo. Jogou certinho.
In the active and letting out for counter catcher onto Miyu. Dusknoir, the God of War. Halucha, and then being exactly right on the money.
Yeah,
meu Deus, cara. Tá vivo aí, tá inteira, consegue se mover. Preguiça, hein?
Damage on those 2 bench single prizes, putting them both on 30 HP remaining, and the active plus 2 bench. Julius couldn't believe it.
Such a great play from Alberto, and just showing the crazy amounts of talents that he possesses. And yeah, I'm almost speechless here, Mike. Like, this was pulled out perfectly, and even though Julius trying to, at every single point of the game, trying to reel it back, and every single time, you know, getting denied. Julius was like 1 turn away from the still.
Yeah, I mean, Julius fought valiantly there to try and get back into the game, and it was key throughout that the routes were not able to evolve. You see these 2 routes on the bench? Well, not going to be there much longer as Dusclops, 50 damage to 1, Gust up the other one, and then knock them both out. And then it was this final moment into the final turn. You see here the double Ralts knockout, such a common win condition for Dragapult EX.
And keeping you under pressure, whenever you do these double Ralts clearances, killing like really grieving off the board of both of these Ralts, you got to keep under pressure. That was what Alberto was, you know, successful in doing. But these moments where we see Julius constantly trying, okay, Iono Mind Bend, see if it works. And if it works out, Julius could have won by, you know, Candy, Gardevoir, Clefairy.
Meu Deus do céu. Pior que tem gente que faz, né? O pior é que você pensou, quem que é o trouxa que faz? Tem gente que faz. Só pra ter o celularzinho top do momento. Deixa eu ir no banheiro rapidinho aí já.
You know, Alberto was just hitting everything, or at least all the necessary pieces to be able to clear out all these board states.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say both players played exceptionally. It was just Alberto who found the crazier lines. I think most of us watching were not able to see it. You, Jesper, were able to call them as the turn was beginning, which was impressive in its own right. But for you guys at home, I hope you enjoyed that. That is just round 6, and we're seeing that level of play from these top players. Unfortunately, Julius now 5-1-0, but still in a great position to continue on and go towards that top cut, which will be happening tomorrow. So many more rounds for these players. At this stage for you, Jesper, how important is it to get ahead and start getting 6-0, 7-0, 8-0 for these?
Starting with these high positions of, you know, very good match records, that's when you can start looking forward towards the top cut. If you're Alberto, you're already in phase 2. You qualify for phase 2. Yes, 18 match point. You need 16 to get through to phase 2. Speaking of that, Julius still only needs a singular point, but I'd say only 2 matches left to get that point, which I'm certainly believing that is going to be possible for Julius to do. But as soon as you're in these good standings, you know it yourself, you were 7-0, and I'm pretty sure you were thinking, well, that's not for top cut, right? Let's try and make it as far as we can. But Alberto, he's won a regionals before. He's tasted success. And one thing that you're sure of when you've tasted success is that you want to try it again. And whenever you're looking at these 6-0, 7-0, 8-0, 9-0, 10-0, potentially even 11-0 records, when you're starting to get, you know, closer to being guaranteed into that top cut or of our asymmetrical top cut. And speaking of, the better record you have, the greater likelihood that you're actually not going to get into the asymmetrical cut.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure that will be on Alberto's mind. But for now, he's just going to focus on his next round. And I'm sure we'll find out a little bit more from him as he's with Joe over in the couch area.
Thanks, Giovanni. Yep, I'm here with our flawless record right now with Alberto. It's not the first time I've said that with you on the sofa, but you're having another fantastic run here in Lille with Dragapult in a really tricky matchup. We have to talk about that game number 1 because you really sculpted an amazing situation. Yeah. Was that always going on in your head when you were seeing the map come together? Is that how you approach Gardevoir?
Most of the time against Gardevoir, my main plan is to gain a turn attacking the Gardy with him having no energy in the discard pile. That's usually how I gain maybe 1 or 2 turns. But then I saw Julius benching the Mew, and I did some like quick math in my head, and I was like, this is actually 6 prizes on the board I can take with like a Dusknoir and Aulucha. So yeah, I went for that way, and I drew this stretcher for the Aulucha at the end.
Yeah, we saw Julius with that big reaction. Was it a head slap moment from him? Obviously, you were both having fun at the time. Yeah. Did you see it coming out before his eyes?
No, he actually didn't expect this to happen, and he was really surprised. But of course, I'm a good friend with Julius, so actually this was like our second time on stream, and the first one was 3 years ago, I think. Was a special event in Spain, Bilbao.
Wow, it's inevitable that we're going to see top competitors clashing like that at the top tables. The Gardevoir matchup, it's something you've had to navigate a few times. You've played Dragapult for a number of tournaments. Do you think it's changed much with Mega Evolution coming out? Has your approach changed at all, especially Lillie coming into both lists?
Well, definitely Lillie helps a lot. Actually, Lillie kind of makes my matchup better if they play Lillie instead of Research, because they have hardest time to put energies in the discard pile. And the funny part is that the 10 HP more on the Kirlia is actually super relevant, because now if I have double Dusclops and they have 1 Ralts and 1 Kirlia, it's not enough to to knock out both on the bench. And the 10 damage, like the 10 HP more actually does matter a lot.
Yeah, small changes do change, especially with such a mathy deck like yours, where you're trying every damage counter really does make a big impact on your overall prize map. Those small changes do make a really big deal. So you said to me just before we came on that you made a last-minute switch to Dragapult, which might be a surprise to some because you've been piloting Dragapult for a long time, as long as I can remember. You know, even in your Regidrago V-Star deck, you were using the Dragapult.
That's
so
true.
It's a surprise to hear. Why did you just jump on this deck, and why weren't you confident to bring it all along?
Well, actually, after I watched the regional in Milwaukee and Belo Horizonte, I saw this Absol deck doing well. I was testing a bit of Dragapult before, but said like, let's wait a minute, let's see what happens in the other side of the planet and see then what to try for Lille and then Gdansk also. And then I saw this Absol deck, and at the beginning, kind of got me a bit scared. You know, the matchup is a bit tricky for Dragapult. And I said, okay, I will just try this new archetype first and see. So I played a ton of this with my friends. And then like few days before, like right before leaving on Friday, I said like, okay, enough guys, I will just play Dragapult. It's just my main deck and I know how to play it well.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said out there for everyone, that your own comfort pick where you have put so much time in, it's still going to end up having the best result more often than not, because you know the line so perfectly, especially in pressure situations or with not much time remaining, you can still create those right decisions. Do you really attribute sticking to one archetype over and over again to some of your success? We've seen you so many times for many seasons now, and it seems like you always, when you can, stick with that same choice.
Yeah, usually that's my main plan. I feel like I'm more comfortable into a big tournament like this if I know my deck like 100%, you know. So even if I'm like a bit tired at the end of the day, or even if I'm a bit nervous at the beginning of the day, I can still rely on my deck and still be like kind of passive into like just playing it out, I've always played it out. So yeah, I would say like this is really helping a lot.
You mentioned you were testing so much against this Absol Kangaskhan deck, and how much you attribute the sort of Mega Evolution format and changing your playstyle, perhaps, even if it's not the same deck list. Like, how much of that work goes into testing a new format?
Well, yeah, I think the new Mega Evolution expansion really got me by surprise. There's so many archetypes I was not really believing in. For example, this Absol deck, and also Cerulege is such a strong archetype now with Lunatone and Sorok. And of course, you have to like start all over again and repractice all those matchup again because
yeah, you think you've tested everything. You thought it was just Lillie you had to contend with, but the Absol Kangaskhan coming out of nowhere. Is it something that you do at the local level, testing out with friends and in person? Is that something you attribute to some of your success to?
Yeah, like my biggest part of my testing is my local car shop, which I want to say hi. It's Mirmex, so I want to say hi. And we meet there like every time we have time. We just show up and play. And yeah, sometimes also play alone because there's nobody there, so just play against myself, but yeah.
Well, certainly makes sense. And if you guys want to get involved at the local level at home, we've got something you can check out, because you definitely want to get down to those tables. You can end up on the top tables at a regional championship if you're heading to your local area.
Well, thank you very much, Joe. I mean, Alberto, what a player. So much insight from him, and I think the comfort pick is always something that keeps coming up in these interviews, especially as we start having these huge tournaments where you have to play so many rounds.
Yeah, and you see this, Alberto is continuing to do well with Dragon Bolt, even though we're in the face of the era of Gardevoir. Maybe that was one of the more unfavorable matchups, but we get to see Alberto with masterful precision, masterful mathematics getting in it and just showing us that even though it may be an unfavorable matchup, it's still quite doable.
Well, when Alberto's not playing alone, he is playing with those locals. Most days of the week, he said he was down there, and it is so important for you guys to get involved.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Definitely get involved. Scan that QR code to find your nearest Pokemon League. Every time I've moved house in my life, one of the first things I do is find out where the nearest store is and get involved. And it's been such a key part of my adult life, meeting loads of people. But for you, Jesper, you've been involved since you were very young. Tell us a bit about your experience with locals.
Well, we're saying 18 years ago to this day, 2007, July 28th is when the whole journey for me started. And that was at my local store where, you know, I went with all my brothers. My mom, my dad got included soon thereafter. And yeah, now the rest is just history with everything being in. And you know, the best way to segment yourself into playing at these regional championships, getting that confidence and getting that comfort pick and Dragon Ball potentially, is going to your locals, whether or not you're just having a cool Tuesday night locals or you're playing your league challenges and league cups.
Well, I've been very lucky to be able to set up one of the locals that I've been involved in. I now get to play there, and it's amazing. And there's some young players starting all the time. Sometimes I look at them and think maybe this could be the next Jesper Eriksson, but that's quite a big ask, as your world champion victory is hard to get to for most players. But it always starts with locals, so do get involved. As for those top players who may have started there but are now very much competing at the top, we did have an incredible game there. Alberto had some huge highlight plays.
Indeed he had, and we're just seeing all these mathematics coming down from the game. You know, dust storm mathematics, Hawlucha being incorporated, just a tiny sprinkle of W damage leading up to that massive Phantom Dive, where it feels like whenever using Phantom Dive, yes, maybe potentially just dealing 200 to the active and 60 on the bench, it doesn't feel like a lot. But essentially you're dealing 260 damage to your opponent's board. You have to look at it like that, where you gotta use that 260 damage at your damaged soldiers. You know, all of these plays where we get to see here the boss's orders onto the Ralts, being able to use Dust Clops on the bench Ralts, taking that out. And you know, when you see a moment like this where you can start and you can place those 20 damage for the rest on the Ralts to get that knockout. And when I pause it here, you can get to see, you know, the 20 damage is going to knock out the Ralts. Then we're going to be able to set up 10 damage on the Festendipity right here. And then we will get to see the rest going into fruition. And, you know, setting 10 on Festendipity leads in it being knocked out by Phantom Dive straight off the bat. And putting 20 on the Ralts gets a knockout. So you can be setting up, you know, the remainder of the 4 prizes that you have left. Even though that Julius had a valiant effort in, you know, trying to prevent this afterwards. Yeah, it all came up to naught as, you know, Alberto just hit everything that he needed.
Yeah, as soon as that 5 damage counters from the Curse Blast was on the Ralts, you could tell Julius had almost like pre-put the 20 damage there as he knows exactly what's happening. It is the play that Dragapult needs to make.
Yeah, and like when we're speaking of Dragapult and fantastic maths, there's always one thing I want to be figuring out. We did figure out that Dragapult can definitely be beating Gardevoir whenever it's set up like what Alberto did here. But for my sake, I want to figure out who did the best Giovanni impression today, Mike.
Yeah, well, it's been an interesting day as we've seen so many of the costumes people have been wearing. Myself as Giovanni here, you brought, I mean, you're basically the Scarlet and Violet gym leader, Rhyme's biggest fan, I think is fair to say, is your Groovard there. I know that we've got Alder from Joe, and then my big rival in Shay with Giovanni. So I'm excited to hear what you guys at home think about it, and we'll probably have a little bit of a competition a bit later on.
Oh, we are, and indeed, I want to be figuring out that question from you guys. It's not going to be about, you know, whether me as a big fan of Rhyme or Aldo is going to be figured out. We don't have a large enough crowd to figure that out unless we'll be using the power of Twitch poll to figure out who did it best.
Yeah, we'll have a little bit of a competition, as I'm sure you'll be excited to see. And get involved using socials and let us know what your favorite outfit from the event is. I think it's also fair to point out, if you guys are only watching the TCG stream, the video game stream and the Go stream have also done a phenomenal job of dressing up. Some of my Team Rocket minions are on the Go stream, which is great to see. And I'm sure there's loads of people out in the hall. I haven't had a chance to go and see any, but I'm sure there's amazing outfits across the hall, as I know plenty of you really enjoy representing your favorite characters. And you also got to make sure you follow the channel so you can see all of those different streams all happening at once.
And yeah, speaking of that, let's go ahead and figure out who did the Giovanni best.
Thanks, Jesper. Yeah, I'm out in the hall because we have to find out. This is the most crucial thing of the day. Who is the one boss among them? 2 Giovannis. That's no good. We need one. So I've devised a comprehensive, objective, the only true way to find out who the #1 Giovanni is. We're going to be going through both of Giovanni Mike and Giovanni Shay, going through some trivia. We're going to be going through some striking of poses to see, and we're also going to be doing some quotes from the man himself, the OG Giovanni. So we're going to be getting into this. Who of these 2 Giovannis is going to be having the most charisma? It's down to you. Which of these Giovannis must we be exiling off as the loser? So gents, you're both here, both rocking the same thing. By coincidence, of course, both love the man himself. So we're going to be talking all about Giovanni. We're going to start off round #1 with some trivia. We're going to be going one at a time, trivia questions. It's going to be TCG-based trivia. You guys can play at home as well, all based around Team Rocket, Giovanni, that sort of good stuff. Let's start with Giovanni Shay over here. The question #1 is, what does Jesse and James, the supporter card, do? Describe what it does.
Flips over both players' prize cards.
That'll be the Here Comes Team Rocket trainer card. Do you have one more try with a supporter card from Hidden Fates, Jesse and James?
Oh, wait, Hidden Fates. Oh, that's the one that, it's discard 2 cards from hand, but is it both players or just... I think, is it both players? Yeah, both players discard 2 cards from their hand.
That is correct. There you go. Shay getting some points on the board. The Here Comes Team Rocket also does feature the Jesse and James on it, so there's the confusion. We're going over to Mike. You've got some options here, Mike. Giovanni, Mike. Which of these is not a dark Pokemon from the Team Rocket expansion? You've got 4 options. We've got Dark Tauros, Dark Gloom, Dark Prime, or Dark Rapidash.
Dash, man.
Oh my goodness, this is pushing my memory here. I feel like it's Tauros.
You're locking in Dark Tauros as your choice. That is not a dark Pokemon.
I feel like the way you're looking at me, I've got it wrong. I'm going to lock in Dark Tauros.
I tried to double bluff him. It wasn't good enough. It's a victory for Mike. 1 apiece so far on the trivia. These two know their stuff. And hopefully you're playing along well at home. Next up, Shay, more TCG trivia.
Okay.
In Gym Challenge, which of Giovanni's Pokemon is a grass-type holographic card? There's only one grass-type holographic from Gym Challenge. It's a Giovanni's Pokemon.
And you've gone for some old cards, huh? Okay. Giovanni's grass type. I'm gonna guess.
It's a TCG grass type.
Yeah. I think is it Golbat?
Going with Golbat as your choice. It's Giovanni's Nidoking because, of course, poison types for grass. Back in Gym Challenge, how can he forget? That's a tough one. That's a tough one. One more. Again, TCG trivia. Hopefully just as tough for Mike. What Pokemon was the box topper holographic from the EX Team Rocket Returns expansion?
Meu Deus.
I'd just like to say I knew that Jesse and James won first time. Backtracking it, 'cause I'm definitely getting this one wrong. I have no idea. Box topper. Is it a Mewtwo?
It's worth a punt, isn't it? It was a Charmeleon. Who could forget? A Charmeleon holographic from EX Team Rocket Returns, which means we're tied going into round 2. This is where we're going to need you both to strike some poses. I'm going to announce a iconic artwork of a card of Giovanni or Boss's Orders or whatever else, and I want you both at the same time to strike the pose from memory, okay? We're going to start off with Boss's Orders. Strike a pose. Here we go. Slightly, very similar poses. Very similar with the look there. All right, that seems to be good. Let's go for another pose here. Team Rocket's Giovanni, full art. We've seen this on the stream today. What have you had it in your pocket? Oh, they've got different poses. They've got different poses. Right, we'll try one more pose. Giovanni's Charisma, full art.
Full art.
They have gone different again. They've gone different again. Okay. I think that's all we have time for. I can't decide. They were easily balanced on trivia. You can't separate them. They're identical. Their poses, couple of differences there as well. That's it with the poses. So, I don't know. I can't choose. It's going to be down to you guys. Get on those polls. It's open now. Is it going to be Giovanni Shay or Giovanni Mike? Who wore it better? Who looks the part? Who said the right things? Who knew the trivia correct? It's all on you to figure out who is going to be that last Giovanni standing. And I'm hoping that now we're going to get back in position, and after the poll, you guys are going to see who is that #1 Giovanni. Let's see those results.
Joe, we're both looking forward to see what the result is going to be of that poll. Who did it best? Who wears it best? Who is the right boss in this case? But we got to remember, and I have to talk to Shay about this. On Jesse James, yes, both players discard 2 cards. He has to know that instantaneously. He has to play his Pidgeotto control from back in the day. But if he discarded a Rocket's Wheezing, your opponent actually discarded an extra card. But that's a little caveat.
Yeah, a little bonus effect.
Last line of text, right?
I remembered it as soon as he got it wrong, and I was like, yes, it's going to come to me and I'm going to be able to get it. But then Joe asked him again, gave him a second chance, and we couldn't. Did you know the Charmeleon?
I didn't know like any of them besides.
That was tough questions. Fair play to you, Joe. I know you are a trivia buff yourself, so coming up with lots of interesting ideas there for the questions.
Well, one thing I could do to help you out, Mike, actually, is that, you knew the Justice James started away. That's fantastic.
Yep.
But one thing I have to tell you, if you are to lose this poll.
Oh no.
That has to go.
Oh no, I lose my right to be the better Giovanni. I mean, to be fair, I'd rather lose my badge than my poor Persian. I mean, I'm sure for Shay, he has a Persian there, which he caught as Giovanni. And if he has to lose that, then that's taking away someone's partner Pokemon. That's very Team Rocket-esque of us.
Yeah, then you get to steal it.
Yeah.
That's very Team Rocket. So we can get to see who the better boss is by who actually gets to keep the Persian.
So please vote for me, please. I put a lot of effort into this. I really tried to base it off of the cards. If you guys look right now, look through your cards and try and find all your Giovannis. They should look a bit like this, whereas Shay went for a bit more of a interpretation of Giovanni. As I know that Giovanni does like a turtleneck. He likes to bring it nice and high, and does have that iconic badge on the chest. So we'll see how that all goes for you guys. And one thing that's important to note for you at home is that we are waiting now for the round 7 to get ready. Round 6, we had it on stream. We got to watch an amazing match between Alberto Conti and Julius. I think it's important to say for you guys at home, if you've got a match you want to see, make sure to let us know. Give us some insight into your favorite players and how they're doing. We might be able to feature them on the stream.
Speaking of all your Giovanni feud you had there, Mike.
Oh no.
Are you excited?
I'm actually nervous. This is the most nervous I've been for a while.
I could say Shay didn't win, but neither did you. You know who won?
Hang on a moment. What's happened here?
Yeah, we had a third option on the poll. It was either you, Mike Giovanni,
okay,
or it was Shay Giovanni, but the original Giovanni took down the crown. You have not done it the best. It is always the original Giovanni taking it the best. The literal OG.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, he is the best Giovanni. How can you compete with the actual person themselves? I mean, Jesper, that'd be like me trying to cosplay as you and say if I could be the better Jesper. Of course you're going to be the better Jesper because you're Jesper.
I mean, always, right? But like at the moment, if you're looking at championship points, you might actually be the better player than me.
Well, we'll see. We'll see about that one. I'm sure we'll have plenty more opportunities to compete. As we mentioned before, we're here at the Lille Regional Championship. We're going to be having our round 7 coming up shortly. Round 6 has just concluded. We had a little bit of time to have some fun there with the Giovanni shenanigans. Anything you're looking forward to in the rest of the tournament, Jesper?
I mean, I'm looking forward to round 7, round 8, round 9, and of course us finishing off the couch at the very end. But we still have 3 fantastic rounds left of action today. You know, we get to have, you know, imposter Giovanni and Aldo being able to take over the reins of us in just a very few short moments. And, you know, I feel sorry for you, Mike. Like, you actually did a very good job posing as the original.
Wait, do I have to take this out still, even though the original Giovanni won? Is it only if Shay wins?
I mean, I technically said that if you lose, you would need to take it out.
I think we'll work this one out in a moment. But now, we'll give you a chance to look back at some of the greatest moments of last season.
Não tem esses eventos pra cá? Tem! Só que esses eventos, assim, nesse nível, são grandes. Acontecem uma vez a cada 3 meses, geralmente. E é só em cidade grande mesmo. O evento nesse calibre, que é o Like, que é o internacional da América Latina inteira, vai ser mês que vem em São Paulo. Daqui 4 semanas, exatamente, para ser mais claro.
Looking for an opportunity to get in. Rayquaza is getting shrunk down real low. It's on the back of Overlord, the best player in the game.
Olha o Pokélol aí.
Luminosity Gaming is going to go scramble to score. They've got a...
Não, todo evento assim, se você gosta, inclusive, muito da franquia, né? Joga alguma das categorias que seja, tá ligado? Nem que seja pra brincar, é legal ir pra dar um rolê mesmo. Porque mesmo que você não jogue, tem produto à venda, né? Tem as paradas pra vender lá, dá pra dar uma andada, dar uma passeada, tá ligado?
game up at 2 prize cards apiece. What's going to happen here?
See what the top deck is here.
It's the boss's orders. Here comes the Pheasantdip EX, Adrenabrain, and Annabelle Ono is your North America International Champion.
Quick search being used. What do you think we're going to grab? Boss's orders. Boss's orders, Pheasantdipity. There we're going to see the big burning darkness. There's the KO.
O CBR, esse guri aí. Joga muito.
Ice in the veins. Gabriel, you are a North American international champion. Latin America, Europe, and now the North American International Championships. A Grand Slam.
Heal this active Gardevoir, leave himself with no damage. He knows his opponent doesn't have boss's orders. Is that the move?
Oh, he's going to take the 2 damage, move it over. He's got 2 more to work with. He's got the Psychic Embraces. He just needs to attach the Dark Energy here, and he should be able to make this happen.
That's going to be it. Next to Adrenabrain, perfect map. Isaiah takes the KO, and he is the North American International Champion.
It could all come down to this particular turn. Miraidon able to move first, does go for the Electro Drift and find its mark down into the Rillaboom, with the Assault Vest really paying off, keeping it in the game. With a critical hit though, such a valiant effort coming through from Miraidon, but the Woodhammer comes through, seals the game, and Joaquim Roquette takes the title in the junior division to become your champion at the North American International Championships.
Apollo is able to fire off one final Moongeist beam with this Lunala and actually gets the critical hits. But you're right, the Weezing hits the field, a Protect available on both Pokemon. And so we'll see this as the final moves of choice. Isak has attended 3 international championships this season, able to get top cut in both of the previous ones, and leaves this one as a champion at last. Congratulations to Isak Moreira, your 2025 North America International Champion.
Here is the one thing you can hope for, is that Federico makes a mistake and goes on the offensive with this Lunala using Moongeist Beam to stop very effective damage onto that Pokemon, but Federico doesn't. He goes for the Moonblast. Federico Camporisi is your 2025 North America International Champion.
I was really nervous going into that just because it was my first finals. I just had to still process everything, but it feels great.
It feels amazing to kind of leave a legacy that I think no other team will be able to replicate.
UIC, LEIC, and NAIC, now we're going to Worlds.
Dude, I don't think I could have ever imagined this.
Thank you for everybody.
This feels incredible.
Able to win this tournament, it's just couldn't be happier.
Oh, que eu tinha. Boa tarde, Nanda. É, tipo as cartas douradas do TCG, essas artes.
Welcome back, trainers, to Lille Regional Championships. We're in the thick of the action in phase 1 of our competitions, and the battle keep rolling on because we've got more intense action. We've got players who have already booked their spots into phase 2 of the competition and setting their sights further towards the top cut. There are 9 players remaining at 6-0 records, and we're featuring 2 of them in this round, Shay.
Yeah, and we have a star-studded matchup here. On the left, we have Stefan Ivanov, no stranger to the big stages, has done really well at a number of events. And here we have his resume, and trust me, ooh, you know, it doesn't really get much better than that, to be honest with you. NRC champion back-to-back, might I say. NRC finalist, almost done it again. And then OCIC finalist as well.
You always know that when you can only see international results, you know that they're an incredible player. Alexander, no slouch himself though, a top 4 in Birmingham, as well as a top 8 in Warsaw, with some really intriguing decks as well, playing the likes of that Vikavolt Palkia archetype, picking up some really interesting builds, so definitely a creative deck builder who's also had some great results with it.
Yeah, and that's one thing I love when you get creative deck builders doing well. A 6-0 record, whatever he's playing, has been going quite well. And the same for Stefan, you know, he's no stranger to innovation every now and then. Let's consult the prize cards though. Blood Moon, Earth Luna, Pheasantipity for Stefan. Luminous Energy, 2 copies of Fighting could be impactful. As we do see the fist bomb here, and our Swiss round 7 feature match here in Little Rio Championship is getting started. Alexander's going first, starts off with the Buddy Poffin.
The prize cards already indicate what archetypes both these players are going with. Alexander is going to be rocking with the Dragapult EX Dust Noir archetype, a staple in the metagame for many months now. That has had only a few...
os caras só introduz logo rápido. Vambora.
Determination being a new 4 of within the deck. But this archetype
O Stephanie tá do que? Será de ser o Edge?
From that Dracloak,
giving
you so many
to
see to accumulate some really disruptive combos. The Budu early on can buy you time, shutting down the opponent's use of item cards. That allows you to evolve up into multiple stage 1 and 2 Pokemon. And suddenly, thanks to the disruptive damage counter placement of Phantom Dive, in addition to really careful Curse Blasting, you can be completely annihilating board states with your opponent not having much of a response. So it has a slow opener and then springs into life once it finds a combo.
Do lado do Dragapult, realmente, ter Budiu é bom. Só que é turno 1 ainda. Turno 1 não vale a pena. Pra quem tá começando, não.
You know, just because Alexander might not get off to the races by like a turn 3 doesn't matter. I promise you, energy attachments are rather important. Now we do see a psychic.
Mas a galera gosta, Scarp. Querendo ou não, a Iono também, a galera adorou ela no Scarlet Violet.
That make it rain doing 50 damage for each energy you choose to discard from your hands.
É um arquétipo de personagem que eles perceberam que a galera gosta pra caralho.
Damage has the ability coin bonus. You can draw a card. If it's in the active, how about draw 2? So that's pretty good. And one thing I really love about Golden Go is that Geneset. You can see there the metallic signal ability, letting you search your deck for any metal 2.
Olha lá, a carapuça já foi vestida já, inclusive. Mas a galera gosta desse tipo de personagem. Existe um público, né? O famoso existe um público.
We are drawing a copious amount of cards there for Golden Go, which is what you want. Energy and discard pile, so you can fling them straight back with super energy retrieval.
Yeah, it flows so perfectly.
Querendo ou não, os treinadores vão acompanhando as modernidades, né? Vão acompanhando as tendências, né?
Either to energy cards to use with Golden Go or early access to the second part of the piece you need, because Solrock and Lunatone work in tandem. You need to have them both in play to use both the Lunar Cycle ability to draw a bunch of cards and fuel that discard pile like you mentioned, but also allows Solrock to get into the mix early. And it actually allows the Golden Go players at times to maintain single prize early game board states, which I think can also be crucial in other aggressive matchups. And it has also changed the deck quite substantially in terms of what you're seeing in here. No longer do we really look towards the Energy Search Pro A-Spec. In this case, Stefan is going for the Prime Catcher choice.
Antes tínhamos os Pokéfans, né? Os Pokémaniacs, né? Vocês lembram? Nos jogos tinha, que era normalmente os treinadores que se vestia de Pokémon ou ficava com camisetinha de Pokémon e os caralho. Agora nós temos essas The Gear e os times ou a galera que é gado delas, né?
So Solrock doesn't really have any usable targets anyway. So all things considered, this has been a really good opener for him.
And one thing I really love about the Solrock Lunatone additions to the deck is that Golden Go used to be very linear in the sense that you could target by knowing...
é Goldengo. É Goldengo com Lunatone. Eles eram os caras muito funcionados. É porque, tipo assim, por mais que é dentro do tema de Pokémon, eu vejo Pokémon sendo uma parada que, tipo, eles são os animais do universo. A diferença é que existe uma competição sadia, né? Que envolve ali as criaturas, tá ligado? Os bichinhos. Então, tipo, qualquer profissão, qualquer coisa encaixa, assim, um perfil pra galera lutar, tá ligado? Tipo, pra galera usar como treinador, né? Aí, Gear, sei lá. tá popular, não ficaria tão, né, isolado. Apesar de ser estranho. Mas é isso. Mas é isso.
We are going to see air balloon, it looks like.
Yeah. Possibly using a minor errand running this turn could help getting a bunch of those energy into the hand for you. And Vessel being a choice to also...
Pai de pet é o meu piro. Pai de pet é o meu saco. Eu tenho algumas perguntas de Naruto. Por acaso tem algum fã de anime aqui? Cara, a gente gosta. A gente até curte, mas a gente não lambe o saco de obra, não.
Yeah, I like the option to just filter out much more. Gongo, when it played Energy Search,
mas esteja à vontade pra conversar aí. Fã não tem, eu gosto de Naruto. Não tem problema. É porque hoje o termo fã, você falar que você é fã já é a polarização. Quer dizer que você chupa o pau pra obra e fala bem de tudo que ela faz. Não é bem assim, né? Não é bem assim.
Stefan's really put himself in a great position and basically forcing this hand disrupt, which Alexander fortunately does immediately have in hand.
Cara, aí tu vai ir nas teorias que dentro da lógica do próprio universo é complicado explicar. Mas você pode ainda usar da lógica para chegar nesse ponto. Mas chega ao ponto que, se o Kishimoto quiser, a obra tá tão zoada em power creep, níveis e noção de poder, que se os caras quiserem, aquilo é possível. Tá ligado? Não é que Naruto seja uma obra extremamente consistente no power creep também, mas ao menos ele tenta, né? Ao menos ele tenta.
However, it's very slow and methodical. So if you start to miss pieces, your ideal turn start attacking can really...
Esse tipo de papo que tu tá trazendo aqui é muito mais fácil numa comunidade bitolada que fica debatendo quem ganha de quem. Todo santo dia. Lá você vai ter essa resposta.
Now, there are 3 copies of Jamming Tower in Alexander's list. He's not playing a build with many... Oh, sorry, it is just the 2 Jamming Tower, but he's not playing a build with any rare candies either. So missing these stage 1s...
Mas o Budil não consegue bater... Ah, não. Bate sim. O Gimme Go não tem ainda a resistência a plano. É o Golden que tem.
Having a quick consult of Stefan's hand before that metallic signal, I saw like a lot of trainer cards. Now, I couldn't tell you if they were supporters or not, but it looked like there was a lot of trainers. So I'd love to consult again. Now, one thing about this metallic signal as well is this is going to reshuffle the deck. We knew that a couple of energy got put straight to the bottom thanks to Iono. Metallic signal will liberate them, so you know a lunar cycle.
Tem isso também, né, senhor? Tem isso também.
Golden Go that Stefan might be debating here just requires 1 metal energy to knock out this Budu, and that's already attached to the active. So if Stefan doesn't have a guaranteed way of taking a knockout with no other base energy in hand, using the EX, he might go for this single prize option. It's rare that you see this strike at Rich Golden Go in a build that already has Lunatone and Soul Rock.
Yeah.
Cara, o exame Chunin não tem nenhuma regra
early individual prize card knockouts.
Implícita de impedir invocação. A questão é bem difícil um Genin que está passando pelo processo do exame Chunin ter chakra ou conhecimento bastante para fazer uma invocação gigante. Sendo sincero, a invocação do Gamabunta contra o Gara foi uma coisa completamente estourada e fora da proporção, justamente porque a luta ali já tava fora de proporção, então a lógica já tinha ido pro caralho. Pra no final o Naruto ganhar do Gara com uma testada. Então... o que eu ia falar, os Genins são muito limitados. É que quando já vai pro caso do Boruto, se for usar de comparação, ali a molecada já imaginei que alguém ia falar de Boruto. Por isso que eu já tô citando, já tô me antecipando. O Boruto, a molecada é considerada basicamente a geração genial. Todo mundo lá é muito absurdo já pra um Genin. Então foi-se necessário formular novas regras. Mas Boruto em si já é uma merda, né? Vamos ser sinceros nessa questão. Por isso que já tiveram que criar várias outras regras pra isso. Tá ligado?
Could be quite vulnerable and easily picked off, especially when you face a deck that can represent one-hit knockouts. Yeah, it can be really risky to represent that Neo.
Mas aí é uma parada específica, né, Randa? É uma parada extremamente específica.
And surely we need to start seeing some Dracloak now.
Well, we're seeing 8 cards, and I see an Ultra Ball at the very least.
Well, that's something. We're working with something.
It's the hard way around though, isn't it? You know?
Where are they?
Sometimes you just want to easily get your stage ones. Ultra Ball can be very costly, but there we do see Buddy Popping getting discarded and Dragapult EX Ultra Ball. Discard 2 cards from your hand, find any Pokemon you like from your deck. So very high search power, but the downside of discarding resources.
O moleque, o Mitsuki, é absurdo, né? O Mitsuki é um dos mais absurdos ali, né? Se for considerar. Se ele pudesse fazer tudo ali,
This is really when the deck starts to come together. Essentially, when you start seeing these recon directive, you just get even more access to the deck. And ideally, Alexander's looking for more of these Drakloak, to be fair.
Here we go. 1-2 counter catcher. That's going to send straight back to the bottom. So you didn't get to see what the second card was. Oh, there you go. Drakloak.
As predicted.
Here we go. All the reconnaissance going on now for Alexander. Oh, this was like a bit more of a harder decision. Lily and Hilda.
The supporter played this turn already, so it's plays for future turns here.
I think Neo Upper still in hand.
Yeah. Do you choose to commit it now and just hope that your Itchy Pollen plus Jamming Tower sticks for a turn?
A maior referência que tu vai pegar também, né,
Getting an attachment that turn anyway.
Por que as tuas referências pra informação sempre são as piores ou as mais escrachadas e cômicas possíveis? Eu fico impressionado. Claro que esse cara viralizou pra caralho, não quer dizer que ele só fala borracha. Mas geralmente ele pega viral justamente pelo jeito que ele fala. Tem coisa que ele fala que é interessante, inclusive. Calma aí, deixa eu levar um bagulho ali.
Jamming Tower, stop using air balloon, and cross your fingers, essentially.
You may have noticed a really interesting card as Stefan was looking through the deck there. The Erica's Invitation was a tech supporter card. Possibly not for this matchup, but it's a useful way of getting around Cornerstone Ogerpon. So you can see that Stefan has updated his deck list with Mega Evolution in mind. That can really help out against the Kangaskhan Absol deck. But here we're looking to try and find fighting energy so we can draw more with Lunar Cycle, or ideally one of those copies of Professor Turo's Scenario.
Or Artisan.
A lot of cards in this hand.
Air balloon as well.
Was there already a Turo from the previous turn?
Yep.
Yes, there was.
It is. Professor Turo's Scenario, letting you remove a Pokemon from play. That'll let you pick up the...
Por isso que eu falei. Ele força muito pra mim, tá ligado? Em alguns. Tipo, ele vai atrás, ele tem informação, tá ligado? Mas o jeito que ele escolhe trazer não é a minha praia, tá ligado? Eu entendo que funciona muito bem aí com a molecada, com essa galera aí que vai mais pro lado mais comédia mesmo, só quer dar uma risada do bagulho. Mas tipo, eu acho que justamente aprofundar pra fazer paródia zona, tá ligado? É nível os caras que sabe de Kingdom Hearts e transforma Kingdom Hearts numa piada. Mas o próprio cara sabe que Kingdom Hearts no fundo não é aquela piada, tá ligado? Só que o cara bota uma lupa só naquilo lá, sabe? Ele é meio parecido. Eu não curto muito, não. Mas é inegável que ele estuda. É inegável que ele vai a fundo. Tá ligado? É inegável que ele vai a fundo. Saca? Isso aí é inegável. Mas ele literalmente uma hora dá no saco, tá ligado? Pra qualquer conteúdo que ele tá fazendo. Se você gosta e aprofunda no negócio, vai ficar de saco cheio com ele. Porque você percebe isso, você entendeu? Aí você fica de saco cheio. Eu fui ver um vídeo dele porque ele ficou no viral uma época. Tá ligado? Exatamente, cara. Eu fui ver. Aí quando eu comecei a ver que ele é só esse repeteco, que é meio pra viral mesmo, falei, ah, larga a mão. Larga a mão. Aí eu larguei de mão, tá ligado?
For Stefan, and that's one of the key ways that you get a whole heap of energy in one go, just from that superior energy retrieval. So with only a couple of basic energy in the discard, if you can launch an INO this turn and launch a Phantom Dive, there's a chance, especially if we're going to use Curse Blast proactively here, target down the Soul Rock. This would keep you on even prize cards.
Não, eu acho que, tipo assim, a questão do jeito do combate da pessoa vai das limitações dela que não implicitamente, tá ligado? Seja uma vantagem tão absurda, tá ligado? Que outros daquela categoria não teriam. O caso das marionetes, como propriamente dito, é da base do estilo, tá ligado? Que se luta, né? Desses clãs que usam a marionete. tá ligado? A mesma coisa da questão que nem falou ali do Kiba com o cachorro. É uma parada que eles são instruídos e treinados desde quando eles começam ali, né? O caminho ali, tá ligado? Pra ser um ninja dentro do clã, né? Porque aí, se você for levar pelo ponto que todo mundo tem que lutar exatamente nas mesmas normas, todo mundo só vai poder usar kunai, shuriken e sair na porrada assim, usando pouquíssimos jutsus, tá ligado? Porque senão vira uma vantagem.
Super retrieval straight away,
I think there's already Arven in the hand, so if we can't knock out this Dragapult EX, we could still use the Prime Catcher this turn, taking a single prize knockout, just going down to 2 remaining. That should be much more in range for your Make It Rain attack.
Sim. A galera ali, tanto o Scarpa quanto o Handa, deixaram explícitos o que eu tô dizendo. Uma coisa é estilo de lutar, outra coisa é uma vantagem extra além do estilo. Tá ligado? São coisas bem diferentes. Você acha justo colocar uma pessoa com Sharingan e outra com Byakugan? Uai! É genético, mano. Eles nascem com aquilo. Tá ligado? Eles nascem com aquilo. Faz parte do estilo de luta também deles. É a habilidade deles. Tá ligado? É claro, é bem forte, mas aí você tá querendo que não falei. Daqui a pouco, o jeito que você tá debatendo, você tá dando ponto, vamos então desligar a habilidade de todo mundo e colocar só ninja com kunai e shuriken e kawarimi no máximo. Os jutsu base. Quem se sobressair nisso é o melhor ninja, entendeu? Basicamente, se for colocando em nivelar desse jeito que tá falando, daqui a pouco todo mundo vai só poder usar kunai e shuriken, pô. Tá ligado? Não é assim, pronto, acabou. Você tá ligado que nós tá falando de um exame Chunin. Nós estamos falando de Genin, tá ligado? Nós estamos falando de Genins. Você tem que lembrar que nós não estamos falando numa briga do alto nível. Nós estamos falando de Genin, mano. Você tá usando do exemplo do exame Chunin. Se você tá querendo usar exemplo tipo um cara nível Itachi... Ah, sabia. Mano, tu é muito previsível. Eu falei antes de você mandar a mensagem. Ah, então bota o Itachi lá, irmão. Você tá querendo comparar o cara que literalmente bateu nos vilões mais absurdos lá da frente pra ter um adversário no exame Chunin, cara. Tá ligado? Aí é tudo que tá saindo da proporção da comparação, pô. Aí é tudo que tá saindo da comparação.
Or you could just go in with one Gongo, use one superior this turn, knock out a Dracloak. I think there's actually enough fighting energy that you could just...
Exatamente, o Itachi é um exemplo fora. Tá ligado? Mas é o que eu falei, é por isso exatamente que o filho do Orochimaru é nerfado pelas paradas lá pra fazer o exame, porque ele é roubado. Ele naturalmente é quebrado. E é aí que eu disse mais uma vez, Boruto é uma merda no Power Creep desde o começo, porque a galera Genin lá faz mais que Jounin da primeira saga. Um Genin lá faz mais que Jounin no Naruto clássico, tá ligado? É desequilibrado. Entendeu? Esse é o ponto que eu disse sobre Boruto, principalmente. Os Genin lá é mais absurdo que os Jounin do clássico.
With the fighting gongs and the fighting energy in hand, you can just vessel for the final couple energy and still use Prime Catcher.
Por isso eu falei que tu não tá usando os parâmetros muito justos pra comparar, entendeu?
Stefan might even be using this Vitality Band as fodder from the hand. Oh, looks like it's going to be the fighting energy. Have we actually got all the way there now? Stefan has fighting gong available. Wow, I think we might be reaching this huge Kyoshe.
Wow.
Não, então, é exatamente o que eu tô falando. Não tem. Mas aí entra da questão. Se você for querer nivelar Power Creep entre todo tipo de técnica, vai ter gente que vai achar. Você acha o Sharingan roubado? Porque todo mundo lembra do Itachi metendo Genjutsu todo mundo e ganhando instantâneo, tá ligado? Ou lembra de um Tsukuyomi, um Amaterasu da vida, que queima eternamente a pessoa. Mas, mano, esse nível de técnica um Genin não vai ter. Um Genin, quando construiu o Power Creep de Naruto, não deveria ter. Boruto quebra tudo isso. Já deixa bem claro. Boruto quebra toda essa coerência. Um Genin pode fazer uma caralhada de coisas, porque sim. Genéticos, caralho. Experimento de laboratório nível filho do Orochimaru. Aí é outra história.
Because you're going to be using Make It Rain anyway and having a lot of energy in the discard pile. But either way, Stefan's in a... Oh, wow. Already proactively using the superior energy retrieval here. So going to go down to one prize card and knock out the Latias EX, perhaps.
Interesting.
Não, o Shikamaru é restritivo pra caralho pra ele conseguir fazer funcionar a técnica dele. Ele tem que fazer um puta plano, alinhar o Sol com a Lua, Marte, Júpiter, Saturno, aí ele consegue fazer o plano dele. O Shikamaru é uma parada ridícula pra ele conseguir lutar bem. Por isso que as lutas do Shikamaru, quando acontecem, são muito satisfatórias de assistir. Tá ligado?
And you're still ending up with a decent chunk of energy in the discard pile.
Vitality band for what it's worth.
Yeah, that's currently not live with the jamming tower in play, but it's just being thrown out of the hand.
Yeah, interesting to see this.
Discarding a couple energy here.
Não, mas é normal. Normal, a geração nova pisca, aprende jutsu fácil, tá ligado? Normal. Normal, foi o que eu falei. Você não usa Boruto de parâmetro pra nada. Principalmente em Power Creep, pra comparar com o Naruto, que você vai ficar maluco, mano. O jeito de desenvolver os poderes lá é totalmente diferente. A progressão evolutiva dos personagens é diferente. Você vai sempre ficar frustrado em relação ao clássico. Lá é outra parada, tá ligado? Lá é outra parada.
You have an Ino in hand, you're putting Stefan down to an even lower hand size this time. You're not going to be taking a knockout, so you're not setting up Pheasantipity. Can you set yourself up for a full prize turn in any way here? Whilst also using Ino. That's got to be the puzzle for Alexander now. Possibly try and bring up the Pheasantipity.
Pior que a minha parada com o Boruto não é nem ele aprender o Rasengan. É a forma como, tá ligado? Ele aprende. Tá ligado? É mais a forma. Sim, sim. O Kakashi, apesar de não utilizar, porque ele até explica pro Naruto porque que apesar de saber como funciona o Rasengan ele não usa, ele mostra pro Naruto que ele sabe fazer. Lá no Shippuden, inclusive.
It's in hand, Halucha, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Gonna get Ionode.
You'd have to Halucha next turn, so you would bring up a...
Oh, I'm with you, sorry, yeah.
Finish off the
flying entry. And that's the thing about Dragapult, you know, if you give it too much time, it can do these multi-prize turns very easily. There's the Ionode into the Dracloak.
There's already the Ultra Ball in hand share as well, so Alexander's getting pretty close.
Yeah.
Ah, não, mas aí essa zoeira aí é o padrão, né? Essa zoeira caçarada aí é o padrão da obra, né?
I think so.
Coitada da Sarada. Foi pegar o gene da Sakura ali e cagou tudo, tá ligado? Foi pegar o gene da Sakura ali, falam que a Sakura que cagou ela, né? O gene da Sakura que cagou ela. Mas é engraçado, é uma parada engraçada. Tipo, é que nem o Scarpa falou, não quer dizer que todo Uchiha tem que ser a visão ocular perfeita além do alcance, mas ela usar óculos é um tanto irônico, assim, é um tanto até cômico.
That makes sense.
Alexander's going for here. You already have the 210 vulnerable Latias EX in play anyway. Why not?
É literalmente como se você nascesse com um nerf natural, né? Você vai ter que usar bastante o olho, porque é a base do seu estilo de luta, se for, obviamente, né, usá-lo. E você já tem um probleminha nos olhos, né?
Another Ultra Ball.
Another Ultra Ball there, we'll take that.
Pretty handy. The Luminous Energy can go onto Blood Moon Saluna as well now. No, going to be Ultra Balled away again.
Se você desenvolver o super sentido a ponto de não precisar usar a visão, é do caralho. Tá ligado? Ah, é do caralho. É do caralho, pô. Você tem um super sentido, pra que você precisa da visão? Aí é bom mesmo, concordo plenamente.
The Dust Skull. It does a very similar thing here. Means you can knock out the active next turn with a Curse Blast if Stefan chooses not to move the Pheasantipity, which if he can't take a knockout on this Dragon Ball, he will do. But here we go, the big Phantom Dive, setting up a 4-prize turn, almost certainly here. Going to be 200 to the active. And probably 6. Yep, all 6 to the gold.
Eu acho que o Stephanie ganhou agora, não?
Superior Energy Retrieval. That's currently in the hand of Golden Go.
We need some big draws here, Shay.
Yeah, we need
Superior does give us access to fighting energy for the Lunar Cycle, of course, so that will be a piece at some point. There's one
off
draw
the
from
coin
the first
bonus.
golden
That's
bow.
the Premium Power Pro, I believe.
Was that the Stadium Bump in the hand as well? That could give you a lot more outs. The one copy of Artisan in hand for Stefan now means that Air Balloon could be a really helpful pickup. They're superior for 4 fighting energy. That gives us access to 3 more draws here from Lunatone. Looking to try and find Arven. That would be huge at this stage of the game. That would be Air Balloon and superior.
Yeah. Wow.
Or something along those lines.
Here we go. Erica,
Caralho, eu nem lembrava da existência dessa Erika aí, vou ser sincero, viu? Eu nem lembrava da existência dessa Erika aí, viu?
You can attach retreat, but then you're giving yourself an extra draw, but you're putting yourself in a horrible position. Alexander only has 1 card in the hand right now. There's no guarantee that he can push away this Pheasantipity for the 4 prize turn that he's trying to sculpt. So Stefan now has the decision, do I pay retreat, making my life easier for my opponent to win the game? You could still go into your other Golden Go EX on the bench.
Não posso dizer totalmente porque não assisti. Eu sei dos arcos de Boruto, porque eu acompanhei por fora, não sei todos os detalhes dos arcos, mas sei os arcos principais de Boruto. E realmente, sabendo deles, eu sinto zero vontade de assistir, tá ligado? Mas aquela parada, o jeito que é realmente ele promovido pela galera é porque realmente como se fosse um bicho completo.
Looks like he's just drawing the 1 card here.
I'm a gambler.
I feel like...
Okay, here it is. Arven?
Ah, mas os Uchihas são mesmo um clã que era temido, né? Não foi à toa que basicamente teve o genocídio deles, né? Não foi à toa, né? De fato, eles eram temidos, tá ligado?
So we would only get to 300 damage. We are literally an energy away. Because we could pay retreat at superior.
É foda.
And
we would just
be 20 short.
20 short. Maths can be a cruel mistress sometimes.
So now do we still attach to the active and just pass? Do we hold everything?
Your opponent's got a 1 card hand. Maybe you take the gambit. I don't think you can push my Pheasantipity.
I feel like
another 2 off recon direct.
Mas realmente mataram todo mundo, né? Agora tá repopulando, né? Tem Sarada, tem as paradas, mas... Clã Uchiha, se não fosse questão do Sasuke, é de F inteiro, né?
Because Alexander, if he was to
E é de F lindamente.
KO the active, then Stefan could push a single prize Pokemon into the active.
Yeah.
That would only be a 3 prize turn for Alexander.
That's the scenario we're seeing. That's only a 3 prize turn. Quite good enough, you know what? Yeah. There we go.
I think it's a game of chicken now. I think Alexander might be passing with a single prize Pokemon in the active if he can attach retreat to the active. Oh no, we're blasting off.
Pra que ressuscitar ela? Ué, porque a galera queria fazer a nova era, não sei o que, blá blá blá, blá blá blá. Tudo bem que Bacon só tivesse manipulado todo mundo, né?
Wraps up game 1 here, Swiss round 7 match here in Lille. Love that, taking the gamble. I tell you what, Alexander played that really. I'm so
Não, a parada da ressuscitar é estranho mesmo, né? O termo ressuscitar fica esquisito, né?
Absolutely incredible gamble. Alexander realizing the situation that he was in those final stages, realizing that if I give Stefan 1 additional turn, he has too many cards in hand. He has 5 draws.
Acho que não foi dublagem, não. Naquele ponto ali a história já tava tão zoada já. Naquele ponto ali parecia tanto que eles literalmente só cagaram ela, tá ligado? A existência dela. Por mais que depois tentaram construir toda a lore no Boruto, né? Mas ainda assim, sei lá. É muito pouco convincente assim, sabe?
Making great use of his A spec at the time as well. And then at this stage, this was a key risk from Alexander, saying that I just don't think there's enough energy in the discard pile for Stefan to reach a KO.
Eu acho que tinha que ter um salto geracional maior também, Scarpa, eu concordo. Se Boruto se desprendesse total do que Naruto é, fosse um salto geracional de fato, a gente não visse o Naruto ali, a galera ali, mas tipo, o que é o futuro pós-Naruto, ser aquilo, seria mais de boa. Porque o problema pra mim central de Boruto não é só as escolhas de como o roteiro anda, né? Porque ali estamos em tempos de paz. Aí sempre tem aquela história, né? tempos de paz geram homens fracos, tá ligado? Homens fracos geram tempos difíceis. Tempos difíceis geram, né, pessoas fortes e vai se tendo ciclo lá, tá ligado? E tipo, o começo de Boruto é literalmente tudo muito pacífico. Então é muito nhé, tá ligado? Então é muito nhé, assim, saca? E até na hora que começa a entrar os conflitos ali, tipo, na maioria das vezes é bem satisfatório, tá ligado?
This is going to be a rude awakening for Alexander with his first deck search. The one copy of EliasXD, that Skyliner, providing free retreat for all basic Pokemon. That's not an option for him. He only plays one Professor Turo scenario to move this Pokemon now. He doesn't play any Air Balloon, doesn't play anything else. The one copy of the Latias, and you just hope that you...
Mas se ele se desprendesse, porque os melhores momentos assim que a galera eu vi hypando em Boruto era geralmente quando envolvia os personagens antigos, não os novos, tá ligado?
Really tough spots, and you're hunting for...
E aí é meio triste, velho, porque tipo, caralho, a obra deveria focar nos personagens novos, fazer você ganhar, pegar os novos. E eles não conseguiram, tá ligado? No geral, a maioria não curtiu muito.
Basically nothing. Sure, you can still build a board behind it. I mean, maybe you play out the few opening turns and hope that Stefan tries to hunt with...
Meu Deus, ter aberto de Ursaluna ali foi ridículo de ruim, velho. Ainda bem que existe Latias nesse deck, né? Que bom que existe Latias nesse deck.
You really have to think.
That wasn't the most convincing of turn one, was it?
Does get the energy, at least one Dreepy though. There is potential big pressure from Stefan though. He could be going for Air Balloon plus Prime Catcher, right? Take out this one Dreepy and still strand the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Nossa, pra caralho. Pra caralho. Pra caralho. Tipo, você poderia até citar do Naruto e do Sasuke na obra, mas seriam memórias, tipo, distantes, tá ligado? Seriam callbacks, assim, só pra complementar o bagulho, não se sustentar neles, né?
Air balloon, so no prime catcher.
All right, not quite as crazy as we were thinking, unless it's already in the hand. No, I don't see it. It is going to be the fighting Gong, though. Lunatone coming onto the board. That activates both the ability now for Lunar Cycle, but also the attack from Solrock.
Não, mas aí fizeram mais pra gerar impacto, né? Mata ela, mas aí dá pra filha dele. Grande merda, tá ligado? Agora é a filha dele que tá tendo essa porra. Grande merda, tá ligado?
Oh, he's playing a Gong though, no?
It's a slightly weaker turn than we expected. It's just going to be the minor errand running instead here.
É a mesma coisa que não matar praticamente. Ah, mas não é a Kurami, Elias. Vocês entenderam, porra. Vocês não são tão imbecis assim. Vocês entenderam por que fizeram isso.
Alexander immediately finding a Drakcloak this time. That was one of his core headaches of game number 1. Still able to navigate his way through, but immediately that's resolved. And a Nest Ball in addition here. So can get some additional Dreepy down.
Did have a Lilies in the hand as well. So get big hand refresh. I think that was a top deck actually.
Yeah.
Também tem isso também. E aí vem a grande questão. Poderia até ter eles, nesse ponto, eu já prefiro que não tivesse, mas se for ter, poderia ter eles para resolver uma ameaça maior, mas você teria que criar ameaças do nível da molecada evoluir também. Porque é até uma razão da molecada do nada dar uns jump absurdo de power creep pra tentar acompanhar, e não faz sentido esses pulos de power creep ridículos que eles têm, tá ligado? Não faz sentido pra eles tentarem acompanhar.
Throughout today, and also on our top tables, to be fair, lots of stage 2s in action. The buddy found from our Lily's determination.
Mano, o Kawaki mesmo, por mais que ele é um dos poucos personagens bacanas introduzidos, ele é ridículo, velho. Ele é ridículo, velho.
And also with the Dreepy evolving into Drakcloak, you gain much more hand advantage to piece together all sorts of combos. So happy to see the buddy pop in. Are there any additional useful cards? We can't make use out of Budu because we can't move this Blood Moon Ursaluna.
No.
Ah, Karma é minha pica. Karma é a minha pica.
Yeah, Blood Moon Ursaluna is just going to be stopped.
Tomar no
You never ever start attaching energy to it, do you?
You can't. You can't. You'd rather just try and recon towards Turo if your opponent's going to keep you there.
That is unfortunate. That's not what you want when you're 6-0 up, one game up as well as leading Blood Moon.
Então, por isso que eu falei, eu gosto de Naruto, tá ligado? Mas, mano, o andamento pro Boruto ali realmente não me fez realmente sentir zero interesse em acompanhar Boruto. Tipo, a fundo, tá ligado? Assistindo e tal. Vejo por cima, fico vendo ali qual que é o arco que tá, né? O que tá acontecendo. Mas, tipo, assistir...
I think at this point, you're happy just going through a 2-prize Pokemon.
Yeah.
You'd much rather stay on even for now.
Assistir ou ler o mangá, né? Porque tem quem acompanha mesmo o mangá também.
That would be the only Pokemon that I'd think to take out here. Not last turn, last game, I should say. Maybe you still hunt the Dracloak here. It's draw power. It's got an energy attached. It's the only stage 1 in play. But if you can accumulate enough energy, still dealing with this Blood Moon is incredible. So an embarrassment of riches for Stefan right now.
An embarrassment of riches, what a phrase. Love that.
Actually, with Golden Go, come on.
I was about to say, it didn't go over my head, Joe. Don't worry about that, Sunshine. That did not go over my head.
Boss's orders clutch to the top.
Interesting.
2 energy in the hand, so it could be an easy make it rain KO on Dracloak.
I mean, the thing is that Earth Luna isn't going to go anywhere. It's going to be in play, regardless whether it's on the bench or not. There's the boss's orders.
Yeah, it's an awkward trade-off. It's a really nice turn from Stefan to bring up the only stage 1 Pokemon, but it has released Alexander from this really awkward Blood Moon Ursaluna that was halting all progress on his end. So I think Alexander, on balance, kind of just takes this, because now at least he can start initiating Itchy Pollen, and with 1 Hilda plus Ultra Ball in the hand, he does at least have some guaranteed Dracloak now, which is looking really important as this turn develops here. And even more access to energy cards as well, with the Hilda being the first action of the turn, grabbing a energy card in addition to an evolution Pokemon for an archetype like this that plays multiple stage 2s, including your crucial...
Cara, Naruto, não é só Naruto, todo shonen, quando ele começa a crescer muito e começa a ter que introduzir inimigos mais poderosos, porque as batalhas vão se tornando mais disputas de poder do que de fato estratégias, ou, né, poderes que realmente não precisam ser nível maiores, mas têm fragilidades, e essas fragilidades são exploradas para serem vencidas. Tudo vai pro lado do Dragon Ball, que eu gosto de falar, que é literalmente o cara gritar mais e jogar um poder maior em cima do cara, tá ligado? Ou o oponente ser a beira do imortal, que é quase todo vilão de Dragon Ball. Você pode destroçar ele, se ele tiver uma célula ou um pedacinho que regenera, ele volta inteiro. Então, tipo, Naruto eventualmente começou a ir pra esse caminho também. Principalmente no Shippuden, né? Eventualmente ele começou a ir pra esse caminho também, no Power Creep.
Yeah, this is good.
I mean, the only other thing you could think about is, can we get towards a jamming tower counter catch play? Try and strand something.
I think, right?
Yeah, that would be really handy. Try and bring up even the Gimme Ghoul on the bench could be useful. I think Lunatone's a fairly safe one to bring up as well. Less important to have the jamming tower in that case, because it's just a single retreat cost Pokemon. But when you're initiating that Itchy Pollen, it's still awkward to even find the Golden Go, because you can't even use Nest Ball for Genesect.
Yep. So nothing's guaranteed after you get hit by the Itchy Pollen, that's for sure. Could actually hit the Lunatone for weakness as well, for what it's worth.
True. Every damage counter matters, yeah.
Abuse mandou vídeo de Naruto, pô, velho.
Are we going to try and... We have the counter catcher, we do. That's the last like debate for Alexander. No, just going to be using Itchy Pollen for 0 damage. No items available for Stefan here. But we do have some draw power, that's for sure.
This is where Golden Ghost feels ridiculous in my opinion. When you start just drawing cards, like 2 off coin bonus in the active, 3 off Lunar Cycle, perhaps 1 from coin bonus. It's ridiculous.
I'm seeing not a lot of good stuff though. No physical copies of energy in this hand at all, Shay.
Yeah. That's the thing, we are very... Oh, wow, yeah, you're... Good. Wait, is that...
No fight.
Mano, chegou um ponto que o Madara fazia tudo. O Madara era literalmente inderrotável. Ele fazia tudo. Ninguém podia. Ninguém podia contra, tá ligado? Aí, tipo, ah, não, vamos fazer a vilã extra secreta aqui que surge do nada aos 45 do segundo tempo, deletar ele, sugar ele. E é isso.
Erica's invitation. Look at your opponent's hand. Any Pokemon you find there, put on the bench basic. So no hitter here. So that supporter card was essentially text of let me look at your hand. I see Alexander quickly write some notes there saying Erica is in Stefan's deck. Yep, okay.
Então, só que eu vou te dizer uma coisa, amigo. Não interessa o que você acredita, interessa o que o Kishimoto escreveu. E o que o Kishimoto escreveu é que eles levaram a massa. O que o Kishimoto escreveu é que eles levaram a massa. Tá ligado? Não interessa o que a gente acredita. O que interessa é o que ele escreveu. E ele escreveu que os dois levaram a massa. Ponto.
Ooh, bought myself a turnip. Let's get back in the mix. Going to start off with the recon directive.
Couple more supporters coming back in.
Just going to use that poison marker as an ability used marker. It's not poison. You can't be poisoned on the bench, viewers. Don't worry about that one.
Night Stretcher coming into the hand as well.
Great card.
That means we have no issue beginning to launch Phantom Dives if that's what we wish. Boss's Orders in the hand as well. We could try and make the same play of dealing with the Lunatone and Soul Rock in one turn. Like we did. There we go, we're flipping over the markers.
I don't know, when your opponent does literally nothing now. I think, well, clearly you haven't got the energy, so...
Esquisito isso aí, né?
Bunch of trainers, though. That's the issue.
Great point,
you know they're going to deal a huge amount. Well, we're bringing up the Gimme Ghoul.
Tô tentando dar uma segurada.
To Pollen here. We are. We're slowing the game down as much as possible. The 10 damage counters is really relevant as well.
Inclusive, eu acho uma forçação absurda do Gael. Eu já falei várias vezes disso. Mas eu entendo, era o momento do personagem, tá ligado? Eu entendo. Quebrar todas, escaralhar tudo pelo momento do personagem, pra todo mundo simpatizar-se e gostar mais ainda dele. Ainda mais quem já era fã do Gael. Tipo, maneiro. Mas sei lá. Pra mim, foda-se, tá ligado? Pra mim, foda-se. Eu achei muito foda-se, tá ligado? Ainda mais não matar o Gael. Aí eu fiquei mais puto. Se pelo menos o Guy morresse porque abriu a porra do portão final, eu falaria, não, beleza, pelo menos houve um preço, né? Houve um preço, tá ligado? Mas nem morreu, o desgraçado morreu.
Just a pass. There we go. Alexander's bought himself another turn here.
You have to feel for Stefan.
Não, mas o Neji foi a morte mais merda de todos os tempos, mano. Se você troca as mortes, você deixa o Neji vivo, porque aquela morte foi ridícula, só pra impacto emocional, e você faz um sacrifício do Guy pra, sei lá, pelo menos tentar deixar o Madara fudido, porra! Caralho, tá ligado? Era muito melhor, pô. Morre o Guy e deixa o Neji vivo, então, nossa senhora, muito melhor. Pelo amor de Deus.
I know. Was that Ultra Ball was taken, I believe? I mean, yeah, if you're...
Porque a morte do Neji foi tosquíssima. A morte do Neji foi idiota. Foi puro impacto emocional e ceninha trágica pro Naruto ficar baqueado. Nossa. Tá ligado? Porra, eu tomar no cu. Ah, cara, eu achava o Neji maneiro. É porque o Neji é aquele cara que não tem muito tempo de tela também, né? Ele foi aquele rival. Ele foi aquele rival do Naruto lá no comecinho. E depois, tipo, ele nem tem desenvolvimento de tela. Mas eu achava legal o que ele simbolizava na obra. Tá ligado? O que ele simbolizava na obra eu achava maneiro, mas eu achei que desperdiçaram ele total. Matando ele daquele jeito, eles literalmente só jogaram mais ainda o personagem no lixo. Tá ligado? Jogaram o Char no lixo total.
And we can make it rain for 50 damage now.
Okay.
We can finally take a knockout.
I think, isn't the one Frizer in the hand? You could even use that if you
could also strike it rich, yeah. Keep the Turo around for later.
Yeah, you could do that. And are we potentially?
Looks like we are.
There we go. Was the star of game one. The Stefan put a lot of work in. Is putting in work here again. The sneaky one-off.
Infelizmente, assim como quase toda a galera dos 12 de Konoha, como chamam, né? Do Konoha 12, que é a molecada que foi tudo treinada junto com o Naruto. Cara, a maioria deles é relevante. A Indo, basicamente, é só rivalidade com a Sakura, tá ligado? Tipo, cara, o único que tem mais trampo relevante e realmente tem um puta arco que você nunca mais esquece dele é o Shikamaru. Desde a morte do Asuma ali, até quando ele ajuda o Naruto diversas vezes, né? Shikamaru ali é muito bom, tá ligado? É trabalhado pra caralho. Não é à toa que ele vira um personagem bem mais relevante com o tempo, né? E o resto ali é tudo mais backup, velho. Infelizmente, tá ligado? O resto ali, infelizmente, é todo mundo mais backup. No máximo tiveram mini arcos pra trabalhar alguma coisa e depois sumiram, velho. Isso quando tiveram, porque a Tentei mesmo. A Tentei, quem lembra da Tentei? É só pelo meme do Madara, nem vale a pena selá-lo, tu é muito fraco. Cara, Tentei até triste. Aí quando você lembra dela, ela, lá no clássico, ela tomando um pau da Temari. Quando você lembra dela no clássico, ela tomando um cacete da Temari.
Yeah, that's the sort of scary thing against Golden Go, isn't it? At some point, you do have to put your attacker in the active, and you know Golden Go, you know the ball's in their court, they can do it. Missed it last game, but can you dodge it twice?
We're revolving into our Dragapult EX. I think Alexander genuinely is thinking now, can I once again go boss's orders, Itchy Pollen?
Okay.
It's going to be the Lunatone this time.
I mean, I guess you can make the read that you're struggling for energy. You've had to commit another one on the board.
Yeah.
So let me try and lock you up there again.
Metal Energy comes into the hand, so that's an easy retreat for Stefan, who is moving very quickly now, trying to give himself as much time as possible to bring back this game number 2. Very quick use of multiple Golden Go, also evolving the third one, making sure he gets all of his coin bonus in.
Metal não, filho. Metal é foda. Mas foi que eu tentei mesmo? Agora fico sem na dúvida. O filho do Rock Lee é de fato que eu tentei? O Metal Lee? É que é tão irrelevante assim, tipo, em geral ali, que eu fico sempre em dúvida. É realmente dela, então beleza.
And you're able to still knock out this budgie with the requisite 30. So Stefan goes down to 3 prize cards remaining. Has a bit of time remaining on the clock as well. Alexander has taken things very slow. Will he pivot this turn?
Yeah, if Stefan can...
Enfim, o Rajin falou de comentar de Boku no Hero. Rajin, tenta não comentar, porque o Scarpa assiste atrasado e pode ter alguém aí que não tá acompanhando mangá, né? Não viu o mangá e tá acompanhando pela temporada e tá saindo, né? Então eu peço encarecidamente para segurar. Então, é por isso que eu falei. Eu sei que o Metal Lee, ele é filho do Rock Lee, obviamente, mas a mãe eu não sei. A mãe eu não tenho confirmações oficiais, tá ligado? Tipo... Não, então, por isso que eu tô falando. Todo mundo caralho. Tem gente que só sabe como que acaba, não sabe do andamento até lá. Por isso eu disse pra não falar nada. Tem gente que acompanha só o anime, não vê mangá, tá ligado? Então... Mas em breve acaba aí. Espero que não seja nível Shingeki, temporada final, parte 4, agora vai, tá ligado?
Bringing back the awkward Pokemon into the active spot and reducing hand size down to 3 now. That could be a bit of a myth against Golden Go because, you know, 3 coin bonus are live, but, you know, reducing those options. Oh, was that a Toro?
Toro was there, yeah.
Toro was there.
So that's going to be
eu disse que eu espero. Eu disse que eu espero que não seja. Porque eu acho difícil também eles animar 12 pi e fazer o pau torar, tá ligado? Tudo em 12 pi eu acho muito corrido. Eu também acho. Mas essa temporada é 12 mesmo? Não vai ser 24? Eu não vi, eu não comecei a assistir, por isso que eu não sei. Eu nem comecei. Se for 24, tem chance de ser tudo sim. Se for 12, não dá. Mas nem fudendo dá em 12. Só se exportar coisas, ou rushar muito. 12? Ah, então não vai dar. Então vai ter mais uma temporada pra terminar ainda. Então vai ter mais uma. Não dá pra acabar em 12, velho. Meu Deus do céu. Nada contra, mas aquela guria que o Shoji namora ali, velho, ela não é feia, tá ligado? Mas eu acho, tipo, as escolhas visuais estéticas pra ela não combinam em nada. Tá? Ela não combina nada. Tipo, nada mesmo, tá ligado? Eu acho um design esquisito. Mas tem quem curte. Mas tem quem curte.
At that point, both players will have one additional turn and an overtime timer of 10 minutes.
For me, I think the priority for Alexander is perhaps can we re-establish another Badu?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Thinking about Dustclops.
What's going on here?
We're getting really creative here.
Really make that Iono painful.
I was thinking if there was any way to recover Badu, you could once again go for a let me bring up Lunatone, let me item lock.
Existe uma esperança, né? Existe a esperança, então. Talvez. Existe um talvez. Existe um maybe.
What we're going for here.
Did you went to a counter catcher? I mean, that's
Catcher is definitely a big piece. Iono is also a big piece. Here is Ultra Ball now as well. We've seen a ton of searches into the deck. Holucha coming into the mix. I think are we deck thinning towards Night Stretcher here because we're drawing 6 from Iono? I think that must be what Holucha's trying to serve here.
I think so. I doubt it'll be hitting the board.
This is great awareness from Alexander. Time has been called, by the way. The time you're seeing tick down is now the overtime clock.
Okay. So that means both players have one turn.
So this is Alexander's final turn. Well, are we simply putting our opponent down to fewer cards with the Iono? It means we're staying active and taking out Sorok and limiting as much draw as possible, giving item cards.
Yeah, I mean...
mas eu acho que eles já fizeram aquilo justamente pra o Naruto não virar um Minato 2, tá ligado? Naruto não ser literalmente um Minato 2.
Big turn here, though.
Muita gente ficou decepcionado com o visual mais velho do Naruto mesmo, né? É estranho, né? Mas, tipo, não é que eu acho ruim, tá ligado? É porque a galera já olhava e já esperava um Minato, né?
The Night Stretcher that was incidentally found, But here we go.
Okay.
Just the Jet headbutt, not taking a knockout.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so this is Stefan's last turn of the game. If Stefan can take a single prize card, he will win this game.
He's holding on to Boss's orders and Superior Energy Retrieval. Some of the best cards he could have found here, Shay, because he can draw more with coin bonus.
Yep.
And give himself a means to...
nós estamos falando realmente da questão do traço. Eu falo mais do visual mesmo. Da roupagem, cabelo, tá ligado? Nem é tanto do traço, mas o traço de fato é diferente.
You've not been item locked. You could Arven now for... Oh, the jamming tower's stopping the Vitality Band being game. Otherwise it would have been...
eu ia falar isso. O Minato, ele morreu até que cedo, né? O Minato, ele realmente morreu até cedo, assim, na obra, se for pensar, né?
It means we would have to discard the boss's orders because we can use Prime Catcher anyway.
Mas o Naruto nunca foi muito de usar esse estilo de cabelo. Não conseguiria ver ele mais velho usando. Se ele tivesse assim, seria até esquisito pra mim.
Wow. This is coming down to the wire.
Do we Arven now to thin out a piece, or are we still looking for more? I think we're going to see the draw 3 from Lunatone first, giving us all the options here. 3 big cards. We need damage modifier or the Prime Catcher itself here.
Caralho, tem a idade canon dele que ele morreu? Não lembrava da idade. Nossa, morreu jovem pra caralho. Morreu por desastre. Tudo bem que no mundo ninja é trágico, a galera morre cedão, né? Mas cedo ainda assim.
I mean, the way this card pile, I don't think, is there any more energy in this card pile? Doesn't look like it.
Stefan has had some rough draws throughout this entire set. And he's just, I really think it came down to the jamming tower denying Vitality Band here. Otherwise, you'd have an easy prime catcher vitality band KO.
Não, mas eu tô falando quando ele morreu. Morreu com 24, então.
Showing what it would have been without the jamming tower.
Yeah, that would have been it.
I'm pretty sure there was no artisan in the hand.
No.
I mean, if that's the case, then Stefan's looking at game right now.
Não. A ideia dele até que foi boa. O problema foi o velho tratar o Naruto que nem se trata o mendigo, né, velho? Que é o que deixa incoerente uma crítica muito absurda ao clássico quando você vai vendo pra frente. Porque lá na frente meio que deixa o velho, o terceiro Hokage, o Hiruzen, sendo um filho da puta. Porque, mano, você sabe o perigo que o moleque é, por que você deixa o moleque passar por essas porra? Se o moleque um dia se rebela contra a vida e quer matar todo mundo, aí a culpa é tua, né, seu filho da puta? Tá ligado?
1, 2, Stefan, what were they? Churro? Oh, nest ball.
We've already spent our supporter, so we can't turret for space.
Não tô falando que ele precisava criar o Naruto como se fosse filho dele também, tá ligado? Saca? Não tô falando que ele precisa criar o Naruto que nem um filho dele no colo. Saca?
And did so in convincing fashion. A massive congratulations. You know, made life as awkward as possible for Stefan, and that's what you need to do.
Não, a parada de tipo a galera ter uma raiva do Naruto pela questão do passado, tá ligado? Dele ser o garoto demônio na vila, é até compreensível. Até vindo de uma época ali que teve a parada, pô, cagou Konoha, tá ligado? É idiota. É idiota. Você... Caralho, tá comendo amendoim falando. Enfim, é idiota tratar o moleque como a consequência disso, jogar tudo nas costas do guri? É, de fato é. O problema pra mim é que você não vê muito ações do Hiruzen pra minimizar isso, tá ligado? Isso só acontece, sabe?
This is the overall replay then. This was game number 1, Shay.
Yeah, this was game number 1, which was, you know, really interesting. Stefan was still missing certain stuff. Alexander making it as awkward as possible, but then he was able to piece together those devastating phantom dives, and you can't absorb too many of them, no matter what deck you were, and then was able to close the game out with this fantastic curse blast to try and grab the ball.
Sim, mas aí jogam tudo nas costas do Danzon, ainda assim não faz sentido, tá ligado? Ainda assim é porco, é mal trabalhado, em cima do Hiruzen. Por isso que quando, depois que você já assistiu, né, tudo, o Hiruzen, ele morre ali por Orochimaru, você não sente dó, velho. Tá, foda-se você, velho. Tá? Foda-se você. Tu permitiu o massacre, basicamente, do clã Uchiha, né? Não foi exatamente isso, mas o massacre aconteceu durante a sua gerência aí da porra da vila. O Naruto cagado aí, ele se deu bem porque ele foi uma pessoa resiliente, teve boas companhias, né? Se afixou no sonho dele de se provar pra todo mundo que ele ia ser melhor, sendo um Hokage. Inicialmente só pra isso, depois de fato se tornou um Hokage.
That was exactly what Alexander needed to do. There was the Ino to 1. Stefan still drew a lot of cards, but 1 modifier, sure, and that's what these games can come down to when you're late.
Mano, Hiruzen se for pegar assim a grosso modo, Hiruzen foi um Hokage horrível, né? Se for pensar. Não que a Tsunade também era absurda, né? Não que a Tsunade também, depois que assumiu, foi absurda. Tá ligado? Mas o Hiruzen dá raiva, cara.
Alexander may have missed his 50-50 to find boss's orders, and Stefan is probably sat with game in hand with the additional draws he can gain, and then coming down to those final turns, he had a good amount of card draw, but just wasn't quite able to piece out that final knockout onto a Pheasantipity.
Yeah, and just did everything, you know, correctly. Had to rely on a little bit of luck. Remember in that game too, led the Blood Moon Ursa Luna without Latias, and was able to navigate it. We were discussing whether you debate conceding.
That was just a debate. I wasn't saying you should.
I know. Opening the door to the conversation. But yeah, was able to navigate out of that one, and you know, must have been thinking when the Budu started surviving, thinking, oh, that itchy pollen's come around at a good time here, huh?
So much to discuss in that game. Fortunately, Alexander is on the sofas with Mike. So let's hear from our winner.
Thank you very much, Joe and Shay, and I am incredibly excited to be joined by Alexander, as this is a special moment for me and for you. This was my first ever interview I ever did was with Alexander, and now a full circle moment as you're 7-0 here in Lille. How are you feeling?
Very good, honestly. So relieved that I managed to win 1-0.
No.
Yeah, well, it was tense at the end. It was 10 damage, the difference between a tie and a win there. What was going through your mind?
Mano, nessa luta aí, cara, é tipo um filho da puta contra outro filho da puta também. Só que é um filho da puta manipulador, lazarento, cagou a vila, tá ligado? Cagou o Konoha, literalmente corrompeu, né? Parte do Konoha pro lado dele, tá ligado? E no outro um rebeldão, adolescente gritão, que agora porque tem um olho que queima as coisas, acha que pode fazer justiça do jeito dele. Justiça.
Okay, so there's nothing.
Tá ligado, tipo...
This was like my comfort pick also, but I think Pult is very well positioning into this week. It's like the best spot it will ever be for this like past like 1 month or something. So I just picked the best deck, I think.
Well, the best deck and a comfort pick, even though such a strong deck in the Mega Absol.
Então, o anime dá toda a construção de que aquele terceiro vai ser o quarto Hokage, né?
I would say the side deck, not an issue. In the Absol deck, we have a game plan against it. That's like pretty good. But the issue is like people, Canadians playing Zoro. It's like Piper, Julian. So pretty.
Mas realmente seria bizarro ele conseguir trazer ele. Por mais que lá no final lá ele manda foda-se e revive todo mundo, revive os 4 pra guerra, né?
And I think one thing I really want to ask you about with this event is the double-header weekend, going to Gdansk, the home regional for yourself. Is this the plan for the 2 weekends to play similar decks, or are you going to be thinking about changing the decks between the two?
I think
não, ele tampa os dois, né? Ele tampa os dois, né, na realidade.
And then we have plenty of time, bootcamp at Gdansk, to figure something out. I'm not committed to Pult. Like,
no, I mean, the way
por isso que eu falei, já é o caso, mano. A tutela do Hiruzen pós o Minato foi horrorosa. Deu ruim pra caralho, tá ligado? Deu ruim pra caralho.
To make it better for this event, or is it just a kind of consistency list that you like to play?
Yes, I made it better, including. I don't want to spill my text.
You don't have to.
I mean, people can get it on stream, but I feel like this list is so perfect. Test it with Henry Brandt, visit his site perfection.gg for amazing puzzles, which helped me prepare for this tournament, doing puzzles on this site.
Wow, amazing. What better player to...
Não lembro o nome de geral. O Kabuto?
Well, I believe. So I'm
Kabuto?
chance to see him on the stream. I guess anyone else you want to thank for how your tournament's going so far?
Yeah, I want to thank my crew that I'm with, and I want to thank all the Kokoshiki.
Well, thank you very much, Alexander. And again, thank you for this full circle moment of my first interview coming back round here, as it's been 3-4 years since that time where we got to do that interview. So thank you very much. And for you at home, a lot has changed with the Pokemon TCG over the many years, but sometimes it's important to take a reflection on how the rules have changed. So let's have a look at how the time rules might have changed since the last time you watched.
Hi buddies, my name is Amy and I'm here to talk about time. Unlike Dialga, we can't control it, so there have been some changes.
Pato desgraçado, que foi? Não curtiu ele,
rules went as follows. When time is up, each player gets 2 additional turns, including the turn they were in when time was called. We called this turns, where the current turn was turn 0 and then moves into 1, 2, and 3. If the game still has no resolution, the game is a tie. In the new system, we only have 2 turns total to try and resolve the game. So the player whose turn it is when the clock hits 50 minutes is turn 0. The next player gets 1 final turn. If the game has still not been resolved in this time, the game ends in a tie. Since our championship events are played in best of 3, this tie can result in a player winning overall, if they had won a previous game and the other player had not. This will change the landscape of our events this season. As time restraints are even tighter than they used to be, fitting 3 games of Pokemon trading card game into 50 minutes is one of the biggest challenges of competitive play. And now that time limit is more strict than ever before. Competitors will have to train hard to keep within these new time restraints. Efficiency is key. The new rule is crucial to keeping the tournament running on schedule. With events exceeding 2,000 competitors, it's an ever-expanding challenge to manage time restraints.
Ah, sem a barba, né?
From time
Sem a barbicha ajuda, né?
Their way to their next match. Everything takes time, and there's only so much in the day. And so with that, I'm out of time.
Ah, não, mas mesmo assim, pô, ai, caiu nas costas da Tsunade, ela não queria ser Hokage. Mano, ela assumiu o posto. Ela assumiu o posto. Do momento que você assumiu o posto, tu é o bagulho, tá ligado? Mano, o Kakashi ficou um tempo antes do Naruto assumir, mano. Por mais que foi um tempo de calmaria, com certeza se desse merda, o Kakashi lideraria melhor do que ela. Muito provavelmente. Que o Kakashi já tá acostumado em tempos de sangue nas mãos e dedo no cu ele estaria, tá ligado? Mano, me dá um negócio, tudo bem, eu entendo, da parada do trauma, tá ligado? A parada do trauma da Tsunade com sangue. Mas eu acho bizarro ela tendo isso sendo médica, velho. Aquele ponto lá, quando o Kabuto usa disso pra bater nela, eu fiquei muito puto. Falei, mano, que merda de ninja médica é você? Ai, mas é um trauma dela. Mano, vai tomar no cu, velho. Até por isso o Jiraiya não aceitou, né? O Jiraiya sabia que ele não ia tancar ser Hokage. Até por isso ele não aceitou, porque a primeira opção era ser ele, né? A primeira opção era ser ele. Ele falou, não, eu não. Eu não.
Well, it's rare for a deck to squeeze in another archetype, but sometimes the overlap is too good to ignore. At Worlds, Fuguan Liao stunned the senior division with his take on Golden Go, adding the Joltik Box package, and went on to win the entire tournament. Why did it work? Well, both decks ran similar energy counts, including Metal, and both thrived in aggressive setups. Cards like Levincia, Air Balloon, and Heavy...
Pior que essa zoeira do Kakashi aí, cara. O Kakashi sem porra nenhuma luta melhor que muito personagem com Chakra na obra, velho. É ridículo. O Kakashi é muito inteligente, velho.
Meanwhile, Iron Hands pressured early 2-prize knockouts, buying time for Golden Go to set up. Because Iron Hands EX handed early knockouts, the deck could skip Energy Search Pro as its A-spec, instead using the powerful Prime Catcher, giving the deck...
Exato, exatamente, certo. Não, é muito forçado tentar desligar total emocional. E aí que é foda, porque tipo, se é uma situação completamente deslocada disso, tudo bem. Mas ela é médica. Um médico tem que estar acostumado a lidar com morte, pô. Ah, mas é os parentes que ela mais amava. Irmão, morte é morte, velho. É do seu irmão, do seu namorado, dos caras na guerra. Você vai ver isso toda vez, cara, que você for pro campo de batalha, mano. Você é médico. Você é paramédico, tá ligado? Você vai ver isso. Aí isso ser o trauma é que me pegou. Ah, porra. Culpa aí, tá ligado? Não é nem falta de empatia, mas puta que pariu. É uma profissão que literalmente você vai ver gente morrer toda hora, pô. Ou quase à beira da morte, tá ligado? Cara, pior que o Orochimaru, por mais filha da puta que fosse, o Orochimaru é diplomata pra caralho, tá? O Orochimaru, se ele quer sentar e negociar as paradas, ele negocia, viado. É um lado... Mano, ele entrou na Katsuki uma época pra ver como é que era dos caras. Ele vazou da Katsuki pra fazer o próprio grupo dele, tá ligado? Mano, o Orochimaru é ligeiro pra caralho, tá? Ele voltou pra vila depois de toda a desgraça ainda, foi perdoado, criou a porra do boneco lá dele, lá, né? Criou o boneco dele de tubo de ensaio e tá lá, filho. E tá lá.
The rarest but most thrilling of off-meta deck success is the truly unexpected decks. Ones that barely appeared before, then suddenly shines when it matters most. At Worlds, that deck was Enzorok. Going into the tournament, it had little competitive history outside a top 8 at NAIC, but Mateusz Vashkovic and Marco Cifuentes independently concluded it was the right call, both piloting it into a top 8. In seniors, Gabriel Fernandez with an identical list to Marco reached the finals, falling just short of Fuguan's Golden Go Joltik. Suddenly, Enzorok was one of the event's top performing archetypes. Its surprise success came from smart adjustments. The original list included Enzar Manatan, but the world's builds dropped it, focusing instead on solving the...
Não, Orochimaru é forte. Inventou um monte de técnica roubada, roubou a técnica dos outros também, né?
Shutting down Golden Go's late game. Whereas Mateusz opted for 2 different Ogopons instead. The Wellspring Ogopon to use Sob to deny retreat, while Cornerstone...
Antes do Orochimaru ser basicamente satirizado, né, vamos dizer assim, satirizado, colocado de escanteio totalmente, ele era um vilão temível no Naruto lá no comecinho, pô. Dava pra ter medo dele. Depois ele virou só qualquer um, porque a obra literalmente tratou ele desse jeito.
For many, that's the beauty of the unexpected deck. They lurk in the background until the right tournament, ready to shock everyone again. Off-meta decks capture our imagination because they embody the underdog story. They remind us that even in a field dominated by top-tier archetypes, creativity and risk-taking can still win championships. Whether it's clever hybrids like Golden Go Joltik, a comeback tail like Charizard EX, or a smart innovation like Enzorok, these decks prove that Pokemon TCG always has room for surprises. What's your favourite off-meta deck you've ever played? Share it with the #PlayPokemon because maybe the next underdog story will be yours.
O Orochimaru pra mim no Naruto, ele é nível que o Mayuri é no Bleach. Ele não é aquele inimigo de power creep que faz explodir uma cidade inteira, tá ligado? No poder. Mas, cara, ele é um adversário que você tem que tomar cuidado. Senão tu morre, tá ligado? Ele é tipo o Mayuri do Bleach pra mim. Eu prefiro enfrentar outros caras do que ele, tá ligado? Se eu fosse enfrentar assim. Escolha seu oponente. Mayuri ou Orochimaru? Não, passo. Não, não quero não.
Get involved
Pass.
And let us know what you're enjoying at this event. We mentioned about off-meta decks in the break there. And Jesper, you've been looking around, seeing what people are playing. Off-meta is such a fun part of this game.
Yeah, and off-meta is also a way of looking at decks we necessarily don't get to see in the graphics.
Não, Mayuri é brabo pra caralho. Mayuri tem um foco muito da hora nele, né? Na genialidade, na eloquência dele, tá ligado? Até na frieza dele, né, do Mayuri. Mayuri tem um puta foco nele ali, que é maneiraço, tá ligado? Você respeita o personagem, tá ligado? Por causa disso. Você respeita. Não, mas aí que tá. O Mayuri, ele tem total vibes que ele poderia ser um vilão e a gente aceitar isso, velho. Tá ligado? Se o Mayuri fosse um vilão, porra, ele tem total a vibe de poder ser um vilão muito foda, tá ligado? Mas ele não é. Ele usa todos os seus talentos pra tentar ajudar a sua society. Do jeito dele, lógico, né? Do jeito dele.
Have some really bad matchups, which is why they're not meta. But if you can find yourself against the ones you're targeting, you can often find yourself in a very strong spot.
Or you're just on an off-meta deck because it hasn't been discovered yet. We saw this with Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan, right? That was technically off-meta in Milwaukee, and I mean, we can already say today it's definitely in the meta game, and a lot of people have come prepared for it, whether that be, you know, the cornerstone weak deck, so to speak. they're taking whatever it takes to beat it. We saw Okie Dokie. I've seen Mega Wow on the tables coming from the Goldengo players.
Mano, ele é brabo.
To make sure we can charge up that Mega Mobile and
Pô, ele fazendo aquela parada com o Apurro lá, velho, no arco do Ecomundo, nossa senhora. Era melhor ter morrido do que ele foi acontecido aquilo ali, tá ligado? Era melhor ter morrido, velho.
Interesting to see how they pan out. I mean, well, Shay here with the Mega Lucario and the Gravity Mountain. But for my picks, I really stuck to my favorite cards, Marnie's Grimmsnarl and Marnie's Impidimp.
You might as well just have put in a Rare Candy there to make sure we can get the evolution going, right?
But Rare Candy is used in other decks. I don't want to worry about any other deck. I just want the decks that my cards are in, which are the Marnie's decks. I think that's what's really cool about the current format is you have these options across the board, like the Rare Candy and the supporter structures. But when you speak about the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck, it's like a completely new engine that's come out of this recent set. Same thing with Lunatone and Solrock. And that's what's so great about this new format is these new engines that people are using to grow their decks.
Não podemos dizer que o Kabuto não fez nada. Por causa dele, a Guerra Ninja aconteceu. Sem o Kabuto, a Guerra Ninja não acontecia, tá ligado? Fazer ele fez. A questão é que os oponentes do Kabuto eram tudo absurdo. Ele foi peitar quem como último oponente? Só o Tasp e o Itachi, velho. Só isso que ele foi peitar como oponente final.
I've seen quite a lot of Marnie's Grimmsnarl, 5 or more wins at this stage, which is a great position to be in. Many of them actually playing against each other, so that's unfortunate for those players to knock each other out. But by knocking the same deck out, you're also then winning, so that means one of them will go on to do even better. So those who are backing certain deck archetypes, there's a lot of the expected Meticals on those top tables. A lot of evolution Pokemon, Gardevoir, Dragapult, Marnie's Grimmsnarl. But at this event, these are the players who managed to rise to the top. Only 3 players remain on XO, and that's Alexander, who we just saw on stream, as well as many other great faces.
And I have to look at this, right? We have world champions at this. We have local players to the scene. Alberto Conti being on stream now 601.
Não é azar, ele se achava prepotente, tanto que toda a batalha ali, quando ele tava batalhando contra o Itachi, eu falar jogando. Batalhando contra o Itachi, ele tava cantando o galo, cantando vitória. Ele achava que ele ia solar os dois. O Kabuto ficou totalmente orgulhoso e egocêntrico depois que absorveu as células lá do Orochimaru e ficou fodão, tá ligado? Foi egocêntrico pra caralho, ele se achava que ninguém parava ele, tá? Ah, o Itachi botou ele pra mamar, né, pra variar. Ah, o Itachi só falou, foda-se, tá ligado? Porque não foi nem azar aí, não. É literal, ele quis se provar pro Itachi e se fudeu, tá ligado? Mas você tem que lembrar que o Itachi é um cara que nunca exibiu as suas técnicas mais poderosas. O Itachi nunca usava todas as suas técnicas. Ele é o tipo de cara que sempre ganhava no básico dos outros. Eu nunca sabia o verdadeiro potencial total dele. Por isso que ele tirar uma técnica tão apelona assim, especificamente contra o Kabuto, e pra punir o ego do Kabuto, foi legal ver. Tá ligado? Você não sente o nosso que roubado, tipo, não, beleza, vai tirando com a cara do Caboclo aí, ó. Tu mereceu, tá ligado? Tá ligado? Tu mereceu essa porra aí, tá ligado? Tu mereceu tomar. Cara, se for assim, quase toda a vitória de Naruto foi na base do roteiro, mano. Se você for ver por esse ponto aí, quase toda a vitória então de Naruto, dos personagens importantes, foi a base do roteiro. Porque é isso que acontece, o Kishimoto que decide quem ganha, pô. Toda luta é decidida à base de roteiro, mano. Alguns são mais satisfatórios, outros não. É só essa a diferença. Essa é a diferença. Alguns são satisfatórios e mais explicados, então a gente sente que é mais justo, outros não. Mas no final, todas as vitórias são roteiro. Veja.
That is very Frostlassy, right?
It does feel very Frostlassy.
Yeah, give me that.
Yeah, let's go. Should we lock it in? Frostlass for us.
Yeah, come on.
There we go.
Come on, mate.
100% so far. We'll ignore the previous rounds where we definitely didn't get 100%. Let's get our next one here then. That one's quite an easy one, I think.
The other ones were warm-ups.
These Pokemon arose from the spirits of people interred in graves in past ages. I don't know what interred means. You know what interred means? Graves in past ages. Each retains memories of its former life.
You have to remember, you're a native speaker here, so you're supposed to know what that means.
I think it's something to do with like being put in the ground. I mean, it sounds like a Yamask, something like that, maybe?
Could definitely be, or Cofagrigus with 6 feet under, and we were talking graves and stuff like that.
Maybe Houndstone, because it's got the gravestone head. So maybe Hound...
And last time we played into this, right? So we gotta play into the Houndstone, right?
Should we go with Houndstone?
Yeah, absolutely.
Houndstone is our answer. It was Yamask!
Actually,
no! I was so close!
Oh. Whenever we fail, we always get to mention the Pokemon that actually is it the first time around.
I thought, it came to me straight away, but then I got... on your chest there. Well, I think we got another one here. With a voice like a human child's, it cries out to lure adults deep into the forest, getting them lost among the trees. Sounds a bit Phantom Trevenant vibes there.
Yeah, but well, we already had Trevenant, right? And that was a whole other thing, but it could just be Phantom, because Trevenant was also like luring people whenever they were in the forest, and then if we just have Phantom luring people into the forest first, and then Trevenant does the rest of the job?
Right, so last time when it was Trevenant, we guessed Impidimp, and I feel like this time, if we guess Phantom, it'll be Impidimp or something like that. So should we guess Phantom, and if it's Impidimp,
we take half a point.
Okay, Phantom is our answer.
Yeah, come on.
That's 2 out of 3. That's not bad. That's not bad. We just need to go with our gut instinct, right?
We just need to go with whatever we think of first.
The first thought that comes to mind. I hope you guys are enjoying this in the chat and getting them right along with us.
But it just fit pretty good into what Trevenant does, right? It was luring people whenever they were in the forest, but we got to get them into the forest first,
The Phantoms do the scouting, and then the Trevenants are in the forest doing the rest.
Yeah, exactly.
We got any more here? Are we out of spooky Pokédex section? We've got another one. We've got another one for you guys. So this Pokemon is said to live in a world on the reverse side of ours, where common knowledge is distorted and strange. Gut feeling, Giratina.
Yeah, distorted? That's a Tina. That is Giratina.
You got the same gut feeling I've got there?
You do.
My gut is a bit larger than yours, so it has a bit more power to it. So maybe the power gut comes through here.
Cara, dessa parte do Dunzo, acabei de voltar, tá? Dessa parte do Dunzo, eu penso que assim, essa técnica que o Itachi usou era tipo um trunfo. Ninguém tinha. Tanto que ninguém da obra usou até então, né? Ninguém tinha. Então, até mesmo o Dunzo não deveria saber que dava pra ser capaz. E esse é o que eu falo que é o problema do Sharingan. O Sharingan é cheio de nuances que cada usuário usa uma parada totalmente diferente que o outro nunca usou. Tá ligado? Então, o cara do nada literalmente deixa brechas pra o cara meter uma técnica que ninguém nunca usou e falar, não, eu posso. Porque os Sharingan são singulares, tá ligado? Tem técnicas singulares. Daí os caras metem o louco, tá ligado? Então sempre deixa brecha.
No, I think
is it maybe like a Clefairy or something like that staring up at this? I don't know. This is really tough.
I do actually think we're closer to Jirachi because of all the star stuff, right? Like Gaze of the Stars predict the future. I mean,
Agora eu concordo. Se fosse ter uma briga teórica, de fato teórica e não emocional e de rivais que se equiparam em poder, o Naruto amassava o Sasuke naquela luta. O Naruto amassaria. Mano, do momento que o Naruto despertou só o chakra da Kyuubi, que é considerado quase uma cauda, né? Mas ele só entra na fase do chakra ativo. A hora que ele começa a erguer o Sasuke no murro no ar, ali já acabava a luta. Ali a luta já terminava. Mano, o Naruto ali já tava, tipo, amassando ele. Tá ligado? Aquilo ali, tudo bem, mas é Naruto. Os caras têm um pouco mais de resistência sobre-humana. Meu irmão, o que o Naruto faz com ele ali já tinha amassado ele. Ele já tinha perdido a consciência já, tá ligado?
I'm always very excited for some control action. Now that the players do have their headsets on, we can kind of alert to it. Nathan Ginsberg traveling all the way over from the United States, but someone who's traveling even farther to get to this event is, yeah, Mr. Henry Brand himself 2019 World Champion, as said before. Such an amount of accolades haven't been.
Não, então, por isso que eu falei, o chakra da Cube é nocivo pra caralho, é perigoso, é forte pra burro. Só o chakra da Cube. Não precisa ter, não tá nem na forma não, tá ligado? Aí o Sasuke tanca, velho. No melee total, assim, aí ele libera mais um pretinho do olho, né? Mais uma fase do Sharingan, terceira bolinha. E começa a counterar tudo. Aumentei aqui a minha percepção. Countero. Mano, é ridículo como que o buff do Sasuke nivela a uma biju. Tá ligado? Por mais que seja só o chakra, né? Ó, Naruto, usa o chakra, perigosíssimo. Tá ligado? Pra amassar o Sasuke. Sasuke, deixa eu evoluir um nível do Sharingan aqui. Pronto, equipara. Tipo, porra? É bizarro, realmente. Nessa luta aí é bizarro, tá ligado? Foi um favorecimento pro Sasuke tentar segurar. Porque, meu amigo, se fosse na lógica, nesse ponto o Sasuke tava amassado. Com 3 bolinhas no olho ou não, tá ligado? Ele tava amassado.
It's going to be really important, and there's going to be a lot of different lines for this matchup, and I'm just excited to see whatever's going to happen here.
And there's going to be a lot of Pokemon we're going to have to talk through with you, because I'm sure even that first prize card you can see there, the turf.
Sim.
You might not be aware of what that does, but we'll get round to them as they appear. Henry Brand playing that Dragapult Dust Noir. On the other side, Nathan Ginsburg with a control archetype with loads of different tools. And
não, o Naruto tava lutando bem ali. Até. É que a luta de verdade, ela realmente começa do ponto que o Naruto começa a usar o chakra mesmo, né? Até ali é uma enrolaçãozinha, e um murro aqui, um tapa ali, tá ligado? A luta de fato começa quando o Naruto leva a sério a luta, que ele começa a usar realmente o chakra da Kyuubi. Ele não fica com uma cauda ainda. Ele só usa o chakra dela mesmo. Tá? Ele pega lá, fica com os olhos da Kyuubi e vai pra cima. Meu amigo, ali ele já começa amassando. A luta mesmo de fato começa ali.
Had quite the first round at this tournament. Spilt drink on his deck and had to re-sleeve, and also was struggling to find one of his cards and had to go search for it just before the round, but still managed to pull through. And is
mas realmente ali eles deram uma puxadinha pro Sasuke conseguir ganhar, né? Basicamente. Ali eles deram uma puxadinha pro Sasuke conseguir. E teve estrela amaldiçoada, os caralho, pra equiparar com uma cauda, né? Aí do nada ele conseguiu usar full power, porque os caras bufou, né? O estrela amaldiçoado dele lá. Aí ele fica pretão com aquela asa que parece uma mão. E foda-se, tá ligado? Ele só aumenta a reação, mas, mano, teu corpo não fica absurdo não, tá ligado? Tu continua apanhando aí. Teu corpo ainda é o mesmo, né? Tu continua apanhando do mesmo jeito, pô. Não é um buff físico, né? Não é um buff físico a terceira bolinha lá.
And in combination with this new card, Lily's Determination, released in the Mega Evolution set, it allows for consistency to be such a key factor, and is why pilots like Henry Brand have chosen it for this event.
It's something I find really funny is that basically Henry's list is the same as we had Justin Newdorf playing the World's Finals, just replacing 4 research with 4 Lily's Determination. So that gives you what Mega Evolutions has done. Going over to Nathan Ginsburg, item locked, unfortunately in this case, and having to find a way out of, okay, we still need to set up, even though there's an item lock going on.
Só pra equiparar ali, que senão ele ia tomar um pau, né? A hora que o Naruto finalmente decidiu lutar sério, do nada ele nivela com o Naruto, assim, tipo. Do nada, do fucking nada, assim.
We do see the Pidgeotto being pulled to the top of it, getting potentially a bit closer to getting into that pitch out, as, you know, Nathan's deck is not a deck without pitch up. We saw that last year with Alessandro Cremascoli, especially whenever they were playing pitch up control, which seemed like at every single event.
And the Brock scouting just in effect now to try and find some basics or a singular evolution Pokemon. And just as the deck check happens here from Nathan, you'll be seeing so many different Pokemon that you might not even recognize. And I think that's going to be the exciting thing of this matchup. Which of the tools in Nathan's deck is used for this matchup? There'll be a unique line for everything. That's why Control is so fascinating to watch, is it can be a different line every single game depending on the opposition deck. And you yourself, you love watching Control. It's contentious. Some people prefer it. Some people don't like to watch it. But what is it about Control that makes it so appealing to you?
the way that control plays is just simply, you know, a masterpiece to look at. You need to know whatever is always in your opponent's list, even when, you know, Nathan is playing here against Henry, playing against the Dragon Ball Dust Nord deck. Nathan has to know, okay, they're playing...
Cara, tem que ver na classificação de Jutsu aonde está o Chidori, eu não sei. Tem uma classificação dos Jutsu oficiais. Com certeza o Chidori tem lá. Não lembro qual que ele é. Não lembro. A época que eu mestrava RPG de Naruto eu podia lembrar. Agora eu não lembro mais. Agora eu não lembro mais. A época que eu mestrava RPG de Naruto eu lembrava dessa porra tudo de cabeça.
Henry's either out of energy or switching resources. We can use Sudobudo's inbound to stick something into the active until Henry decks out, or, you know, just get to attack.
Now, well, we'll look forward to see how that progresses this game. But to start off with, we need to get that Pidgeot EX in play. The quick search ability is so key to sequencing these decisions, and the Pidgeotto will allow that to be possible, as Rare Candy is currently offline thanks to the itchy pollen. So Pidgeotto taking off that Brock Scouting and evolving the Pidgey in the active spot.
Yeah, and as you're alluding to, getting that Pidgeot is the bread and butter of this deck. But one thing we also do see in the hand of Nathan is, yeah, there is a Pidgeot in hand. So it actually is perfect that we can get to evolve into Pidgeotto, have access to Pidgeot next turn, and then we can start to see exactly what this control deck's all about.
And
caralho, o cara tá de Pidgeot control mesmo, viado.
As these decks are designed around building up, you know, Dragapult, one of the slower attacking decks of the format, looks to use that Budu early on to create time. And on the other side, Pidgeot control is like all control decks. You try and get to a point where you're in control of the game and then you win. And so we'll be looking to take its time. And I think that's a quick little swing from the Pidgeotto, an attack that I'm sure many of you will have not seen announced, but that flap for 20 damage, we'll just put a little bit in play and put that Budu on a clock.
Exactly, and getting that Budu on a clock is very... It might not be as important, but later when we're looking at cards like, you know, Monkey Dory is going to be able to transfer that damage back. That's why I'm not certain that I really did like it, although both players here are playing Monkey Dory, have these Luminous Energy, this Prism Energy having, you know, almost a 12-view hiatus in the game before getting back. And we get to see that going into fruition in Nathan's deck, playing all the way 4 Prism Energies and 2 Luminous. These Rainbow Energies are going to, you know, get to work because all the attacks of Nathan's Pokemon are different colors.
Exactly, strings it all together nicely, and that Dracloak
with the
game for Henry allows you to look at the top 2 cards, pick one, put the other on the bottom of your deck, and it's really the key to the mid game, and I mean just the whole deck as a whole. You know, you need to be able to see as many cards as possible, and you can see both players holding their ace specs, and this is something that's key in Pokemon TCG right now. There is these super powerful non-Pokemon cards in ace specs. You've got an energy in Henry's deck and a tool in Nathan's. Both of them allowing those super powerful turns, whether it's making something bigger with that Hero's Cape or whether it's getting double energy into play with Henry.
The reason why Henry's not attaching energy, even though we see both Luminous and Neo Upper energy in Henry's hand, is because it's just going to get slide shifted by the Eldrim anyway. It's just going to get put down to the Duskull, or maybe potentially even onto the Budu, because Budu doesn't need energy in any point of the game. So right here, Henry knows that if I attach anything, it's going to get slide shifted. So what Henry's waiting for is a turn where he can go evolve in a Dragapult, attach Neo Upper, get to attack. The really important here is that now the Pidgeot's down, and it means that we can get to see supporters like Ruffian getting to discard these special energies and really look into a situation where Henry, when Henry puts down Neo Upper, might even just get that discarded straight away.
And it's an interesting adaptation that we see Henry not putting energy in play. It shows that he's familiar with the control matchup somewhat, and has just used that Brock Scouting to get 2 basic Pokemon, the Psyduck and the Mega Kangaskhan EX. Why might be getting these 2 cards out right now?
Well, it looks pretty damp, doesn't it, Mike? I mean, you're seeing a Duskull and you're playing Psyduck. Of course you're going to be putting that down, and Mega Kangaskhan is the draw engine of this deck, believe it or not. And also, while you're playing, you know, a Pokemon as, you know, sturdy as Mega Kangaskhan is, it's not going to get one hit knocked out by Dragon Bolt at any point, because now we've deactivated Dusknoir with the usage of Damp, being able to draw 2 cards every single turn, and whenever we take a hit, we'll just go penny up the Kangaskhan, go back, slide shift that energy somewhere else.
Amazing, and what a combination for this set is, and The advantage of quick
Tem.
search is you can find the
O próprio...
as long as the pilot knows what they're doing.
Eu não lembro se é o não, o Yamato. O Yamato está explicando sobre as vantagens elementais que existem no Naruto. Que como a questão do vento, ele bufaria o fogo, né? Que no caso ele espalharia a chama. Que é o caso lá que o Naruto até fala depois, então eu e o Sasuke podíamos combinar e ter vantagem também, né? Mas ao mesmo tempo ele também tem vantagem contra a eletricidade, tá ligado? O Yamato explica isso pra ele, dessas questões aí da propriedade elemental do Jutsu, né?
At this stage, even though these two supporting tools are super important, it also means that Henry...
Mas enfim, né? Naruto trabalha todas essas paradas aí, na hora H ele joga tudo no lixo que se foda, tá ligado? No final é o Jutsu que é mais apelão que ganha do outro. Ali no Shippuden ele perde bastante essa parte aí mais técnica dos poderes. Infelizmente.
Elgin being 60 HP is one of its weakest factors. It puts it in range in this exact scenario. So now, with the Mega Kangaskhan in the active having 200 damage on it, it has put a lot of pressure on Nathan to deal with that, which might deny him the ability to do what he wants to do this turn, which is remove that Neo Upper energy.
Exactly, and typically it could have been here just pitch out quick search for for Ruffian, because that would discard the new upper. That's not an option. We can go ahead and get Turtonator, for example, off the Nespel. That's not an option, even though we have the energy and all that. So what we're really gonna start to see is a bit of a struggle when it comes to Nathan's side. Has to Nespel for Fecundipity, because the combination that Nathan wants in this case is energy, one of his Night Stretcher, and a penny to pick up this Kangaskhan, which is why I think it's super smart to go ahead, nest ball for Fecundipity first, then you get to see the unknown, right? You get to see the uncertain of those free cards that Nathan will draw, then to be able to pick the last piece, if needed, with Pidgeot's Quick Search.
So flip the script. If any of your Pokemon are knocked out during the last turn, you can draw 3 cards. Features in many of our top decks, the majority of our top decks, and it is not a stranger to this Pidgeot control. And that hand is looking very full. Lots of exciting pieces for Nathan to string together. Normally, when we look at the hands of decks, we can work out what the turn's going to look like. But when it comes to control, we're very much at the whim of watching Nathan play it out and excited to see how he goes with it.
I do see here a quick search coming for the penny. I do see Night Stretcher can get that Elgym, and Energy in hand can make that slight shift a possibility. And we're getting to the point of Henry just getting into a position of, well, there goes my best energy card in the deck. And yeah, we do see it, Night Stretcher, Elgym, Luminous Energy getting attached, a golden Luminous Energy, even a Hero's Cape and a penny to remove all that hard work done on the Kangaskhan. Getting back, and yeah, we're about to shift a bit.
Amazing, and that is the perfect turn, especially based off of those prize cards you mentioned. Slight shift will move the Neo Upper Energy onto the Budu, and this is one of the downsides of having that Budu still in play. It is a free target for Elgym when it comes to these. We've seen many a screenshot from people playing PTCG Live with 5, 6, 7 energy on a Budu, and you know it's thanks to this guy, Elgym, coming through.
Yeah, and Elgym's just such annoying, right? Because Dragapult doesn't anymore play any way to accelerate energy. We've seen stuff like Sparkling Crystal in the past, but now when we're having Hilda, we get to have a supporter card that could search out that new upper energy and evolution, which is why Hilda's being played when we saw Arven before. But yeah, slight shift, that new upper energy onto the Budu, and now Henry looks at a world of hurt. Because whenever Henry just attached an energy, you know what's going to happen, Mike?
It's going to get moved.
Yeah, it will.
Well, there is a way to knock out the Elgym. You can see there is, well, with the Duskull in play, it's put enough of a challenge up for Henry Ban. No draw in play, no Drakloaks available. Looks like he's passed straight back. So it's now on Nathan to try and establish his other options. Every turn of quick search he gets to get closer and closer to that control wing condition.
Yeah, and Henry is looking at it like, well, how do we exactly do this? And we have to keep in consideration that, you know, with the control decks, we also have to make sure that we win within the ample amount of time, which is why control decks always have to play some sort of attacker. So it could be that Nathan starts charging up an attacker here and goes and says, okay, I'm gonna get Absol, Mega Kangaskhan, and try to charge those up. We do see a quick search for Cirrhosic Machinations, and that's a card we don't see quite often. Sarosic basically is the control deck card that lets you play around Iono to have people continuously replenish their resources and not get decked out. Sarosic says your opponent discards cards from their hand until they have free cards in their hand, which means that all the cards you have in hand, you only have free left.
And at this stage, Henry is very aware of energy being important. You can see him clutching onto those as the 3 remaining. That means he has to discard everything else, and whatever those resources are, they're going to be going at this stage. So great timing from Nathan, and it's all of these different angles with control. This is not a deck that any old person can pick up. You have to create all these lines yourself. You have to understand why each of the cards are in there and know the perfect timing of them, and some huge discards from Henry.
Yeah, and amongst them were the Luminous Energy. Henry does understand that the Luminous Energy has less worthiness than, you know, a basic Psychic Energy, for example, would have, since a basic Psychic Energy cannot be discarded by Ruffian. And I'm continuing to mention Ruffian. It's a card that lets you discard a special energy on the opponent's board. So, for example, instead of if you don't have access to Slight Shift or whatever it may be, then, you know, you can just use the Ruffian to get rid of that special energy, which is important in other matchups like, you know, we're talking about Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan continuously, but that is one of the matchups where it's really important.
And it's back over to Henry now. And this is the key now. How do you start establishing an attacker? Drakloak is there off the Hilda to try and get an evolution Pokemon and an energy. Just choosing to get the evolution Pokemon as there are some energy in hand. And it's key to keep those available in the deck too. We don't want to see those discarded in the future with a Xerosix Machination again. And drawing a few cards here. The challenge at this stage, though, is it's not just about how you play it out, but it's think about what Nathan can do. And I mean, as much as Henry is an incredible player, he's not going to know the exact lines that Nathan's going to do every time. He's not going to know all of these unique cards in there. Even if he's done some research walking around the hall to see him playing it, it's near impossible to plan around every iteration, which is why Nathan is in full control of this game.
Yeah, and it looks like here, whenever Henry's going to attach an energy, it's going to get Slight Shifter, right? So it's going to be continuous thing that's and a continuous trend that's going to keep on happening. And, you know, when we're looking at it, stuff like the Dene is in the deck, being able to pick up trainer cards back again. So it does have, you know, a recycle purpose too.
And you might be looking at this thinking, what are the solutions for Henry? Well, the Latiasi X with the Skyliner ability is in the prize cards. It's not possible to get out of this stage. There is also one Turo in the deck, which is pretty much the only way to attach an energy for an attack whilst also taking that Duskull out of the active spot. So that recognition from Nathan to get the Duskull in the active whilst also providing the Elgin is key. But now we're seeing a completely different attacker.
I do really like this Dene. Right now, Henry's not putting any pressure onto what Nathan's doing. So Nathan can just sit back, use the Dene, and just pick up trainer cards and discard pile. And you know what? Stuff like Penny is pretty good to be picking back up, so you could just sit and recycle it. And, you know, just sitting there, sitting back, having all the resources in hand to whatever Henry's going to do, there's always going to be quick search, getting whatever card Nathan wants to have.
And also getting that Hero's Cape back, which was put in play. Good timing to try and ask as many questions, but now has it back in case something's needed, but it can be brought back with the Dedenne. This is the beauty of the deck, is nothing is ever out of the game thanks to this Dedenne.
Oh yes, indeed, and it gives a good shout out to my old favorite, right? Pidgeotto Control, having that Oranguru from Ultra Prism, just continuously recycling these cards. That's basically what the Dedenne does, pulling back all of these trainer cards, all these powerful supporter cards, and now basically what we're going to be seeing from the game here is Henry building up the size of the hand, Nathan going Xerosix, pick it back up, Henry filling up the hand again, Xerosix, and at some point we would be likely to see a deck out.
With Control, I'm always fascinated by who's going to come up with the next version of it. Because ultimately, any given format, Control is a viable option. It's just hard to solve. Working out the perfect 60 cards is really challenging to do. Thankfully, Pidgeot EX is in the format, so Quick Search tends to be the central point of most controlling archetypes that allows you to choose whatever you want. But the attackers, the Pokemon that are in the deck, is always going to vary, and which trainers you use, which supporters, and it's fascinating how Nathan has combined them all here together. That Dedenne in the active, recycling resources, and the Xerosix Machination coming through once again to discard a bunch of cards in a weird way for Henry, that wasn't too bad because he just got rid of some useless resources. And I even wonder if off the Dracloak he's been taking bad resources just to discard them.
Yeah, because you know as Henry, if you're picking quote-unquote good resources, that Sorosic's going to come at some point. If you're sitting on more than 3 good cards, you're going to be having, really bad decisions to make. Here, for example, picking the Dreepy instead of Night Stretcher, you'd be thinking, well, typically Night Stretcher may be better in this spot, but Henry thinking again, we want to load up our hand full of junk.
We've got that jamming tower in hand just to deal with something like the Hero's Cape. Interestingly, on the other side, I don't think the stadiums are really something that can be competed with. There's just the one lively stadium, so it would have to be a recycled resource through the electromagnetic sonar. But, slamming down a stadium is something quite easy to do when you know your opponent's 60. But in this occasion, Henry just holding on to it for that right moment.
Yeah, and Henry Nathan has to know that Henry's going to be playing Jamming Tower if there's any stadiums being played. Now we do see the Pal Pad holding back to Sorosic's machinations, and then we're going to be able to quick search it. So that's why we just see it going straight from the discard pile into play. Nathan just using quick search to find it out instantly, and then every single time Henry draws, every single time Henry uses your cloak, it's just more cards that are actually going to end up in discard pile.
And with Jamming Tower now sitting in the hand, an important resource for Henry, he has to start discarding useful cards like that Psychic Energy, which we just saw get discarded. Although it can be brought back with Night Stretcher, it is still a card that I'm sure Henry wanted, as the Dedenne with the electromagnetic sonar coming through once again.
Yeah, but you're saying it's useful resources, but whenever it gets attached, Nathan's just going to go, oh, there's energy that we need to move. We'll penny.
It does
here. It feels like a really locked up spot because by looking at the feel of it, Pidgeot's out. Nathan's got everything that he wants to have on board. There's a quick search searching out cards every single turn. There's a Dedenne pulling back cards every single turn. Nathan can't take out whenever you have the electromagnetic sonar pulling back the Pal Pad continuously, which basically just means that, there's not much to do.
And with control decks, they often have a few prize cards to play with before they create the lock. And on this occasion, Henry only took 1 prize card when Nathan started doing this lock. So from his point of view, he has a lot of room to play with. Even if Henry starts attacking and starting taking prize cards, there's a chance for Nathan to take back control of the game and start locking him up once again. And so just now, it feels like Nathan is in such a strong position, as I'm sure everyone at home is thinking, how can you possibly know who's going to win this matchup at this stage? And the best bet is always, if the control deck is locking out the opponent and there's still a lot of prize cards left, it's very in their favor. But Henry, a world champion, will be trying to navigate and find a solution at this stage.
If there's someone to pull it out, it has to be Henry at this stage. Although, I'm starting to fail to see how exactly that is going to be pulled back, right? When we're thinking, well, there's a Toro in deck that could be picking up, but...
There it is.
There it is, Toro, but it means that... How do we get to Phantom Dive? We're not, because we already have the new upper energy, and if you use Toro, that energy gets discarded.
Well, I guess if you make the board infallible and out of range of anything, there's no dust down to gust up, that Badu can free retreat, so you can basically make the Dragapult and the benched Dusknoir into a Dragapult, and you keep finding that energy. You can keep swinging into these low HP options on Nathan's side.
Yeah, but we need continuous, resurgence of that, and we're going to be able to see the attachment, and then the handheld fan is going to move the energy back down to Badu. So yes, Henry gets to take a prize, but the energy kind of gets slight shifted by that handheld fan once again. And it means, yes, the Dedenne is knocked out, but the energy is gone.
That Badu is going to have a lot of energy on it by the end of this game, and this is where knowing the counts of energy in Henry's deck will be key for Nathan. For you guys at home, you've got the advantage of Insight, so there is 1 Fire, 2 Psychic, 3 Luminous, and 1 Neo, which is quite a low energy count for a Dragapult. That's probably at the lower end of what you could possibly have, so it's not the best amount of energy to deal with this current scenario.
Popularity, that has been the typical, standard count. That's also what we see from Justin Newdorf at Worlds, saying that basically this was the 60 that got second at Worlds. But it also shows the weakness of Dragapult is that whenever there's energy disruption, although we don't have that much of it in the format, especially in the metagame that we have, whenever there is energy disruption, Dragapult suffers.
And there's 2 Luminous in the discard pile there, so that significantly reduces the amount of energy. And I think that might be Henry Brand scooping for the game there, recognizing there was no way to win, and Nathan controls him out of game 1.
Yeah, and about half of the time gone, so we're going to have time for another game. And Nathan Ginsberg coming all the way from the US, getting that game won here. And, you know, it looked like it was going to be Nathan all the way. Ever since that pitch out got established, ever since we hit that combo wombo off the Fesendipity, we see here Kangaskhan coming into active, setting up the draw engine.
Yeah, the combination of 2 draws from that Mega Kangaskhan and the quick search every turn, it was possible for Nathan to have whatever he needed whenever he needed it. And it was the 0-6 machination a bit later on that denied all the energy, but that first Neo upper energy being moved off the Dragapult with the Elgim was just too much. It put it straight onto that Budu, and that completely took away the momentum that Henry had built up.
Yeah, and we saw it from this moment on. 0-6 machinations, 0-6 machinations, and it kept on and on and on. Henry tried to fight back with that jet headbutt, but unfortunately it was to no avail. This Dedenne was just rolling through the game, being able to use that electromagnetic sonar, picking up that penny first, then going in and picking up 0-6 again and again and again, picking up the power pad, and basically every single time Henry tried to blink, well, Nathan had the answer.
And when you're trying to find combo pieces to find an attack, and you're only able to keep 3 whenever that 0-6 comes down, it's very much in favor of the control deck. And, you know, Henry may have known he was out of that game for a while, but he might have just been trying to investigate what he was up against, see if he could find out any more information. And there was 2 cards that didn't even feature in that match because they were prized that we'll have to think about. Unfortunately for him, one of them is prized again, that Turtonator, which is so key in this matchup, again, in the prize cards.
But Mike, we have to look at it. It's Nathan going first, attaching the Monkey Dory, passing over, and this is the chance for Henry. If Henry can get Budju going, this is what we can see, just like Alberto did against Julius. Poor opening, getting to pull that back, and we do already see the Ultra Ball for the Budju, and basically all that Henry needs is an energy card to retreat into this Budju, but we can start off pretty well by using Lily's Determination.
So Lily's Determination, a key component to the success of our evolving archetypes here in Lille. Seeing 8 cards when you haven't taken a prize card is so powerful, especially when you've got a deck as consistent as Dragapult. You just need that Lilies to kick things off, and then once the Drakloaks are on board, you'll be seeing everything you need whenever it is. And at this early stage, Henry needs to find some momentum, really needs to have a strong start in order to be able to get ahead. And just checking here how many cards he's got in hand, I think, because that was a lot of cards, but it might be correct. With Lily's Determination,
looks like there's 9.
Looks like there might be 9. But, you know, with Lily's Determination, taking 8 is a lot of cards, and you have so many options. And so we're just going to see how they can sort that one out there.
Yeah, we're just going to have to sort that one out there. But yeah, the matchup from the game 1 was looking like, you know, you have to deny this pitch out coming into play ever in this game stage.
Meu Deus, velho. Os caras compram mais ali.
It's going to be continuous quick search.
Vai tomar DQ ainda nessa
every
brincadeira.
single turn, getting that penny when we need it. Getting that Elgin back with the Night Stretcher was incredibly important last game. And I kind of wanted to see a game state where Nathan actually missed, because of the Fesendipity, Nathan got the Night Stretcher that was needed to be able to then quick search right back into that penny. And what if? Just what if? How would that game have actually looked if the new upper wasn't splat shifted?
You say what if? I mean, there was a lot of prize cards still to play with, even at the end there. The lock was made with 5 prize cards remaining for Henry Brand. And so that's the key thing to take away from that. That was the perfect game for Nathan. And so the likelihood of what would happen in this game is Henry would get ahead, take a few prize cards, stability would be fought for by Nathan, and at some point he would try and find the lock. We just got to see it all happen so much quicker than normal thanks to the success of Nathan's early cards.
Yeah, and the success of also Henry not having the speed that Henry necessarily wanted to have, right? And yeah, Nathan getting into that pitch out quickly. And as I was saying, it's the bread and butter of the deck. Get into that pitch out, and then we can deal with the rest after that, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, whenever that happens, it just seems like, especially with this matchup in context, that does look quite a bit easier, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, like constantly, whenever we saw an energy hit the field, it was gone. What I'm really looking for in this matchup, and that's why I'm kind of on my tippy toes here when it comes to Nathan's hand, right, is that does Nathan get any help off the top deck? And if we had the technology, I really want to know what the top deck is.
Yeah, well, for those of you at home who haven't quite worked it out, Jesper is thoroughly enjoying watching some control here. Was excited to bring up that Nathan had this incredible archetype, and I think you guys at home should definitely give Nathan his props. This is a well-built, an incredible archetype that has acknowledged the format and where the strengths of it are, and found a way to beat them. And I think Dragapult is always going to be high on that list of strategies that you need to beat. And so consequently, we're seeing one of the Pidgeot Control's best matchups.
And beforehand, Dragapult was enemy #1 for control because Dusknoir was, you know, being able to put damage counters in play without even attacking. And then you could be able to just take out the Pidgeot auto line before it even got beginning. But with Psyduck being in the big stat, that is what made control legit again.
100%. And for you guys at home, I hope you're enjoying this match. I know control can sometimes be something people prefer to avoid watching, but I think Pidgeot control is one that is the most interesting, thanks to that sort of battle for resources that we see every turn. Those exciting energy denials, the Zerosic Machination, what's going to get discarded? Will the opponent find the combination pieces? I think it's definitely a intricate matchup that hopefully you guys are following along, and we'll try and take you through the action as we get back to the table. And it seems to have been the resolution of that scenario as Henry did take an extra prize card, and Nathan now has 2 prize cards less he needs to take.
Yes, so it's a double prize card penalty for Henry for drawing an additional card on Lily's determination, picking up that 9th card. Now, Sorosic's Machination is being played pretty early now, and it's what you were saying before, right? Pidgeot control is much easier on to watch because it has more movement, it has more pieces to watch for, and it has more, you know, activity, whereas stalling decks, wall decks, like for example Crustle, is either make it or break it, right? It doesn't have many options to do. It's basically just, you know, attach, attack.
Well, as we get back into this game, I think it's important for you guys to notice that a turn has happened for Nathan where all he did was the Zerosic Machination with that Monkey Dory in the active with 1 energy attached, and it's straight back to Henry, who's now having to set up as quickly as possible. If that Monkey Dory remains the only Pokemon in play as Henry gets to that also powerful Dragapult, we could be seeing the game ending quite quickly.
There's no help for there, and it means that would you say Boss's Order is trying to get up that Festivity, but all Henry needs is Latias, Hilda, because Hilda can give new upper energy, and we do see the Dracloak there. Basically, just get Latias, and that's the first piece, and then we can, you know, start tinkering about the rest of it. But it's get this Festivity out of the active, get the energy for Dragapult, the new upper especially, and then we're there.
Yeah, exactly. As we see Lily's determination again from Henry, will be looking to get another 8 cards. Does have a Dracloak in play as well, but now has a in the active. Even though that item lock from Budu was really important, there is a lot of cards in Nathan's deck that he doesn't want to see, and that's the disadvantage of controllers. There's so many cards that aren't great early on. There's a Neo Upper Energy, and
I guess Ultra Ball's a Neo Upper Energy. I think we're there.
Does he have it all? Just needs a way to get both Dragapult, Neo Upper Energy, as well as a way to move that
is in the discard pile. We need Night Stretchers to do that. Gonna see another Dracloak being able. We still have the second Dracloak left to use, so off this Dracloak, we be able, if we're able to see the Night Stretcher, it's the Night Stretcher again being able to bind these pieces together. Otherwise, we may see Nathan survive and get another turn. I don't see Night Stretcher there.
No Night Stretcher. It was the Zerosic Machination that's come through clutch here, denying the Latias early on. An energy attachment to the active, into the Budu, and is just going to have 1 turn to breathe here. Henry knows he's still in a great position. And there is the Elgim. It's pretty useful in this position, but not necessarily.
Oh, we gotta get to see the prize card being taken. Unfortunately, it's a Nest Ball. It's just besides the Mega Kangaskhan. So unfortunately, not going to be able to use that Nest Ball due to the Budget.
And Elgim is not great on the bench, as it's got 60 HP, which is the perfect number for a Dragapult. So if Nathan throws back now, I think Henry has it next turn. What plans have you got to try and make it harder? As there is just
there's an Arven, but there, you know what, Mike? There's a Hero's Cape being able to be played. There's no Dusclops.
Pidgeot comprou no Lucha pra pegar prize, então no final dá na mesma, né? Ele ficar com 2 prizes a menos ou não pra ganhar dá na mesma.
I think is the best way to put it. Nathan only needs 3 prize cards to win this game here, but that's not the strategy of a control deck. Needs to try and survive for a bit longer. No item still, because that Budu did attack last turn with Itchy Pollen. Let's see how Nathan sets up the board to be as unbreakable as possible.
The unfortunate thing about Control is that you can win a really good game 1 in about half the time, right? The unfortunate part of it is that if you lose those game 2s, it's so often that you'll head straight into a tie because your strategy, just by the ways of how it is, takes a while to get going, takes a while to come into fruition. And we're going to see the retreat here into the Elgin, which at first glance makes it so, well, Henry doesn't win off the bat. Hero's Cape attached to the Monkey Dory, making sure that at least the bench damage not going to be able to take that out. But, you know, the combination of Jamming Tower, Boss, Neo, and Dragon Bolt would take this game.
Let's see if that's possible. Well, there's the Ultra Ball, and I believe the Neo Upper Energy is in hand too. So a few draws as well with the Drakloak. So it's very possible at this stage for Henry to do so. Seeing a lot of cards, just making sure he gets the Dragapult out now. Oh, actually going to just go for stability.
And we're only missing one card off the combo here. We have the Jamming Tower in hand. We have the Neo Upper in hand already. So Ultra Ball to thin out Henry's own deck. And then these two Recon Directive. If they yield the boss, game's over.
Well, Henry, the king of optimization. For those of you who've tried out his perfection puzzles, you know how much he loves to include thinning as a part of the combination, as every little card makes a difference. And at this stage, Pheasantipity is available thanks to that Budu being knocked out last turn. So we'll be seeing even more cards. Well, there's the Dragapults.
And he's going fast now. Jamming Tower, Neo Upper Energy, Boss's Orders, and that's all she wrote. Being able, with that Jamming Tower, to turn off that Hero's Cape, getting the knockout onto that Monkey Dory. And yeah, Henry Brand, even though with a game 1 where Nathan sets up, looked like a horrible matchup, swung it back, took advantage of Nathan's, terrible start, to say the least. And yeah, with a replay, not much happening. Budu again. Nathan drawing no answers. Drawing Palpad whenever you item locked is not great. That Boss's Sword has kept him in the game for that turn there. And then, yeah, we got to see the Desperation, Adrenabrain. Please give me good prize card that I can actually use for something. No. And then we get to see Arvin, Heroescape. Maybe that
Caralho, sincronia da porra, hein?
And then, yeah, off the
Sincronia da porra.
Yeah, Henry just got everything.
Well, the downside of taking a knockout was that you were giving so many cards to Henry, and he already had most of it in his hand. Tried to make it as hard as possible. In the end, Monkey Dory and Elgin not tanky enough to take the hit that turn. But it is that Pidgeot line that was never seen that game. Game 1, it was evolved to nice and comfortably. There was no rare candy required as the evolution was done the traditional way. On this occasion, not even a Pidgey down. And Pidgey, again, a big liability in this matchup. So it's so key for Nathan to get set up quickly.
It has to be set up before the Dragon Ball touches the board, because otherwise you cannot protect the Pidgey. The Pidgey has to be evolved before Dragon Ball EX gets the attack. We do get to take a look at the price cards. And
oh, wow.
Oh, whoa.
Well, some of those Dreepies and Drakloaks are missing.
2 of each.
2 of each.
Meu Deus, que azar.
Budu will be missing, but there is one still in the deck. As we see a completely different start this time. And this is the beauty of Control. It's always going to be a different game.
Vocês acabaram pegando pra ver quase que simultâneo, assim, acabou de rolar.
What's really effective against Dragon Ball Duster 2, you know what that is? Item locking them. We start with Frillish, and if Nathan get an energy on, we can basically do Oceanic Gloom and item lock.
Well, just a pass from Henry. Nothing more than the active Dreepy. And so Nathan in a great spot here to take control, especially if he can get the Pidgey down.
But Nathan is in a battle versus the clock, right? We have 15 minutes and 30 seconds left of this match. It has to go quick if Nathan wants to win this. Otherwise, Nathan may have to try and push a strategy where everything has to just go faster and faster.
Eu acho que vai dar empate, que o Nathan não consegue ganhar. O problema de jogar de controle é isso. Se você perde uma, é difícil voltar pro mundo.
Nathan wants to try and take a knockout.
Então não tem condições de montar o cara.
Oceanic Gloom, but no item cards, and that will deny Henry the ability to set up quite as well as before. We didn't get a peep of that hand, so we don't know. There might be a Lily's Determination in the hand, but we do know that the 2 Droopy and Drakloaks in the prize cards will make it even harder for Henry to set up on this occasion. So Nathan actually in a very strong position at this stage, despite it being a short game 3 for a control deck.
Yeah, indeed it is, and what I really want to see from Nathan here is just lightning-paced action, right? You want to win this game. You want to make sure to get onto 701. 701 sounds a lot better than 602 does, right?
100%.
And getting into this phase 2, being on the upper hand in terms of all these match points that you can get. But yeah, getting the Mega Kangaskhan here, it's your early game draw engine. But still, when you're playing Control, the thing that you're playing off of is information. You need information. That's why whenever you're price checking here as Nathan, you want to make sure that you are exactly knowing what's in the prize cards. And if you don't know, the precision needed to play Control is not going to be there.
I did see a supporter in Henry's hand, so we'll be able to see more cards. No Pokemon to put down there, just a Dragapult, as there was no energy from Nathan, so he's not actually going to be item locked here, and does have that Lily's Determination as well as an early Ultra Ball. So we'll be getting set up reasonably well at this stage as he does his first deck check, and prizes will be apparent. Very clear that there is only one Dreepy available left in the deck, and actually is going to be going for that Dracloak now. More outs to the basic Pokemon in the deck, so happy to find those on the other side, and assuming that Nathan won't be able to knock out the active anytime soon.
And look at the position that Nathan is in. Another poor start heading into this game free. Henry getting their cloak, securing that you can draw cards, playing as Lily's Determination, being able to see 8 extra cards. With the Lilies plus their cloak, you're seeing 10 cards. Your aim as Henry this turn is to budge you. Then the turn after, go ahead and just go Phantom Dive and hope that's going to work out.
Many people want to put as many Pokemon down as possible in the games that they play. You know, the support Pokemon on the bench are such a key part of our strategies as Pokemon players, but sometimes that's exactly what Control would like. And so actually Henry opting to try and keep his bench as empty as possible in this occasion, knowing that a single Dragapult cannot have its energy removed or denied through the previous routes, but there are other ways in which Nathan looks to do that, which Henry, I'm sure, is anticipating in this game.
You want to think about it like this. If you only have one Pokemon in play, where does the energy go? It stays. Especially when we're talking about slight shifts, right? Unless there's that Turtonator, which is in deck. But Henry hasn't seen the Turtonator yet. That is the out if Dragon Ball goes single Pokemon and just go ahead. But here with how it's looking, Henry's looking down the situation, passing back over to Nathan, and Nathan's sitting with a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, can't even get the item lock going at this stage. And this is the challenge of every Control deck, is so many of the cards are for specific matchups, for certain stages of the game, a recovery or a particular combo piece that goes with other things. And until you have the Pidgeot in play, you're not in control of how you set up. You're very much at the whim of that early setup. And so Lathan just sending it straight back, does put the Psyduck down. No Duskull in play at this stage, but aware that that could be a key piece to keep in play in case of an Iono. And Henry now really stringing together some great combination pieces, and it will be that Hilda, which will allow him to start swinging this turn.
Yeah, and Hilda getting that Dragapult, getting that Neo upper energy, and we have 11 minutes left of the game. Henry knows this has to go fast. We want to be able to conclude this game as fast as possible. Does go ahead and get his Psychic energy and another Cloak. Actually, one thing I do really like about this is if you get a Dragapult going with 2 basic energies, there's nothing in this Control deck that discards basic energies. We have Ruffian discarding special energies, but nothing that purely targets basic energies, other than Turtonator targeting fire energies. But is that a fire energy, Mike?
No, that's a Psychic energy, and you almost wonder if Henry is playing around the Turtonator, knowing that it can deny the fire energy. So we'll be able to do that Jet Headbutt for 70 damage, which could also set up a future double knockout. Could be huge at this stage.
Oi, tempo, Felipe, sério?
Important card coming into play for Nathan, able to start drawing finally with the run errand from the Mega Kangaskhan.
And now we get going with the draws, getting that Arven off those 2 top cards. And well, Arven here, you may be thinking,
tinha chance de doncar o cara, agora não tem.
Into play, but wait a
Agora
minute.
não dá pra doncar mais.
If you get Pidge into play, and Henry uses Phantom Dive next turn, it's gone.
Yeah, a lot to think about at this stage. Do you just try and play with the Mega Kangaskhan and draw instead? But Pidgey's so key to the strategy. We'll be looking to get a Nest Ball and Handheld Fan here. And that Nest Ball will get the Pidgey, it seems like, for Nathan. Handheld Fan, interesting, another card that denies energy, but when you've only got the Dragapult line in play, it will just go to a new Dreepy.
Still going for the Nest Ball for the Pidgey, but I do see that Hero's Cape in the hand of Nathan. Maybe thinking about going Pidgey with Hero's Cape on it to make sure that that Phantom Dive bench damage cannot take it out, but If Henry then sits on a boss, then we can get to knock that out. Into Felicia on top of it even.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I like how both players are setting up given the circumstances. The Mega Kangaskhan, you can see another key piece, as well as a Psyduck from Mega Evolutions to be able to allow this deck to work. A Bravery Charm going to be going on to that Pidgey. The handheld fan onto the active Mega Kangaskhan. There is actually a rare candy in hand for Nathan. We'll need to try and find a Pidgeot EX next turn, and it will be completely swinging back to his control. For Henry now, this turn is so much about getting that Phantom Dive and putting that pressure into Nathan's side, making it as hard as possible for him to get going.
Indeed it is, and yeah, getting that Ultra Ball, potentially going to be able to see Dracloak getting in there, able to draw cards. That Psyduck is already down, which means that we're not going to see any Curse Blast. Getting that Buju again, and yeah, we might just see, you know, Buju. How do we prevent Pidgeot? Well, there's your answer.
There you go. Itchy Pollen, a great option to do so. There's also like the Gust options. There's so many things for both these players to think about. It's fascinating to watch. And when they're looking at 2 cards at the top of their deck every turn, for Henry, it's that Dracloak with Recon Directive. For Nathan, it's the Run Errand of Mega Kangaskhan. They are both finding tools to help them win this game. With 8 minutes left, Henry really needs to try and start taking some knockouts to take down Nathan's board.
Yeah, taking out Nathan's board indeed. Would have loved to see a Boss's Orders plus energy here, but we can't have everything we wish for. Putting down that Buju. And what I really do like about this is it is a nod to, if I miss,
É a pergunta, a resposta é
I can
sim.
at least go back to Buju and kind of keep away that Pidgeot. One thing that's very important as well, if you want to attack into this Mega Kangaskhan, you need Jamming Tower first. Because if that handheld fan gets gone, especially with the Buju down, yeah, you've got to limit that.
Yeah, Jamming Tower plus energy would be huge at this stage for Henry. And there is an energy. Is there the Jamming Tower in those cards? Don't think so, but he does have the... Oh, there it is! The Jamming Tower's there, so we'll be able to attach to the Dragapult. Handheld fan switched off. Bravery Charm on Pidgey switched off. So 200 into the active, knock out the Pidgey. Now what are you going to do, Nathan? This is a back foot position.
And that is the swing of the game we need here. Get the start and target this Psyduck as well. Putting 10 damage onto it. We can't forget, turning off the Bravery Charm, 50 onto that Pidgey, putting 10 onto the Psyduck, meaning it's within Phantom Dive range. And yeah, with Handheld Fan not being active, where do we go with this energy, right? Like, there's no good way of doing this other than if we can get, you know, Ruffian plus slight shift, but
Ué,
again, it's a
por que
large
só foi 10 atrás?
Nathan wasn't sitting on anything good before.
Ah, ele marcou o tanto de vida que tem sobrando.
Showing exactly why it's so powerful. And for Nathan, has a 3-prize Mega Pokemon in the active spot with 200 damage on it. It's looking very strong now for Henry. Within the grasp.
Dá pra ele tentar ganhar mesmo, porque ele pegou um prize. Se ele bater ali, ele ganha o jogo. Tirou 5.
Coming through will force Henry to discard down to 3 cards in hand.
Certainly, there's not.
Se ele não tirar aquela Jamming Tower ali, apesar que mesmo tirando a Jamming Tower, ele vai ter que botar a capa no Kangaskhan pra segurar o dano. Mas não dá, né? Nossa, verdade, tá de ventilador, que lixo. Ele vai ter que colocar a capa num dos de trás pra não perder o bicho. Ah, não dá. Mano, não dá, realmente. Ele recua de graça, filho da puta. Ô, na moral, não sabia não. Se ele der boss, ele ganhou. Se ele der boss, ele ganhou.
Could take 5 prizes this turn onto the Frillish, onto the Psyduck, and yeah, onto that Mega Kangaskhan.
Well, a huge turn here. The 10 HP left in the Jellicent, or on the Jellicent, will make it quite hard for a lot of damage to be spread around for Henry this turn. As you mentioned, the Psyduck a prime target.
Futebol saudável, né?
Play with loads of damage on it.
Só que não.
Every turn that Henry attacks now is 1 step closer to taking this Swiss round 8, which would put him on.
Ele vai dar Lillie, né? Ele vai dar Lillie, ele vai dar Lillie, ele vai dar Lillie.
World champion Henry Brand is.
Ele vai dar Lillie, eu falei. Cara, o foda é, só a boss resolve agora. Mas ele já consegue levar o Frillish e consegue levar o Psyduck.
Yeah, and trying to close out the game at this stage. Literally, determination for 8. Well, not quite 8, sorry. 6 cards here. trying to refresh some resources, getting potentially more energy into play. The more energy on Dragapult, the more difficult it is going to be. Going for that Phantom Dive, taking those 2 prizes, and it means that here Nathan needs to do something about this Dragapult, really, because Henry hasn't even used the new upper energy yet. Henry has the quite clear path of a highway going into this Mega Kangaskhan.
100%.
Que o cara precisa de uma penny. Não chegou na penny. Perdeu. Ele perdeu. Não tem o que ele fazer. Ele pode até recuar pra não perder bicho, mas se o cara dá uma bosta ali, tá bom, mano. Ele até comprou, né? Pois é. No futebol, o cara joga valendo a vida mesmo. O bagulho é louco. É bizarro, né? O quão grotesco os caras são.
Nathan Game 1 showed exactly how the archetype works beautifully.
Cara, eu acredito que a única opção dele aí é tentar tirar a energia do Draga Jones. Ainda assim ele perde, velho. Muito difícil voltar. Muito difícil voltar.
On the bench spaces, right? Only having that drag cloak and buddy down. Only the importance here is there. But what Nathan is looking at is there a way to do it?
There, some interesting choices off that Brock scouting.
Levantado 2 danos.
Knowing how important it is at this stage. As the options, the pseudo Wudo, a great option at this stage, forces a lot out from Henry, and you know, Nathan's mindset at this stage might be looking to try and play for the tie, because there is not many options available for him to win this game.
The potential with that, with the impound, is that you can at least lock up the Badu into the active spot until that Professor Turo scenario is hit. But it can only impound for 1 turn, because otherwise you'll be able to knock out the Badu then. That's not as you wanted to. What you really wanted to is impound without nothing, but it's going to be retreat to Latias. And yeah, there's no answers in the hand. And do we see a boss's orders from Henry to close out the game?
Well,
deu boss ali? Se tiver boss, não. Aê, porra! Control é o meu peru. Control é meu peru. O Ben ganhou, guys. O Ben venceu. Mas foi. Ganhou no detalhe, ele errou, ali deu 2 prizes pro cara, ganhou no Donk, aquela ali, e ainda voltou na outra. Era uma que eu achei que ele não ia conseguir voltar, não. Voltou bem. Não desistiu, foi até o final.
Yeah, and Nathan's like working beautifully. That new up energy, slight shift, get that away down to the Badu, but what we saw was this, like slight change, or slight shift, getting that new up energy down to Badu. Using that counter catcher to stick that Duskull in the active. The second part of the damn ability is that when you evolve into Dusclops, you're not able to use Curse Blast to actually retreat it back. And with all of that, we see Sorosix. On Sorosix, the whole game plan was working, because why? We had Pidgeot in play.
You wonder how much of this game 1 Henry was actually playing to win, and how much of it was playing to learn. He was trying to work out what the options Nathan had were. Recognize Psyduck was there. We're not going to put a Duskull in play in the future. Recognize the energy denial. So went, hang on, I'm going to have to be clever with how I use my energy in the future. Recognized the reliance on Pidgeot, and so was able to then deny that throughout the rest of the set. And it was at this stage that Henry started to execute that game plan. Nathan unable to establish anything much in game 2.
Yeah, and it was just this Monkey Dory taking that 1 prize off the Adrenabrain. The Desperation Arven for that Nest Ball, for that Heroescape, retreating and putting that Monkey Dory on the bench. And then, yeah, since that Badu was knocked out, being able to use Festendipity for free cards, gets that Boss's Orders and the Dragapult, being able to Jamming Tower to turn off that Heroescape. And then we were on to game 3.
Well, you saw that 4-card combo from Henry, played eloquently at a nice little tempo. But in game 3, it was the key. How he just built that 1 Dragapult up and slowly built up the second. Recognized that Buddy was a good safety net off the back of that laser determination, but in the end found the perfect combination of Jamming Tower and energy to take out that Pidgey.
And taking out that Pidgey afterwards, we're kind of seeing how Nathan's deck was smoldering apart, right? We get to see the end of the game here, you know, Recon Directive, hitting that Boss's Orders, and that Phantom Dive previously onto the Mega Kangaskhan was punished.
Well, beautiful gameplay there from both sides, and I think Nathan still in a great position, 6-1-1, playing against one of the best players at the tournament. You're going to find out the real challenges of playing these tough to play control decks is they can be a little bit inconsistent in those early stages, and a strong player can navigate that and deny you the opportunity to set up.
Indeed, and when you're playing these control decks, typically you're having a bit of a tough time in terms of the consistency, right? Control is one of these archetypes that has an answer into every single matchup, but what you pay for it is that your consistency is not there. The typical kind of rule of thumb, right, is that if you have an answer into everything, you probably don't have the answer to the perfect amount of consistency.
Well, speaking of perfect, we'll speak to Mr. Perfection himself. Henry Brand is with Shay, ready to talk about how that match went.
That's right, yeah, I'm joined with Mr. Perfection himself, former world champion 2019, good friend of mine, Henry Brand, coming all the way from Australia, and he got us a stunning win there. First of all, Henry, talk to me. How are you feeling right now?
Well, Shay, good to be here. Never been interviewed on European stream before. Oh. So there you go, that's new. I'm good, man. This time I got in nice and early, so no jet lag. It's very far from where I come from. Yeah. But no, I'm feeling good. I mean, that's a really scary matchup. To kind of come away with the win is great. Yeah, man, what do you think of it?
I thought it was super entertaining. I'll be honest, when I saw you was on stream, I was like, yes. I like Henry, we chatted a lot. I'm really excited to see it. And that's what he was playing against. And I thought, ooh, I could get a little bit dicey. Now, be honest, have you tested much against control in the lead up to this event?
Well, I haven't actually tested much against it, especially not that version, the Pidgeot. But I was testing a lot of control myself. So I had a little bit of an idea. But it's really scary. And game one, I went for a bit of a... I kind of wanted the game to end quick. So sometimes what the control decks will do is you can kind of bluff your hand, right? So if they Brock and they get like the Pidgeotto, the Dracus Dragon Ball plays so many Iono, it's kind of a, are they bluffing or do they actually have the Pidgeot? And I was like, look, I'm gonna just put down the Duskull, hope that I just board wipe them if they don't have it. Only 4 cards. They did. And so unfortunately, when you have Duskull down to the control matchup, now that we have Psyduck, it's a really big liability. And you can kind of win the game, like not cheesing them, I guess. But when I don't know what's in my opponent's deck, ideally I just like want to blow them off the board really quick. Didn't work game one. And I thought I had a little bit of a chance, but I really wanted to see what he had in his deck and what he was going to do. And how is he like, when I'm not doing anything, how is he going to fill in the time, right? So what is he going to do to try and attack my resources? What's like loops, that kind of thing. So it was a Dedenne Xerosic loop, right? And once I was like, you know what? I drew my like combo that I needed a little bit too late, and I lost a bit too many resources. Go to the next and hope to blow them off the board again.
That's really interesting, actually, because as you say, we all know control in some capacity. You know, there's going to be some Pidgeot in there. How important is it to sort of identify that loop early? And then how much did that change your strategies for the game 2 and 3?
Yeah, look, if they get into Pidgeot, the matchup is reasonably difficult. It's pretty tricky. I also wanted to like try and deny that, and my list is like a little tiny bit better than average Pulse into control because you play 3 boss. So if I do get control of the game, I can like really stamp them out of it, right? Like they put something down, I boss it. They put something down, I boss it, which is nice. But it can be a really tricky matchup because like they have energy disruption, and yeah, it can be weird. Yeah,
it can get out of hand. Now you mentioned you was testing it a little bit, actually.
Yeah.
What made you sort of pivot away from it for this event?
Well, we saw last weekend or 2 weekends ago the Absol, Mega Absol deck do really well. Yeah. And there are a lot of like counters that kind of hit Absol and then also hit control. And I really liked, I don't like this in those matchups, if they overtech for you, you have very little control of the game, funnily enough. Like your deck is called control, but you can't really do very much because your deck is very much like, do I win or do I not? It's pretty binary in a lot of situations. So yeah, so I just leaned away from it. I kind of want to work on a few concepts for Poland. But given I was traveling cross-continent this week, I was like, I'm going to play Old Faithful, nice and simple, Dragapult Dustar, and go for it.
Interesting. Now, that was something I actually wanted to talk to you a little bit about, because I had a feeling, I see on social media, tweeting in and around Europe, he's not going to come all this way for just one event. Obviously, Gdansk is next week.
Yeah.
How do you feel the meta, do you feel the meta game will progress a lot in this week, or do you think people will just play the same deck twice? What's your thoughts going into that?
I think so, yeah, because I think the Absol deck was really like asterisk, right? Because it was such a nice play into Milwaukee. The meta was nice to it. But then immediately after, the meta is like kind of a bit hostile to it. Like you saw it beat a lot of its matchups with Cornerstone. because the deck's really cool, but against anything that has higher power level than it, it struggles a little bit. And so I think we might just see, like, after this tournament, back to what the meta was before Milwaukee. Like, I think it'll just be a nice reset. Like, everyone forget about Absol, kind of. Gardevoir is still incredible. So, but I got a little bit lucky. I like Pole Noir because a lot of the Gardevoir lists that were successful, they weren't playing much TM Evolution.
Right,
And have you ever played Gardevoir against Bidoof?
Can get a little bit dicey, can't it?
It's not fun.
You get a little, Bidoof is a terrifying card. It comes out at the right or wrong time, depending on what side of the itchy pollen you're on. So Henry, you've travelled all this way, very long time, as you say.
Big time.
What's the local scene like there in Australia? Do you have a local? Do you go to one of them often, or?
Yeah, well, this is actually, it's funny you ask that. So we have a really good local scene. Like, there's just tons of players. There's lots of people at each challenges and cups, and it's great. But I reckon there was a long period where I hadn't gone to locals or many league cups or challenges in a really long time.
Right.
I really liked, you know, I play a lot of Pokemon, and often they're on weekends. I don't want to make sure that, you know, I'm also leading like a healthy life in general. So if I get to play a lot of Pokemon during the week, sometimes, you know, I want to try and be a bit active on the weekends. But then I found I'd come to tournaments and I would maybe practice a lot online, right? But I didn't have the practice actually sitting down and using the cards. Like, it's one thing to know what to do, but to actually like do them and be sitting there and looking at everything. And, you know, I mean, you saw I even drew 9 cards on stream. Really easy to do.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, I can be a bit careless, and it's good to actually have that sit down practice. And so now every Friday when I'm at home, I go to our local store and I play the league. No league challenge, no nothing. I just go and I try to build fun decks to play there, but it's been great practice.
No, I think I echo this sentiment so much. You know, you can play a lot of online, but, you know, something like the Lilies, for example, is very easy to just, you know, go into backdoor mode and just really forget how these cards actually work, draw the wrong amounts, and you can't really beat that on the top table testing. And it's something that we always preach a lot, you know, trying to get to your local league. So talk to me now then, Henry. So you've come all this way. You got the phase 2 locked up.
Yeah.
How are you feeling now? What's your game plan for the rest of this event? What's your target, actually? What do you do?
Shay, come on, there's only one target.
What's that then? Tell the viewers.
Number one. First place, man. First place. Look, I'd love to win another regional. It'd be amazing. I haven't won one in Europe before, so that'd be really cool. Look, I'm just going to try and play my best. I haven't played a tournament in 6 months. This is the first time I played like a big tournament, and I didn't play many last season either. I only played about 3, I think. So I'm glad I've kept the day 2 streak up. That's going nice. Hopefully keep the cash streak up, but hey, man, I want a medal.
That sounds good to me. Well, viewers, you've heard it straight from Henry. He wants a medal.
Oh,
He's going to the local leagues often. Let's see how it all pans out. Thank you so much for your time, Henry. The floor is yours. Any more shout-outs before we wrap this up?
Yeah, absolutely, Shay. Well, I've had a wild trip. It's been really great, and I'm looking forward to playing more European tournaments and
Mataram o áudio do cara. Nem avisaram, porra. Seguinte, galera, vou aproveitar o vazando aqui que eu vou sair também. Eu tava assistindo aí, né, até mais ou menos chegar perto das 3 da tarde. Agora eu vou sair, vou dar uma olhada aí nas coisas. De noite eu volto e eu provavelmente vou jogar o Little Nightmares pra zerar, tá? Que eu preciso jogar e tô devendo pra Bandai, né? Eu não puxei ainda, querendo ou não, essa semana de mudança, jogando as paradas ali e gravando conteúdo, né, do Outrug, acabou deixando pra trás. Preciso jogar ele, beleza? Prioridade nele. Então é isso aí, beleza? Valeu, obrigadão aí a presença de vocês. Até a próxima.